In a grand hall filled with a multitude of nobles, a young boy found himself placed upon a table. Before him lay 4 distinct weapons, marking an extraordinarily special day in his young life. The weapon he chose would chart the course of his future. Under the watchful and expectant eyes of the assembled crowd, the boy slowly reached out towards the 4 items. However, what transpired next astonished everyone present. As he neared the weapons, all 4 began to glow with a brilliant light. His parents exchanged bewildered glances, but the meaning of this phenomenon quickly became clear to all. The boy was a true prodigy, a supreme genius capable of mastering any path he might choose. The boy himself understood this well, for he carried within him memories from a past life. To truly understand this moment, one had to journey back to a particular time on a battlefield. A thought echoed within him, a memory of a past self. He had once believed that someone with awakened talent would take root on the battlefield and forge a new life, a life where he could finally have the family he had always yearned for. But he had been wrong. Amid the desolate scene, a voice filled with admiration cut through the air, remarking on his tenacity and noting it had been a long time since someone had made him swing his sword more than 10 times. The speaker inquired if he was the famous Argrick, the rising talent of the battlefield. Before him stood a young warrior, Argrick, his left arm severed and his breath coming in ragged gasps from blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing the man's words, Argrick thought to himself that the man knew him, a realization that surprisingly brought him joy. With this thought, he gritted his teeth, propped himself up with his sword, looked up at his opponent, and greeted him with a wry laugh, acknowledging the honor of being recognized by Duke Thermion. Argrick belonged to the Draic Empire, and before him stood Duke Bout Thermion, who noticed the young warrior's recognition. A flicker of surprise crossed the Duke's eyes as he asked if Argrick knew his name. Argrick replied that of course he did, for who hadn't heard of him, one of the 6 hexagonal knights of the Altan Empire, whose name alone carried enough weight to feel the pressure of the Black Wave in a single day on the battlefield, a man who hailed from the alien empire. Duke Bout Thermion, upon hearing Argrick's words, felt a trace of admiration for the young warrior. He mused that even knowing who he was, Argrick still chose to face him, adding that it would be a shame to cut down such talent so early. He thoughtfully offered Argrick a rare chance at life, asking if he would surrender. The Duke waited for an answer, but Argrick merely glanced aside and shook his head. He whispered to himself that he was born on the battlefield and so he would die there as well. With those words, he lifted the sword planted in the ground and swung it with all his might, sending a violent gust of wind that shook the air and scattered objects around them, creating an empty space between the 2 combatants. Duke Thermion, watching the expression on Argrick's face, fell silent before speaking in a calm yet somber tone. He noted that even so, he could still see regret in Argrick's eyes, acknowledging that he would have been a formidable opponent with more time. Still, since this was his choice, Thermion hoped that in his next life, he would let go of his regrets. As he spoke, Thermion's sword began to glow with a powerful aura, and he charged straight at the young warrior. Their blades clashed a final time, and in just a few swift strikes, the battle reached its inevitable conclusion and Argrick was killed. The scene shifts to a woman holding a baby in her hands. His mother had been a young war widow, a refugee who had left him behind in the chaotic world before her last breath. Everyone knew the fate that awaited an orphan child. Argrick had wandered the blood-soaked fields of war, surviving in solitude, doing whatever it took to stay alive. At 14, he was sent to his first battlefield. It was there that his talent awakened, and the mana core in his heart elevated his movements and senses beyond anything he had ever known. One day, a superior officer had told him that he intended to recommend him for the upcoming special knight appointment, assuring him that with his talents, joining the ranks of the hexagonal knights was within his grasp. The words had made Argrick smile faintly. After breaking through to a 4th-tier corps, he had finally earned the chance he had longed for. He thought that after this battle, he would finally find peace and have everything he had ever wanted. But fate had other plans. Duke Thermion appeared, and with a single stroke of his blade, shattered Argrick's sword into pieces. One devastating strike, and his weapon pierced Argrick's chest. What a shame, Argrick thought bitterly as he felt the life drain from him. He had wanted to rise higher, he had wanted a family. His body was flung backward like a cannonball, and just like that, his dreams crumbled into dust. He thought that was the end. Darkness swallowed his vision completely, until suddenly, a warm, gentle voice broke through the void, announcing that their little Dane was awake. A woman's melodic laughter filled his ears, remarking on what a sweet boy he was for not crying at all, and admiring his bright and beautiful eyes, declaring him a true gift from the heavens. A beautiful woman with golden hair tenderly touched a tiny hand before her, her voice overflowing with love. Meanwhile, the man beside the woman wore a similar expression, happily stating that this boy truly was a great gift from the gods. It was only at that moment that Argrik, now Dan, finally became aware of his situation. He was a child and he couldn't understand what they were talking about. His face contorted with utter bewilderment as he flailed his tiny arms wildly in confusion. Sensing the baby's distress, the man gently picked him up with a warm smile and spoke to him softly, saying that Argrik would grow up to be a great spearman like his father, Arkin. But just as these words left his mouth, Lady Lily Sogers immediately snatched baby Dane from his arms and retorted that it was nonsense. Dan would become an amazing assassin. Arkin's face twitched with discomfort as he called his wife sweetheart and questioned how she could make their youngest son an assassin, calling it terrible and asserting that a real man wielded a spear, the most beautiful and perfect form of martial art, his eyes sparkling with delusions of grandeur. Lily firmly retorted that being an assassin was far better than being a spearman, explaining that he could hide in the shadows, striking down his enemies without ever being noticed, arguing that it was far cooler. So there he was, done through, reflecting on his strange fate. He had thought it was over, but he had been reborn, and not only that, he had been reincarnated into the alien empire, his enemy, as the youngest son of a count. And now his new parents were locked in a heated debate over his future, seemingly even more determined to shape him into their successor since he was born late. Back with the young couple after a fruitless round of bickering, Arkin sighed in defeat and offered a compromise, agreeing that they would teach him both. Of course, Dane would become an assassin, Lily declared with a triumphant grin, while Arkin coaxed that Dane would become a spearman, the best there ever was, his voice full of enthusiasm. Lily firmly reminded him that he would be an assassin as they continued their playful banter. The coachman at the front of the carriage turned back to announce that they had arrived. Arkin blinked in surprise, remarking on how quickly time passed. He turned to his wife, asking her to take his hand. Lily whispered, blushing, wondering what if someone from the city saw them. Arkin replied, his tone teasing yet tender, that it didn't matter, he simply wanted to hold his wife's hand, there was nothing wrong with that. All right, she muttered, but told him to be careful as Arkin offered his hand gallantly. He helped her step down from the carriage, prompting baby Dane, snuggled in Lily's arms to witness their romantic exchange up close. What a sickening display, Dane grumbled internally, adding that it was enough to hurt his eyes. Yet, as his gaze wandered, taking in the sights around him, his eyes sparkled with growing excitement. Arkin agreed, noting how happy their little Dane seemed to be home. Yes, Dane thought with a grin, if this was his home, then it would be the perfect place for his talents to Sogers, and with that, his heart brimmed with anticipation, ready for a fresh beginning. 2 months quickly passed, and by now, young Dane had started to babble a few words, filling Lady Lily with immense joy. She exclaimed that Dane was already babbling, and in response to her words, the protagonist's mouth kept moving nonstop, making sounds like a rapid-fire popping noise. For him, this was quite a new experience. He mused that this was what it felt like to babble, a completely new sensation. After all, during his time wandering on the battlefield, he had very little interaction with children. The few children he had met were injured, bandaged up, and crying with no place to go. Many of them cried for their lost parents, eventually succumbing to hunger and vanishing. Compared to that, the Sogers' household was a rich and fortunate place, one where he wouldn't starve to death. Dane happily thought that he had been reincarnated into an easy mode, not some hellish existence. At that moment, his father, Count Sogers, barged in, laughing loudly and showing Dane a spear, asking what he thought of it, describing it as long and beautiful. The enthusiastic man seemed eager to instill the idea of being a spearman into Dan's mind while he was still young. In response, Dane could only give a faint, awkward smile. He thought that this man was his father, Arkin Sogers, the strongest level 6 spearman in the kingdom, and though he looked so gentle, he was a heroic warrior known as the Green Storm. Meanwhile, Lady Lily, seeing her husband proudly flaunting a weapon in front of their baby son, became quite irritated. She grabbed the spear from him and questioned how he could bring such a sharp object into their son's room. In response, Arkin's demeanor became much more subdued as he defensively stated that he had just wanted to show it to Dan. Lily retorted that she had told him before not to do this, warning that if he kept acting like this, she would start teaching him basic stealth techniques from an early age. Lady Lily replied coldly, which made Arkin break out in a cold sweat, as Lily had been the kingdom's best assassin before, so it was clear she meant business. Although Arkin was slightly afraid of his wife, he still managed to muster up some resistance, arguing that nowadays everyone did this, even the famous magical families placed a staff next to their babies when they were born, questioning the difference. He insisted that his spear was sharp. Lily snapped back that a spear compared to a staff was far sharper. Watching the scene unfold, their son Dane could only sigh like an old man in a young body, thinking what a harmonious family they were. At this point, Dane became aware of the reason why both of his parents were so concerned about his future. Both of his older sisters had chosen paths that were completely unrelated to spear fighting or assassination. Time passed quickly, and now Dane was visited by his two older sisters. The little girl in a red dress told Dane that if he kept doing that, his cheeks were going to puff up, and then she did something that caused his cheeks to puff out. After she finished, she couldn't hide her excitement, exclaiming how cute Dane was and marveling at his cheeks. Dane thought, screaming internally, his fists clenched in frustration but unable to do anything. Looking at his older sister in the red dress, Dane quickly recalled her identity. Thanks to her magical talent, Arabella had followed the path of magic from an early age. By the age of 12, she had already reached level 3 of a mage, and given that the highest rank for a mage was level 9, Arabella was a genius for surpassing the basic level at such a young age. As Dane remembered this, Arabella placed her hand on his cheek and teased him, asking if he wanted to learn magic with her when he grew up, explaining that she studied alone every day and was so bored. Dane muttered inwardly not to make that face and to stop teasing him. Meanwhile, his other older sister spoke up, mentioning that summoning magic wasn't bad either. Dane turned his gaze to his sister in a blue dress, Claire Sogers. Claire was an excellent summoner, having learned summoning magic at the age of 7, and now she could control 2 summoned creatures at the same time. At first, Dane thought she didn't like him, but it seemed more like she was jealous of him. Recently, she seemed to have warmed up to him. At this moment, Claire gingerly poked his nose with her finger, then quickly withdrew her hand, giving Arabella a confused look and asking why his nose was so soft. Arabella giggled in agreement, and then Claire mischievously turned to her younger brother and said that if Dane also had a talent for summoning, it would be so much fun and she could teach him later, smiling warmly at him. Before these suggestions, Dane could only smile in his heart, thinking that everyone wanted to teach him their talents. He reflected on his family. His father was a level 6 spearman, his mother a former assassin who once attempted to assassinate the king, his eldest sister a genius mage, and his second sister also a genius summoner. The Sogers' family was truly a perfect noble family. Exactly the kind of ideal family he had imagined. He wondered what the point of revenge was in this life. Even though his death was tragic, it had been on a battlefield, and saying he would take revenge on those who defeated him was truly laughable, Dane thought in frustration. It seemed that at this moment, he had decided to give up on revenge and move on. Returning to the story very quickly, he was awakened by some arguing in front of him. Arkin shouted that he must choose the spear, while Lily reminded that stealth and assassination were more useful. At the same time, his two sisters, Arabella and Claire, also shared their opinions, stating that magic was the trend nowadays and summoning skill was also good. Seeing them discussing his future like this, Dane sat quietly on the side and couldn't help but smile lightly. He thought that he had always wanted a home and that he was so lucky to have been born here. Thinking of this, the argument started to get louder, giving him a headache. Indeed, this was a harmonious family, wasn't it? Dane asked himself. Speaking of the Sogers' family, they had a very special ritual called the Ritual of Selection. When a child in the family turned 1 year old, many objects were laid out on a table in front of them, and everyone guessed the child's future based on the object they chose. And today was the day Dane turned 1 year old. Someone remarked that today was young Master Dan's first birthday, and those around him exclaimed in surprise, noting how quickly time flew and that the young ladies had become summoners and mages. People wondered what young Master Dane would choose, saying that after the ritual, they would soon know. A certain uncle suggested with a smile that they should go inside now. Shortly after, inside the grand hall, everyone quickly gathered to wait and see what Dane would choose. At this moment, the little lord was placed on the table, and in front of him were 4 items representing different directions. From left to right, there was a spear, a yellow plate, a small pouch, and a short sword. Looking at these items, the guests around them began whispering among themselves, noting that the young ladies had also brought their items and remarking on how cute they were and how quickly they had grown up. Turning towards Lily, she whispered to Dane to just choose what he liked. Hearing his mother say this, a moment of contemplation showed in the protagonist's eyes. He sighed, wondering what he should do, feeling that surely everyone expected him to pick their items. Over here, Arkin also looked at his son and smiled as though he was certain of victory, thinking little Dane would be attracted to Longwei. Longwei was the spear made from the rare Dorkin ore. When mana was poured into it, it would become heavy and sharp, just like its owner's mana, a mystical magic spear that Arkin had used all his life. Choose your father's spear, Dane, Arkin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Lady Lily had already clasped her hands and was praying, thinking the boy was too handsome to be an assassin. But Dane would still choose the dagger. The dagger placed on the table by Lady Lily was called Black Eye, made from ethene ore. It contained all the elements in the world and could hold and combine with various poisons. Over here, his older sister Arabella also stared at her younger brother with a confident smile, thinking Dane would definitely become a great mage later and would follow her to the academy. The item she placed on the table was a small spatial pouch, an item that only mages or those with magical talents could use. Little brother, quickly choose my pouch, Arabella thought to herself. On the other side, his sister Claire seemed a bit shy, silently wishing that if Dane knew summoning magic, she would take him flying on a dragon with her, that being her dream. The item she placed in front of Lily was a summoning seal, a seal that summoners used to receive a unique emblem according to their talent and could use to call forth their summoned creatures. Returning to Dane with his own awareness, he could naturally see and feel the expectant gaze of his family upon him. And the more he looked, the more pressure he felt, to the point where he began to sweat heavily. He thought to himself, overwhelmed by the pressure, that this was such a hassle, but he couldn't avoid it and wondered what he should choose, deciding to base it on everyone's expressions. As he thought this, he slowly moved forward, deciding to leave his future in the hands of their expressions. Upon seeing him begin to move, the group also got excited. Arkin called out for Heck, saying that was right and telling Dane to choose what he wanted. But immediately Lady Lily interrupted, saying the short and sharp one was the most beautiful and that she liked that pouch the most, reminding Dane she had shown it to him. Various coaxing voices began to ring out, giving Dane quite the headache. He hadn't even made his choice yet and was already feeling the pressure. Then, as Dane approached the 4 items, for some reason all 4 items emitted a brilliant glow, causing his face to freeze for a few seconds in confusion. He wondered what was going on, and behind them, the young couple had no idea what was happening either. Lady Lily asked what was going on, and Arkin shook his head, saying he didn't know either. Meanwhile, the guests around them, witnessing this scene, grew even more excited, exclaiming that all 4 items were reacting and wondering how this could be, with someone saying it seemed like the young master was a genius in everything. At the same time, Dane was visibly delighted, thinking to himself that he was already very skilled on the battlefield, but this life really felt like a whole different level. Turning to Arabella, she looked at the situation and could only turn to ask her father what they should do, saying this had never happened before. Arkin responded, saying he could hardly believe it himself. Then the young couple exchanged looks and reached a consensus. They announced that the 4 of them would teach him together. Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters looked at their parents in confusion, questioning if all of them would teach him up front. Dane also burst into a very happy smile. Time passed quickly, and 6 years later, in a certain training session, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. At that moment, Dane was sparring with his father. Observing his son as he blocked his attacks, Arkin smiled in satisfaction and said that Dane had completely mastered the techniques he had taught him. Dane quickly replied, thanking his father. Seeing this, Arkin patted his son's head and chuckled joyfully, saying good, good, and that Dane was truly his son. At the same time, from a distance, a young man dressed like a butler approached, holding a spear. He announced that he had brought it. Arkin exclaimed, as if remembering something, that it was right on time. Dane, confused, asked his father what it was. Arkin explained that it was Dane's birthday gift, saying he had been going to give it to him at his birthday party but wanted to give it to him now instead, telling him to take it as he had been preparing it for 2 years. It was a spear crafted by a famous artisan from the capital. Arkin wished Dane a happy early birthday with a joyful smile as he handed the spear to him. Upon receiving the weapon, Dane tossed the spear aside casually and eagerly examined his birthday gift, promising his father he would take good care of it. Only when he closely examined the spear did he realize how magnificent it was, thinking to himself that its black body with the silver tip was so beautiful and lightweight. Arkin, noticing his son's reaction, asked how he liked it. Dane replied with a smile that he really liked it. Arkin responded that he had told them to craft it according to Dane's physique, so he should just get used to it. Hearing this, Dane couldn't stop smiling as he swung the spear around happily. While he was still enjoying himself, Arkin suddenly asked Dane if he remembered the difference between a spear and a sword. At the question, the young boy paused and thought for a moment before responding that the length of the spear helped keep the opponent at a distance and its small contact area improved its offensive effectiveness. Arkin nodded approvingly, agreeing exactly and adding that when one reached a certain level it became harder to use than a sword, which was the basic issue with a spear. To attack an opponent, one must maintain a minimum distance. However, he reassured Dane that every weapon had its own strengths, and even the sword, a weapon considered perfect, had weaknesses in some situations. The young boy nodded, saying he understood. Father. Arkin then said that since Dane had a new spear, he would show him something interesting. He began spinning his spear like a fan, creating a gust of wind that spread pressure all around. Dane realized this was the magical power of a level 6 spearman, and the sheer force of the magic radiating out was already overwhelming. He thought to himself that it was amazing. Then, in Dane's view, Arkin suddenly closed his eyes, spun around, stepped forward, and gripped his spear tightly with a powerful thrust. The air around the spearhead twisted into a vortex. Dane stood frozen, his mouth agape, thinking to himself how incredible it was, just thrusting the spear forward. Turning to Arkin, the latter pulled his spear back and explained that the space there was distorted because he had released the magical energy in his body and struck with the spear at the same time. Noting that this technique optimized the core's attributes by concentrating magical energy in one spot. Dane replied that he had heard his sister say that he could surpass his physical limits, and when the number of cores increased, those limits were expanded. He then remembered that in his previous life he had 4 cores. Meanwhile, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Arkin boasted that was right, saying Dane caught on quickly and revealing that he had 6 mana cores. Dane was stunned, exclaiming 6, but he reassured himself, thinking that if he hadn't died, he would have definitely reached this level. Turning to Arkin, he suggested that Arkin give it a try using his new spear, telling him to relax his mind, forget everything he was thinking and just thrust the spear forward. Dane responded, "Yes, father." He then followed his father's advice, taking the stance to strike with the spear, while his mind wandered, recalling that in his past life, after realizing his talent in swordsmanship, he had lost interest in spears and only used them as a backup. He thought to himself that it was time to give it his all. As he thought this, he closed his eyes tightly to focus. Watching Dane's form, Arkin nodded in satisfaction, thinking that was a solid stance and that it had taken him 7 years to perfect this technique, wondering if Dane, with his natural talent, as soon as Arkin thought to himself, his eyes widened in shock. He had just witnessed something astonishing. When Dane thrust the spear forward, the space around the tip of the spear cracked like glass about to shatter. Amazed, Arkin asked how Dane had done that, adding with a laugh that he was truly surprised. Dane, not hiding anything, openly shared his thoughts, explaining that when he thrust the spear, he focused the mana at one point and transferred it into the spearhead, and when the force hit the tip, he cut off the flow. Hearing this, Arkin was even more astonished, asking Dane if he had created a mana core. Dane nodded, explaining that when he was reading the book on creating mana cores, he had tried practicing it and fortunately succeeded, adding confidently that though the truth was, with his knowledge from his past life, creating a mana core wasn't too difficult for him. In fact, he had created one while inhaling mana earlier. Arkin was still in disbelief, asking if Dane had created a mana core while reading a book, exclaiming that it seemed like their family had truly produced a genius. He confessed that he could feel it when Dane was little, but now he could say it for sure, predicting that Dane would one day become an extraordinary warrior and that he would amaze him even more in the future. Dane silently smiled to himself, while Arkin, despite his pride, was starting to worry if his son could really become a summoner, assassin, spearman, or mage. Time quickly passed, and now it was Dane Soger's 7th birthday celebration. The Soger's family gathered, and the party was full of distinguished guests from various noble families. Among the guests was someone familiar from Dane's past life, someone who had once taken him to sell salt. A familiar voice called out, "Haha, Arkin, it's been a long time." Arkin turned around, smiling, and greeted the person, Duke Bout, asking how he had been lately. Bout waved his hand dismissively, smiling, saying there was no need to be so formal and to just talk like usual. The voice belonged to Bout Thermion, the head of the most powerful family in the alien empire, the Thermion family. Turning toward Arkin at this moment, the uncle quickly rushed toward Bout and whispered that a lot of people were watching them and that he would act normal later. Bout chuckled, saying whatever he wanted, and then turned to ask where that kid was. Hearing this, Arkin also turned to call for his son, telling Dane to come there and greet Duke Bout. Dane thought to himself that it was Duke Bout and that he hadn't expected to run into him here, recalling the face of the man who had defeated him in his past life. Afterward, when Dane was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said so this was the kid Dane, the son he always bragged about. In response, Dane calmly greeted him, saying his name was Dane Sogers, sir. Even though on the outside he was polite, inside he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, unable to suppress his anger when he met the man again. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thermion, Dane said, slightly bowing as he greeted respectfully. Seeing Dane's actions, Uncle Bout burst into a hearty laugh, saying Dane was well-behaved and that it seemed like he never gave Arkin any trouble, asking if he was learning the spear technique just like Arkin. Arkin nodded, admitting that was right. At the same time, a little girl walked up to the group and politely greeted, "Hello, Count Sogers, my name is Layla Thermion, it's an honor to meet you." This red-haired girl was Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of Duke Thermion. After calling the two children over to greet them, the two fathers sent them away. Then, as if thinking of something, Arkin turned to ask how Bout's wife had been lately. In response, Bout's face grew a little sad as he said he had tried everything, but there was still no progress. Arkin offered some words of comfort, saying Bout had worked hard and that he was sure his wife would get better. However, Bout knew that these words were just a form of soothing, and he also reminded Arkin that if he suddenly didn't see him around, he hoped Arkin would understand, as he would have used magic to quickly return to the capital. Then Bout turned his gaze around and asked where that boy Dane was. As he spoke, he looked around with his eyes and without hesitation praised Dane, saying the kid was quite sharp and that he wanted to talk to him a bit more. Arkin replied that he didn't know either and hadn't seen Dane around. Just then, as Duke Bout glanced out the window, he noticed that at some point, the two children had made their way out into the garden and smiled, noting that it looked like the two little ones were bored of the party. Meanwhile, as Layla walked around the garden with Dane, she suddenly smiled and shared openly that she didn't really like following her father around everywhere, but now she was happy she had come with him. After saying this, she looked at Dane and seemed to ponder for a moment, thinking that, under the moonlight, he looked even more handsome. On the other side, Dane, hearing her words, smiled and replied that was great, adding that their territory was a very beautiful and peaceful place. He smiled, but his response seemed to bring up some unpleasant memories for Layla. She said it seemed like that was true, but there was always something going on in Thermion every day. The nobles came to meet her father, and sometimes even the royal family showed up. Every time she had to go greet them, and she really hated it, preferring simple clothes and sword fighting, Layla said, sounding frustrated. It seemed like the constant noble greetings had made a young child mentally exhausted. However, Dane wasn't too focused on this. What caught his attention was Layla's interest in sword fighting. He thought in surprise that she also practiced sword fighting. Returning to Layla feeling a bit awkward, she turned back and asked what about him. He replied that he liked both places, saying it wasn't as lively as the capital, but every day he looked forward to training with the spear. Dane expressed his thoughts, which made Layla a little surprised. "The spear?" she involuntarily exclaimed, but after recalling Dane's identity, she quickly understood. Right, I forgot the nickname of Count Sogers is the Green Tornado. I've heard my father talk about how talented you are." Layla paused for a moment and then turned to ask Dane if he wanted to join the academy. In response, Dane simply shook his head slightly, saying no, he wasn't training with the spear for that reason. "Then why?" Layla asked, surprised, questioning if training for joining the academy wasn't the usual goal, and quickly adding that getting accepted was quite difficult, you know. At this point, Dane became a little embarrassed, scratching his cheek as he answered that he wanted to train so that when he did get there he could do even better. Layla was truly surprised by his answer and paused for a few seconds, asking what if he failed then. Dane shrugged and said he would just try again, and if he still failed he would consider that path wasn't meant for him, he replied, scratching his head. Thinking he might not be taking things seriously enough. This person voiced their disbelief, questioning if he wasn't afraid of disappointing his family. Dane simply mumbled a negative response, which prompted Layla to look at him with a hint of envy. She confessed feeling jealous because in her family, failure was viewed as something shameful. However, she quickly dismissed her own statement with a wave of her hand. Seeing Layla act so much like an old person made Dane feel a little pressured. He mused to himself, surprised that Layla would worry about such things. Sighing, he then asked Layla why she was like that, noting that she seemed really good at many things. Upon hearing Dane's words, Layla's eyes sparkled with joy, and she eagerly inquired if he truly thought so. She then asked if he would be willing to take a look at her swordsmanship. Dane, clearly confused, repeated her question about her swordsmanship. Layla affirmed with a smile, and seeing her expectant expression, Dane, though not entirely keen, agreed to watch, but only for a little while. On the other side, Layla couldn't contain her excitement at Dane's agreement and immediately turned to ask where her training ground was, suggesting they go there. She paused for a moment, wondering if it was all right. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the training ground where Dane often sparred with his father. Now, with a sword in hand, Layla began to demonstrate her swordsmanship for him. Each stroke and powerful thrust was displayed before Dane, causing even a natural genius like him to nod in acknowledgement. He thought to himself how gracefully she attacked and defended and how perfectly timed her strikes were. However, after a while, the rhythm seemed to falter slightly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a puzzled look on his face. Layla, having finished her demonstration, didn't take a break but hurriedly turned to ask Dane what he thought. He praised her efforts, saying it was very impressive, truly a feast for the eyes. Layla, clearly delighted, asked if he really thought so. Seeing her eager expression, Dane felt a bit awkward and thought to himself that maybe he should tell her. After a moment, Dane spoke up, acknowledging her skill but pointing out that starting from the third stance, she seemed to be a half step off from what he remembered. He clarified that other positions were fine, but she tended to be a half step behind, which threw off the subsequent strikes. As Dane continued, Layla's eyes widened more and more until, in the end, she completely froze at his words. Dane wondered to himself if he had come off too bluntly and awkwardly added an apology if he had upset her, explaining that he just hadn't seen swordsmanship like that in a long time. Turning back to Layla, it seemed that Dane's criticisms had hurt her pride, so she became determined to show him that she could do better. She thought to herself that she hadn't shown him everything yet. With that thought, Layla gripped the sword tightly and continued to practice until her foot caught on something, causing her to lose her balance and crash into Dane, hugging him tightly. She thanked him profusely, saying he had really sharp eyes for catching the mistake she had been making all this time and promising to remember it, all while rubbing her cheek against his, making Dane extremely embarrassed. He awkwardly told her she was suffocating him and asked if she could put the sword down. He quickly pushed her away, trying to regain his composure. "Oh, sorry," Layla exclaimed before looking at him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Naturally, she had just embraced him out of nowhere, and Dane was flustered, adjusting his clothes at the same time. It seemed that their disappearance had caused concern among the servants, so they began searching for them, calling out for young Master Dane and Miss Layla. Hearing this, Layla snapped out of her daze and looked behind her, noting that they were being looked for and suggesting they should head back then. Dane responded in agreement. As they came into view, the servants sighed in relief, saying they had been looking everywhere for them. The scene shifted to the main banquet hall where the most important part of the party was about to begin. Lady Lily handed Dane a small wooden box, wishing him a happy 7th birthday and congratulating him on receiving his first manicure. Dane responded softly, thanking his mother and father. As he opened the gift from Lady Lily, he was slightly surprised to find a brooch, just like the ones the other girls always showed off. Lady Lily smiled and told him to keep it safe, explaining that this brooch would serve as a symbol of his honor and status. As she finished, the guests around them nodded and congratulated him, wishing young Master Dane a happy birthday, noting that the youngest of the Sogur's family was finally officially recognized and predicting he would become a great person just like the Count. Upon hearing this, Dane couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that this was the first time he had been praised like this, feeling happy. However, just at that moment, the entire hall began to shake violently like an earthquake. People exclaimed in panic, whispering about a possible intruder, filled with confusion and concern. Meanwhile, Dane noticed the situation was escalating, so he quickly turned to look at his father. However, as if he had anticipated this, his father calmly told everyone to stay calm and not to panic, saying it was happening again and remarking that he had thought they would have a quiet day. Lady Lily playfully asked Dane's father if he could guess who it was. Just as if realizing something, Dane's eyes widened in disbelief, and he murmured "no way" under his breath. Quickly, a bright light energy began to appear from the ceiling of the grand hall, causing the nobles below to panic and quickly retreat. Someone shouted, asking what was going on. Following the gazes of everyone in the room, a red figure leapt out from within the light. The figure then asked to check the time, wondering if her sister Arabella was late. Arabella, the eldest sister, smiled as she made her entrance. Upon seeing her, the guests around them widened their eyes in shock, with someone asking if that was Lady Arabella and another confirming that it seemed to be her, marveling at her use of teleportation magic. They whispered about needing to be at least level 5 to use a small teleportation gate, praising her. However, Dane, not one for the fanfare, felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself that she was as loud and dramatic as usual. But there was no time for peace, as a loud scream suddenly rang out from outside. The girls at the window turned pale when they saw something in the sky. Someone exclaimed that there was a monster up there, and another gasped, recognizing the familiar figure as Lady Claire. As they looked toward the sky, Lady Claire was riding a wyvern and descending toward the hall. Claire muttered to herself that it looked like she was late before quickly landing and entering the grand hall. As she entered, the guests began to whisper to one another, with one mentioning hearing she was a genius summoner but expressing shock at her controlling a wyvern, especially at only 16. Ignoring the murmurs, Arabella smiled and greeted Claire, who replied in kind. Then both of them turned to face Dane, wishing him a happy birthday in unison. Arabella, smiling brightly, handed over her gift, and Claire followed suit, offering her own present as well. Seeing the unexpected arrival of both sisters, Dane felt a bit awkward, thanking them both for coming all the way there to celebrate his birthday, trying to hide his discomfort, saying of course they had to come. The celebration continued as Arabella, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, told Dane with a cheerful tone that it was time to open his gift, assuring him that he would surely like it. Their father Arkin watched the heartwarming scene unfold between his two daughters and his youngest son. A wave of emotion washed over him, bringing him close to tears. He playfully grumbled, reminding them how they had only given him a letter for his own birthday, yet they had prepared such thoughtful gifts for their little brother. His wife chuckled softly beside him, finding his light-hearted complaint amusing. Dane, turning his attention back to the present from Arabella, carefully unwrapped it. Inside he discovered a ring, but something about its design immediately struck him as unusual. He looked up at Arabella, a curious expression on his face, and wondered aloud if it was a spatial ring, noting its peculiar craftsmanship. Arabella, a proud smile gracing her lips, confirmed his suspicion. She explained that she had designed it herself, imbuing it with advanced spatial magic, though she humbly added that her professor had provided assistance in its creation. Dane was genuinely impressed, voicing his amazement at the difficulty of imbuing spatial magic into an object, and the even greater feat of making it withstand such intricate enchantments. The more he considered it, the more he marveled at his sister's skill, expressing his sincere gratitude. Noticing his admiration, Arabella gently took the ring from him and asked for his hand. She explained that she would put it on for him, and with a touch of pride in her voice revealed that she had embedded his genetic code into it, ensuring that only he could use it, emphasizing that it was a one-of-a-kind item. Meanwhile, Lady Lily, who had been within earshot, approached to get a closer look at the ring. She commented in awe, observing the mana wavelength and deducing that it was crafted from the highest-grade magic stone. Arabella eagerly elaborated, explaining that by channeling some mana into the ring, it would create a small pocket space, eliminating the need for Dane to constantly open and close his storage bag. She seemed truly delighted with her creation and eager to demonstrate its functionality. Hearing this, even the relatively naive Dane instantly grasped the immense value of the item he now held in his hand, realizing that such a treasure would typically only be used by high-ranking individuals on the battlefield like noble commanders or powerful mages. He stammered his thanks, his eyes wide with wonder as he gazed at the ring, admitting that he had never imagined owning something like it. However, the surprises were not yet over. As Dane began to channel mana into the ring, the space around his hand seemed to distort, as if a subspace was about to form. Arabella, her voice filled with astonishment, exclaimed, questioning if he was opening the subspace even faster than she had managed to. She declared him a true genius. Dane, even more amazed than before, could hardly believe what he was witnessing. He muttered about how incredible it was, never having thought he would be able to use something like this, let alone create a subspace so quickly. Arabella continued to praise him, suggesting that he must already be ready to handle mana cores and mana rings. Just then Claire, noticing the unfolding situation, quickly offered her own gift. She told Dane with a smile to open hers as well. Still in awe of the ring, Dane nodded and eagerly unwrapped the new present. Inside he found a strange monster egg. He examined it carefully, wondering what kind of egg it was. But before he could voice his question, Claire's expression changed, and she rushed to warn him to be careful, her voice growing serious, as she revealed that it wasn't just any egg. She explained that it was a summoning egg, recounting how she had once tried summoning Decaron and this egg had appeared instead. She clarified that it was a different kind of entity, one that once summoned could exist forever in this world, unlike anything he had ever seen before. Dane's eyes widened with realization. Seeing that Dane understood the gravity of the gift, Claire gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. She confided that no one else knew about it, emphasizing that it was a secret just between them until it hatched. Dane nodded, a smile spreading across his face as he confirmed that he would keep it a secret. The weight of the gift, along with the responsibility it carried, now settled on his shoulders. Arabella, noticing Claire and Dane whispering to each other for quite some time, couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and called out, wanting to know what they were whispering about for so long. But Claire, undeterred by her sister's outburst, continued to give Dane instructions. She reminded him to channel mana into the egg once in the morning and once in the evening, so that it would recognize him as its master, admitting that she didn't know when it would hatch but assuring him that this was the best way to care for it. Dane nodded, eagerly promising that he would definitely do that. As the conversation continued, Lady Lily couldn't help but smile, observing the wonderful gifts. She remarked on how amazing the presents were, telling Dane that his sister's return was truly a blessing. Dane, feeling touched by her words, agreed, saying that it really was a blessing. At that moment, Arkin, the family patriarch, cleared his throat, reminding everyone that while he was happy to see his dear daughters, especially considering their change of plans, they should also greet their parents properly. Arabella, realizing her oversight, quickly turned to her father, expressing her apologies for being so focused on giving Dane his gift that she had forgotten to ask how he had been. Arkin replied with a smile, saying it was fine, and after taking a good look at both of his daughters, he commented that they both seemed to be doing well, having traveled a long way just to visit their younger brother, and suggested they should rest well. They both replied in unison, agreeing with their father. Meanwhile, Leah, watching the family reunion, couldn't entirely hide the hint of envy in her eyes. Dane, noticing her gaze, wondered if she was leaving now and why she looked so lonely. As time passed, the next morning Dane was wandering around when he encountered Count Bout, who appeared lost in thought. The Count mused to himself that she was even better than he had expected, exactly as anticipated from the best mage at the academy, truly a valuable talent. He also considered her a perfect match for his son, the best swordsman at the academy, envisioning the power their families would wield if they were to combine, a power that even the royal family would hesitate to challenge. He thought that no one would dare to interfere with his family or its heirs, and decided that it was time to bring up the engagement between their eldest children. In their conversation that day, Duke Bout suddenly stopped in his tracks, hearing the distant sounds of something unusual. He wondered what the noise was, questioning if someone was training so early in the morning. The one training, of course, was none other than Dane. Just after waking up, he had headed straight to the training ground to familiarize himself with his new weapon. The sound of his spear slicing through the air echoed throughout the room, and Duke Bout, hearing this, approached, surprised by the sight before him. He mused, observing Dane's movements, focus, and style, noting that he didn't move like a typical 7-year-old at all. Even his basic thrusts, Duke Bout thought, had the precision of someone well-trained, to the point where even seasoned soldiers could learn something from him. He found it hard to believe, recalling rumors of Dane showing incredible talents since he was just 1 year old, which he had dismissed as exaggerated stories. But his surprise didn't end there. As Duke Bout continued to observe, he noticed Dane's footwork and stance. He thought it resembled that of a swordsman, finding it unbelievable that Dane could have learned swordsmanship at such a young age. He turned his attention back to Dane, who after a few more martial movements retracted his spear, and spoke in a cold voice, telling the unseen observer that he didn't know who they were, but they had better show their face instead of hiding like a coward. Hearing Dane's voice, Duke Bout, who had been concealed in the shadows, was slightly startled, realizing he had been caught. More importantly, he recognized the movement he had just witnessed, feeling sure he had seen it before, though he couldn't immediately recall where. Duke Bout furrowed his brows, trying to remember, but quickly dismissed the thought and stepped into the training room, offering his apologies for unintentionally spying on Dane. Upon seeing the familiar face, Dane rushed over to greet him, introducing himself as Dane Sogers, the youngest son of the Sogers family, and addressing him as Sir Duke Bout Thermion. Duke Bout observed the look in Dane's eyes and silently acknowledged that this was no ordinary child. After a moment of thought, Duke Bout quickly continued, explaining that he had been so absorbed in watching the impressive training of the new stars of the Sogers family that morning that he had completely forgotten about Dane asking for his forgiveness. Dane shrugged as if it were no big deal, but in truth Duke Bout had only said that to be polite. He was amused when Dane actually responded to it, laughing lightly and taking the opportunity to observe Dane more carefully. He couldn't help but notice how the young boy didn't even flinch a little bit after training for such a long time, recalling that at Dane's age, he hadn't even developed a mana core. Then Duke Bout pointed at Dane's spear and commented on his excellent thrust, suggesting that he must have inherited Arkin's talent. He also mentioned that he had heard that Dane's father had put a lot of effort into preparing the spear for him. Dane smiled in response, expressing his gratitude that Duke Bout had noticed it, his behavior further increasing Duke Bout's respect for him. Duke Bout mused that even his own son, when he was alive, had possessed excellent skills and manners, but not to this level. This led Duke Bout to consider a marriage alliance with this family, specifically entertaining the idea of marrying his daughter to Dane. To initiate his plan, Duke Bout casually started the conversation mentioning that his daughter Layla was also training with a sword, and being the same age, they could become good friends once Dane joined the academy. Dane smiled in reply, agreeing that he was sure they would get along. Duke Bout chuckled, liking Dane's straightforwardness, and then said that he had probably disturbed his training long enough and would take his leave. He turned as if to depart, but at that moment Duke Bout suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask Dane if he had ever practiced swordsmanship before. Hearing this question, Dane was internally startled, realizing that his habit had been exposed without him even noticing. He thought to himself that Duke Bout had surprisingly figured it out with just one look. Dane quickly changed his expression and replied that he had only read a few basic textbooks on swordsmanship, but had never actually practiced it, attempting to cover up his earlier movements. However, despite Dane's denial, Duke Bout still sensed something was off. He thought it strange, feeling like he sensed a pure battle spirit within Dane even as he stared intently at the boy's seemingly clueless face. Then, shaking his head, he dismissed his suspicion, thinking that there was no way that was possible, as Dane was just a kid after all. Having put his suspicions aside, Duke Bout decided to adjust his clothes, remarking that he had only intended to take a light stroll but had been out for so long. He then announced that it was time to say goodbye and told Dane he would see him later. Dane bowed to bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey back. Before leaving, Duke Bout didn't forget to invite Dane to visit him in the capital, saying that he must return the hospitality he had received at the Count's castle, adding that he really liked him. Dane inwardly chuckling, wondering if Duke Bout remembered him as the one who had defeated him in his past life. Just thinking about it made him feel fired up, and he told himself that if he prepared slowly and step by step, he was sure he would be able to do it again. And after Duke Bout left, Dane continued to focus on his training, especially now that he had made up his mind to defeat Duke Bout. It wasn't until the butler Herman came to remind him that it was time to head back that Dane finally stopped for a moment. Hearing the reminder, Dane turned and asked Herman if he had been waiting for him the whole time. Herman calmly replied that it was his duty to quietly meet all his requests, handing Dane the towel in his hand. Dane thanked him, thinking that Herman's ability to approach him without him noticing suggested a talent for assassination or stealth. Dane took the towel and wiped the sweat from his face, then inquired about how things were going and if people were busy. Herman confirmed that everyone was quite busy preparing for the upcoming banquet, and that other nobles had already started arriving, as it was difficult for more than 30 noble families to arrive exactly on time. Dane agreed and then asked how his sisters were doing. Herman informed him that they had opened a teleportation gate and already gone to the academy, explaining that they had no other choice since the midterm exams were approaching. Dane expressed his disappointment but acknowledged that it couldn't be helped, suggesting they head back now. Herman nodded in agreement. Dane thought to himself that when he had some free time he should check out the gifts his sisters had given him. Time quickly passed, and after attending the banquet and greeting nobles from various families, Dane had to sneak out to the garden to relax for a bit. He found living the noble life to be quite tiring, noting that his schedule was even more packed than usual, especially since it was his birthday. He found some comfort in resting in the garden, admiring the skilled gardeners who maintained the serene space. He mused that the flowers in nature contained the most mana, as his eldest sister had told him, and decided to take advantage of the time to analyze the mana within them. Without much thought, Dane sat down in front of a cluster of flowers and slowly closed his eyes to sense them. He reflected on his training, noting that even with magic and summoning magic he hadn't made significant progress, and still wasn't sure which to focus on, lamenting that having too many talents could sometimes be troublesome. Just then a light breeze suddenly appeared from his palm, scattering the flower petals around him. He marveled at the strong and fierce flow of mana within such a small flower, realizing that if someone could sense the mana in nature and convert it into their own, it would stay within their body, forming a layer of magic. He recognized that his body's mana attraction was truly incredible, allowing him to perceive things that others could only sense with their sixth sense. At that moment, with just a slight sensation, the surrounding mana actively entered his body, as if it were a whale taking in water. Feeling the flow of energy coursing through him, Dane's eyes lit up with excitement, realizing that he could now feel the mana more and more clearly, whereas before he could only sense it vaguely. Moving to another corner of the garden, two boys were engaged in conversation. One, with brown hair, expressed his boredom, complaining that as soon as they had arrived, his father had become busy talking to other nobles, pushing them aside. He suggested they simply show their faces and then return to their rooms to rest, as they had done in the past, using a stick to smash the flowers around him, which made his younger brother worry. The younger boy asked if they could do that, to which the older brother angrily retorted, questioning what he was talking about and reminding him that it was not technically their birthday, so who cared about such things. He wondered if the young master of the Soger's family would even notice. He then grumbled about getting lost again, questioning why they had built such a large garden. As they were talking, they noticed Dane's figure ahead. The younger brother pointed him out, and the older brother, putting on an arrogant expression, called out to Dane, asking if he was lost like they were. He addressed Dane in a condescending tone, referring to his outfit and demanding to be taken to the exit, assuming Dane was a servant. This caused Dane to turn around, and as soon as he saw the two of them trampling the flower beds, he rushed over and shouted at them to get off, asking if they didn't see what they were stepping on. Seeing Dane suddenly become irritated, the older boy responded in confusion, wondering why this brat was yelling at them just for stepping on a few blades of grass. Without answering, Dane turned around and retorted, asking why they hadn't stayed on the path instead of walking on the flowers and ruining them. The older boy, finding Dane small but mouthy, began to threaten him, flaunting his status, completely unaware that he was arguing with the young master of the very family whose garden they were destroying. Naturally, Dane, with his own status, wouldn't back down from anyone and flatly stated that of course he knew who the boy was, an idiot ruining the flower bed, frowning at his arrogance. The boy, unable to handle the insult, immediately lunged forward, grabbing Dane by the collar and demanding to know who he thought he was talking to, proclaiming himself the son of Count Tyron, a guest at this castle. Hearing this, Dane quickly recognized the boy's identity. Count Tyron was the noble who had been captured after Dane defeated him on the battlefield, a noble widely considered utterly unpleasant, making Dane think that the boy was truly like his father. Not understanding Dane's thoughts, the bratty noble continued to try and intimidate him, asking if he had heard of the Tyron family, boasting of their fame in the capital and their ability to make someone like Dane disappear without a trace, warning him to watch how he spoke. Hearing this, Dane realized there was no point in further conversation. He looked at the boy with utter contempt, which only fueled the boy's anger. The boy, calling Dane a crazy common servant for daring to look at him like that, raised his fist, ready to strike. But Dane was faster. He used his head to ram straight into Tyron's nose, causing him to stagger and fall backward. The younger, red-haired brother, seeing this, ran up in panic, asking if his brother was okay. Turning toward the Tyron boy, he suddenly noticed something wet at his brother's mouth. He reached up and found blood pouring from his nose. The Tyron boy screamed like a rabid dog, declaring that his nose was bleeding and vowing to kill Dane, calling him a damn bastard. Dane merely smirked and challenged him to go ahead and try. Hearing Dane's provocation, the hot blood within Tyron boiled over. He declared that Dane had lost his mind and that they would fight to the end. Beside him, his younger brother, clearly worried, urged him to worry about his nose first, but Tyron barked at him to stay out of it and immediately charged at Dane to teach him a lesson. However, with his first punch, Dane simply took a light step back, effortlessly dodging the attack. Tyron growled in frustration, calling Dane a slippery little brat. As for Dane, watching Tyron's clumsy, untrained moves, he instantly realized that this boy was not a seasoned fighter, deducing that he must be either a mage or a summoner based on his stance and footwork. Meanwhile, Tyron flailed his arms, throwing punches and kicks that failed to even graze Dane's clothes. Tyron huffed, panting heavily like an exhausted ox, complaining that Dane was too fast to catch. On Dane's side, while easily dodging each blow, he had enough leisure to let his mind wander. He pondered the flow of magic he sensed at that moment, wondering if he could control it with sheer willpower and manifest it physically, deciding to try it out now, the idea filling him with thrilling excitement. Following his instinct, streams of mana began to surge rapidly into his palm, gathering at a blinding speed. Then, with a resounding boom, a powerful burst of energy exploded outward as Dane unleashed his magic. The force blasted Tyron's body backward like a ragdoll, sending him crashing to the ground with a loud thud that echoed through the garden. Tyron let out a groan of pain, coughing violently from the impact. The blast had been so powerful that even the stone-paved ground was left with a deep, jagged groove. Seeing the devastation around him, Dane suddenly felt a pang of worry, realizing with a jolt that the flower garden was completely ruined. He then turned his gaze back toward Tyron, the young noble who, despite suffering a heavy blow, managed to push himself up, trembling but conscious. Understanding dawned on Tyron's bruised face, and his voice, filled with both fear and fury, exclaimed his disbelief that Dane could use magic, demanding to know who he was. Meanwhile, Tyron's younger brother, noticing his siblings' growing rage and recognizing the danger of their situation, tugged at his arm, desperately urging him to stop before something really bad happened. In response to his younger brother's warning, the older boy grew even more furious, so much so that his head seemed ready to burst into flames as he told his brother to get out of his way, insisting he would deal with Dane himself. His reason completely clouded by anger, Tyron began muttering an incantation, and as the chant echoed, black mana began to surge violently around him, enveloping his body in dark energy. Seeing this display, Dane's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized what was happening. A summoner, just as he suspected. A swirling vortex of energy appeared behind Tyron, and from within the portal, the head of a large wolf emerged, leaping out in a flash. Watching his summoned beast materialize, Tyron's mouth curled into a smug grin, his laughter dripping with arrogance as he declared that this was Genpu, his summoned beast, and now Dane would understand the price for daring to mess with Digron Tyron. He jabbed a finger toward Dane, commanding Genpu to tear him apart limb from limb. On Dane's side, he watched the scene unfold, and upon realizing Tyron had only summoned an ordinary wolf, his expression soured with disappointment, thinking that it was just a common wolf and nothing compared to Sister Arabella who could summon dragons. Meanwhile, Tyron continued barking orders, telling Genpu to go for Dane's throat and rip him to shreds. At his command, the wolf lunged forward, its sharp fangs bared, rushing straight toward Dane. But something strange happened as it locked eyes with the calm, composed young noble. An inexplicable aura seemed to emanate from him. The wolf skidded to a halt, planting its four paws firmly into the ground to stop itself. Then, to the utter bewilderment of both Tyron and his brother, the beast's fiery red glow began to fade, replaced by a serene blue hue. Genpu, the fearsome summoned creature, lowered its head in submission before Dane. Tyron blinked, his disbelief palpable, questioning what was happening and why Genpu wasn't tearing out Dane's throat as commanded. The younger brother, his mouth agape, muttered whether it was wagging its tail. Tyron's face twisted in confusion and rage, repeatedly demanding that Genpu attack and tear Dane apart, but his furious commands had no effect. Genpu remained utterly loyal, standing obediently by Dane's side. Dane slowly extended his hand and gently stroked the wolf's fur, which caused the creature to wag its tail even more enthusiastically. "Good boy," Dane murmured softly, still puzzled by the sudden shift in the beast's behavior. Thinking back, he recalled how even Arabella's summoned beasts had always been oddly friendly toward him. At the time, he had simply assumed it was because they shared the same bloodline, but now, in a situation completely unrelated to family ties, another thought crept into his mind. Perhaps he possessed some innate affinity for magical creatures. Of course, that also meant Digron's level of favorability had likely hit rock bottom. Turning his attention to Digron, who was still shaking his head in disbelief, the young noble refused to accept what had just unfolded, bellowing that it made no sense and questioning how a summoned beast could betray its master. Hearing this, Dane shot him a glance filled with amusement, asking if he still wanted to continue. The brown-haired boy clenched his fists in frustration, growling that Dane was a little something, his temper flaring once again. But the scene left his younger brother practically in tears, begging him to stop, saying they had lost and it was over. "Shut up," Digron barked, his voice trembling with fury, declaring he would cancel the summoning right now. Unbeknownst to him, however, canceling the summoning would leave him with absolutely no recourse, nothing but his bare hands to fight with. His younger brother, clearly understanding this far better than Digron himself, continued pleading desperately for him to listen. Actually, the boy's words trailed off, his hesitation drawing Digron's attention. Then, with a sinking dread, Denner noticed a growing warmth spreading down his legs, a dark, unmistakable stain spreading across his trousers. His face turned crimson with embarrassment, his eyes bulging in sheer humiliation as he muttered through clenched teeth that this was so shameful while his brother looked away in silent horror. On seeing their state, Dane kindly offered some advice, mentioning that the bathroom was on the first floor of the main building. However, instead of gratitude, Digron grabbed his brother's arm and stormed off, calling out for Dane to wait right there, saying he would be back soon and telling Dinar to come on. With that, the two brothers hurried away, leaving Dane shaking his head in exasperation, grumbling inwardly that they should at least dismiss their summoned beast. Time passed swiftly until the late afternoon. Dane, having nothing better to do, decided to experiment with summoning magic, musing that it was simpler than he thought. He recalled how Lady Claire had taught him and, using her method, carefully severed the faint link between Digron and Genpu, replacing it with his own connection. He pondered the fact that he, someone with no talent for summoning, had managed this just because of affinity levels. As he was thinking this, a sudden voice boomed behind him, rough and commanding, asking if that was the brat who bullied him. "Yes, that's the one," Digron snarled, pointing directly at Dane, who turned inside as he watched Digron return with reinforcements. The fool went and made things worse, Dane thought. "He didn't just bully me and Dinar." Digron's voice rose, thick with anger and indignation. "He also broke the bond between me and Genpu." Finally, a massive man with a face like a sweaty pig waddled toward Dane, his expression a mix of haughtiness and disdain. "I am Mogard Tyrant, head of House Tyrant, one of the great noble families," he announced, asking if Dane was the boy who injured his son and stole his summoned beast. Dane, unfazed, replied flatly that he was. As he spoke, his eyes glanced over Mogard's bloated frame, and he thought that Mogard looked even fatter than when he had captured him on the battlefield, concluding that peace must be treating him well. Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Mogard pointed a chubby finger at him, saying that as a guest, he might have been willing to let this slide, but this was no minor matter. Questioning what a boy like Dane was doing there all alone and demanding his name and rank at once. With a cold smirk, Dane obliged, stating his name as Dane Sogers, youngest son of Arkan Sogers, Lord of the South and head of the Sogers family. At his words, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of both father and son. "What?" Mogard stammered, his eyes widening in horror, realizing this brat was Dane. However, a plan quickly hatched in his mind. "The youngest son of the Sogers family," he sneered inwardly. "It seems the tables have turned. I was humiliated as a prisoner of war by Argrick and gained nothing from that defeat, but now I can use this opportunity to demand compensation from the Sogers Count. I'll make him answer for this and use it as leverage to secure mining rights. Those aristocrats who look down on me will bow at my feet." With this cunning thought, a smirk crept onto his face, and he shifted his tone to sound more amicable, asking if Dane was the host of this birthday banquet. "Yes," Dane replied calmly, his demeanor completely unshaken. He felt a surge of anger boil within him at the boy's composed attitude, fuming silently that he hadn't traveled all the way to the desolate southern lands just to celebrate Dane's birthday. His teeth ground together as he seethed, but he forced a smile and clapped a hand on his son's shoulder, asking what Dane intended to do about this, pointing out that he had injured his son, a guest at his party, and even stolen his summoned beast, declaring this a crime. "That's right, today will be the end of you," Digron chimed in triumphantly, adding that he would demand Count Sogers take responsibility and let his father go. Of course, Dane had no intention of backing down so easily, stating that he understood, but before that, he demanded an apology. At Dane's calm yet firm request, the faces of the father and son turned a deep shade of purple as if their veins might burst. "An apology? Are you insane? This is absurd." Before they could finish their outrage, Dane raised his voice, confirming that he did punch Digron in the nose and injure him, but it was in self-defense because Digron had threatened him. He also stated that he didn't steal Genpu, explaining that Digron's summoned beast came to him of its own free will. "What?" Digron yelled, his voice cracking with disbelief, insisting that Genpu would never do that and accusing Dane of lying. Unlike his furious son, Mogard's eyes narrowed as a thought took hold. "Wait a minute, the Sogers family. I heard their second daughter is a summoning prodigy. Could she have taught him how to sever a bond?" Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he contemplated the possibility before speaking again, conceding that even if Dane's story was true, losing a summoned beast was a grievous tragedy, yet Dane was asking for an apology. "Yes, I am," Dane answered steadily. Sogers' expression twisted, his frustration palpable as he stared down the unflinching boy. Digron, meanwhile, kept yapping like an overly excited dog, wondering who this brat thought he was, acting so high and mighty and interrupting while adults were talking, calling him arrogant. His constant noise made Mogard sigh inwardly, thinking that talking to this boy was giving him a headache. Taking a deep breath, Mogard lowered his voice slightly, saying all right, fine. He wouldn't scold Dane anymore, and they would see what Count Sogers had to say about this. When Mogard turned his attention back to Dane, he noticed the calm expression on the boy's face. A flicker of amusement crossed Dane's mind as he realized Mogard was looking forward to this. Just as the conversation was reaching its peak, the sharp clatter of footsteps broke the tension. The figures of Count Arkan Sogers and Duke Bout Thermion appeared, both cutting imposing silhouettes as they approached. "Are you looking for me?" Arkan's deep voice rang out, causing everyone to stiffen in surprise. "Count Sogers," Mogard muttered under his breath, his attempt at bravado faltering. Even Digron swallowed nervously as the presence of both powerful nobles loomed over them. Time slipped by as the sun finally dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over the scene. Digron, however, was already spinning a tale from his own twisted perspective, beginning by saying he was walking through the garden with his little brother and they got lost. So he kindly asked the Count's son to show them the way. His voice took on a dramatic lilt as he spoke. From where he stood, Dane watched his father's calm expression and felt a swell of admiration, thinking that was his father for him, always composed, fair, and deeply protective of his family, but not one to blindly favor anyone, even in disputes like this. Digron, oblivious to Dane's thoughts, continued weaving his story, his tone growing more exaggerated as he reached the fabricated climax, claiming that Dane then punched him right in the nose, using some strange technique to humiliate him. He insisted he was terrified, so he only summoned his beast to scare Dane off, and then Dane stole it and even tried to attack him again. As Digron finished, he put on a woeful expression, his eyes wide with mock vulnerability as though he were the most unfortunate victim. His father, Mogard, chuckled softly, clearly amused at how convincingly his son could twist the truth. Dane, on the other hand, sighed inwardly, thinking Digron could lie so effortlessly while keeping a straight face, truly impressive, and wondering what his future held. Finally, when Digron had run out of steam, Mogard straightened his back and spoke to Count Arkan, stating that he had intended only to warn his boy, but theft of a summoned beast was serious and couldn't simply be overlooked. In response to these words, Arkan calmly said that they could not listen to only one side and that he wanted to hear Dane's story before evaluating the entire situation and reaching a conclusion. If Mogard was concerned about his judgment, Arkan suggested that Duke Thermion offer his perspective as well. While speaking, Arkan gestured toward Thermion, who stood beside him, and Thermion nodded in agreement with the proposal, stating that if Arkan required his involvement, he would assist in resolving the matter. On the other side, noticing Thermion's intervention in the discussion, the faces of Mogard and his son grew visibly pale, and an uneasy thought crept into Mogard's mind, cursing under his breath that Thermion's involvement would only complicate matters further, and that he had a bad feeling about this situation. While Mogard was lost in his anxious reflections, Arkan turned toward Dane and asked him to explain the events, prompting Dane to ponder briefly, thinking that merely recounting what had happened would suffice. With this thought in mind, he began to speak truthfully, though with some minor deviations from the actual events, admitting that certain things Soger's son had claimed were indeed true. However, he pointed out that the garden they had painstakingly nurtured had been trampled upon recklessly, and it was Mogard's son who had become angry and grabbed someone else's collar. Liar! Since when did that happen? Digron, Mogard's son, shouted in protest when he heard Dane's words. Meanwhile, Arkan's face darkened, veins visibly bulging in his temples, but he forced himself to maintain composure and instructed Dane to continue. Hearing his father's words, Dane spoke up again, adding that he had heard very clearly when Digron summoned Genpu, he ordered it to kill him, and that he hadn't stolen the summoned beast. It came to him because it saw his kindness. I never stole his summoned beast, Dane spoke loudly and confidently. At this point, Mogard, unable to hold back upon hearing the completely different story, intervened, saying it was nonsense and questioning how someone who wasn't a summoner could take control of a summoned beast, suggesting that Dane must have used some secret technique. In response to this, Dane explained that he had an innate connection with summoned beasts, and a summoned beast that wasn't close to its master would recognize him as its master. Mogard sarcastically responded, finding it funny. While Arkan, not well versed in summoning magic, couldn't verify the truth of the claim, he asked if that was really possible. Dane confidently replied that it was, reaffirming his statement. Turning back to Mogard, despite being extremely nervous, Mogard stubbornly laughed and said, "Haha, Dane didn't want them to believe that, did he?" Before Mogard could say more, Thermion, acting as a mediator, took a moment to think and then suggested they should prove it with the summoned beast. Upon hearing this, the faces of Mogard and his son stiffened, realizing the Duke had intervened. Turning to Arkan upon hearing the suggestion, Arkan patted his son's shoulder and asked Dane if he could prove it. Dane confidently replied, "Yes, father." Meanwhile, Mogard turned to look at his son as if to assess the situation, but Digron's face twisted with anxiety, wondering what was happening as he couldn't summon Genpu anymore. The boy was sweating, panic rising, and Mogard, unaware of this, noticed his son's inaction and reminded him to hurry up and summon it. "Father, I can't," Digron stammered, and Mogard yelled in disbelief, questioning how he couldn't summon the beast he summoned several times a day. Seeing the confused expressions on the faces of Mogard and his son, Dane couldn't help but smirk, thinking that he had severed the connection, so of course Digron couldn't summon it now. With this thought in mind, Dane turned to Arkan and said, "Father, he would summon it now, but to do this, it seemed he needed the mark that Digron possessed." Hearing this, Digron turned to question Dane, asking what he had said about his mark, expressing disbelief that Dane wanted his mark and calling it ridiculous, adding that even if Dane used the mark of another summoner, it wouldn't work. In response to this, Lord Sogers also sternly said that based on what Dane was saying, even if the boy used Digron's mark, it wouldn't have any effect. So what was the harm in trying? Wasn't that right? Wasn't it supposed to prove Digron's words? Damn it, Digron thought in fear, realizing that he couldn't refute the point since Lord Sogers was correct. Meanwhile, Mogard, with no other choice, turned to his son and told him to show them his mark. But Father, Digron hesitated, his eyes beginning to well up. "Hurry up," Mogard shouted. Helpless, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal mark. A summoner's mark is unique, no one else can use it but Dane, thinking to himself, knew that the summoning mark was just a medium and the real connection came from Genpu's bond to Digron, which was summoned with Dane's magic and would respond to his call. Then, before everyone's eyes, as Dane channeled his magic into Digron's summoning card, an energy vortex appeared and from within it, a wolf emerged before Dane. The wolf happily licked his face. Despite hearing Dane's words beforehand, everyone was still stunned when they saw the scene unfold. Father, how is this possible? Genpu, my Genpu, Digron and Mogard stuttered, disbelief on their faces. Amazing, Duke Thermion said in awe, asking Arkan if he hadn't said the boy had never studied summoning magic. Yes, that's right, Arkan replied in a daze. Meanwhile, Dane gently petted Genpu and whispered an apology for summoning him just for this, but thanked him for appearing. Damn it, this is a disaster, Mogard thought to himself, feeling the situation spiral out of control. After Dane recalled the summoned beast, Arkan spoke up again, asking what they should do now that they had confirmed the boy summoned the beast, questioning if Mogard acknowledged that Dane was right. Hearing this, Mogard could only force a strained laugh, saying it seemed they had misunderstood about the stolen summoned beast and that his son never intended to kill Dane. Right, yes, I just wanted to scare him a little. I never meant to kill him, Digron quickly explained. See, the boy didn't mean that, Mogard chuckled as if trying to end the matter there. Faced with these words, Dane clenched his fists in frustration, thinking that this bastard just made up his own story, growing angrier. Just as Dane was about to decide what to do next, suddenly a voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. That's not the case. Everyone turned and saw that the newcomer was none other than Layla. Regarding Duke Thermion, when he saw his youngest daughter suddenly appear, his face became a bit flustered, asking what she was doing there. The girl replied that she heard his voice as she passed by, then turned to Arkan and Mogard to greet them, saying good day, Lords Arkan and Tyrant. The plump man nodded, his heart filled with some anxiety, thinking this kid was really the Duke's daughter. Ignoring his attitude, Arkan immediately focused on Layla's earlier words and asked what she meant by that, questioning if Digron was lying, his face showing extreme anger. At this point, Layla began explaining what she had witnessed, saying that she had accidentally overheard their conversation when she was out for a walk earlier. Upon hearing this, Digron's face turned pale, thinking in shock that she heard everything. Is that really true, Layla? Would you mind telling us everything you overheard? Arkan Sogers asked quickly. Yes, this is what happened, the girl began, recounting what she had seen. Thanks to this, Dane no longer had to explain everything himself, thinking that he hadn't expected this, but with her there, everything went smoothly. As time passed, with Layla standing as a witness, the father and son of Mogard had no more excuses to deny it. Left with no choice, the plump Mogard turned to his son and told him to apologize quickly. Only at this point did Digron finally accept the reality and mutter his apology, saying he was wrong. I want you to save that apology for my son, not for me, Arkan said coldly. Seeing this, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said he understood and was about to have him do that. Digron, seemingly realizing the situation, reluctantly walked toward Dane, grinding his teeth and muttering sorry. Looking at the annoyed expression on Digron's face, it was clear that he wasn't sincere at all. Dane could easily tell this as well. Although he didn't want to accept the apology, given the third-party witness, he realized it was better to act generously than stubbornly reject it. Turning to Digron, he gritted his teeth and walked toward Dane, repeating his apology with clear discomfort and insincerity. Of course, Dane could tell this as well. He only bowed his head to accept the apology since there was no other option. Thinking about the pros and cons, Dane decided to accept, saying all right, he accepted his apology. Thank you, Digron said, sounding pleased. Meanwhile, the plump Mogard breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that was a close one. On the side, Duke Thermion saw Dane easily accept the apology and smiled, thinking he knew Dane was special. He could be stubborn and refuse, but the fault clearly lay with the other side. Putting that aside, turning back to Arkan, although his son had accepted the apology, you two can stop arguing here, but personally, I don't intend to let this matter go. Your son intended to kill mine with a summoned beast, Lord Arkan. No, that's not what happened, the plump man hastily explained, but before he could finish, Arkan cut him off, saying he didn't want to hear any more excuses. Arkan then coldly told Lord Tyrant to take his family and leave this castle. This made the plump man's face change, questioning if he was being asked to leave after coming all the way there without complaint, and if he was thrown out, everything would be for nothing. Insisting he needed to stay in this castle no matter what, screaming this inwardly and quickly reaching out to grab Arkan, begging him to forgive them and offering to do anything just this once. In response, Arkan once again waved his hand dismissively and said he didn't need anything from him, adding that he would be sending soldiers to his room soon. Let's go, Duke Arkan, Thermion added. Hearing this, Duke Thermion just shook his head slightly and said, let's go, Layla. Turning to Dane, He watched as Mogard was scolding Digron behind him and thought to himself that it served them right. They started this mess, so they were just reaping what they sowed. Dane couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, though he was surprised that his father could be so frightening when angry. Putting that aside, as they were walking, Duke Bout Thermion suddenly spoke up, asking if it was true that Dane took him down with a mana bullet, turning to Dane with a curious look. Yes, that's correct, Dane nodded in reply. Even though Duke Bout Thermion had already witnessed Dane's talents, he still couldn't help but feel amazed at his abilities, mentioning using a spear, summoning beasts, and now magic, calling it truly incredible and asking Arkin if there had ever been anyone with such talent in history, turning toward him with an envious look. This made Arkin Sogers feel a sense of pride in his heart, thinking indeed he was really proud to have such an outstanding child. Thermion calmly commented that Talon aside, Dane was incredibly calm, and normally when children fight, they are stubborn and adamant about winning, but Dane wasn't like that, adding that he had no doubt that Dane would grow up to be a noble man. Although Arkin Sogers was overjoyed inside, he remained composed, saying it was still too early to say anything for sure and they would have to wait until he matured to know for certain. At this point, Duke Bout Thermion turned toward Layla with a look of gratitude, saying that the resolution of today's issue was thanks to her, and if she hadn't acted as a witness, things could have gone in a different direction. Arkin Sogers, upon hearing this, began to pick up on the signals, thinking that Bout Thermion was starting to see Layla in a good light. Thinking this, the Duke Thermion had not forgotten his intention to pair Dane with Layla. Naturally, this suggestion left Arkin Sogers feeling startled, wondering if Bout Thermion actually wanted Dane to marry his daughter. The more he thought about it, the more Arkin felt that Duke Bout Thermion might genuinely have that intention, so Arkin Sogers began to divert the topic, exclaiming that the sun was setting already and it was almost time for the banquet, saying he would head out to prepare. With that, Arkin Sogers quickly turned and made his exit, leaving Duke Bout Thermion behind, still unable to say anything further about the marriage proposal. Count Arkin Sogers, Duke Bout Thermion called out before turning to instruct his daughter, Layla, take your time and go back with Dane. After giving Layla her instructions, Duke Bout Thermion hurried after Arkin Sogers, saying, Lord Arkin Sogers, let's talk for a moment. Meanwhile, Layla, hearing their conversation, blushed deeply, her face as red as a flame. Dane, however, remained completely calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked why the summoned beasts listened to him instead of their summoner, mentioning she had seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital but had never seen anything like this before. However, Dane himself couldn't explain it, shrugging and saying he wasn't sure either, it just was like that. Layla, though, felt like Dane was hiding something, so she pouted, accusing him of hiding something and saying it wasn't fair, adding that she had helped him. What do you mean not fair? I helped you too, didn't I help you with swordsmanship? Dane reminded her. Oh right, now that you mention it. Layla silently thought to herself, then turned back, admitting that Dane had helped her a lot this time. Dane thought to himself and then said okay, so they had helped each other once, right? And they could continue helping each other in the future. Hearing this, Layla suddenly felt overjoyed, exclaiming that was a great idea and she wanted to use it now, seeming to be in a hurry. Dane, wondering what she might want to ask, thought to himself what she wanted. Layla then responded, asking him to teach her how to use mana bullets. This request caught Dane by surprise and he asked why she wanted to learn it. Of course, because I want to get better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy, she replied. Layla was full of excitement as she spoke to Dane, her voice bright with enthusiasm. She explained that she wanted to become really good to make her mother proud. Dane listened to Layla's words, a slight puzzle forming in his mind. She was still so young, he thought, why was she in such a hurry? Then he remembered overhearing the adults talking about Countess Thermion's grave illness. Thinking about the young girl in front of him, Dane became a little thoughtful before agreeing. All right, he said, if that was the case, he couldn't refuse her. Layla's face lit up and she asked, really? So, should they start tomorrow then? She would stay there until then, or did he want to start tonight? Dane smiled and replied that either way was fine. Mana bullets wouldn't be hard once she understood the flow of magic, he explained. Layla's enthusiasm was palpable as she exclaimed her excitement. Hearing this, Dane slightly narrowed his eyes, pausing to think. What he wanted was, but his next words were concealed as the scene shifted to the main banquet hall. The chaotic incident between Sogers' son and Dane had already reached the ears of the noble guests in the banquet. One of the guests inquired if it was true that Count Tyran had been expelled from the castle, asking what he had done to deserve such a fate. Someone nearby, who seemed to have reliable information, immediately responded that they had heard it was because his eldest son had appeared and caused trouble with young Master Dane, ultimately being taught a lesson. Another person chimed in, confirming the story and adding that he had provoked young Master Dane and received what he deserved. Everyone who heard this clicked their tongues in disapproval, finding it embarrassing that they would come all the way there and still cause trouble. Someone then brought up a rumor, asking if it was true that young Master Dane was an outstanding summoner. If that were true, they mused admiringly, the Soger's family would become a prestigious summoner family. Another voice added that he even knew how to use magic. Oh my, is that true? Voices of admiration began to ring out. Meanwhile, Dane was receiving a visit from a bearded noble. The noble introduced himself as Baron Opent, asking if Dane was the young Master D he had heard rumors about. He then inquired if Dane knew anything about his territory. Dane listened attentively and bowed respectfully, replying that he knew a little, having heard that it was famous for its roasted salmon and sapphire stones. Seeing that Dane had some knowledge about his territory, Baron Opent let out a hearty laugh. "What a bright young man," he exclaimed, confirming that the salmon and sapphire stones of the Opent family were indeed the best on the continent. He continued, mentioning that he had heard Dane had many talents in various fields, which didn't seem to be a lie. Anyway, he added, he had brought his daughter here and was about to introduce her, but it seemed he was a bit late. He then gently nudged his daughter forward, saying, "Sylvia, go ahead and greet him." Dane thought to himself, wondering why this was so sudden, not knowing what was going through the Baron's mind. Sylvia stepped forward and politely greeted him, introducing herself and saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Yes, Dane responded somewhat awkwardly. Noticing that Dane seemed a bit mild-mannered, Sylvia suddenly stepped closer to him and flashed a mischievous smile. "So," she said, "he was the heir of the Soger's family in the future, right?" Well, Dane hesitated, unsure how to respond, saying he didn't really know about that. "Don't pretend you don't know," Sylvia teased, adding that she had heard he had many talents in various fields and asking him to please take good care of her as it was possible they might become family in the future. With that, the bold girl grabbed Dane's hand tightly, causing him to take a startled step back. Yes, please take care of me," Dane stammered, still taken aback. Why are kids today so straightforward? Dane thought to himself, a little bewildered by the girl's boldness. At that moment, Layla's voice suddenly rang out from beside them. "Dane, you're here." When she noticed Sylvia holding Dane's hand so affectionately, she immediately turned to face the main character and asked who this was. She's..." Dane stammered, unsure how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Sylvia took the initiative to introduce herself, saying it was nice to meet her and that she was Sylvia Opent, the eldest daughter of Baron Opent. She then turned to Layla, a little too aware that she was losing her claim on Dane, and gave her a cool look. "Oh, is that so?" Layla said with a smile, but her expression didn't quite match her words. She then stared at both of them, her eyes narrowed, making the atmosphere tense. Dane felt a cold chill run down his spine. Oh no, that familiar killing intent, he thought to himself, imagining the two girls bickering. After exchanging pleasantries, Layla took Dane's arm and said sorry she needed to borrow Dane for a while. They had an appointment, right, Dane? She emphasized the word appointment, making it clear that even if there were no such appointment, Dane wouldn't dare refuse. Yeah, you're right, Dane answered quickly. He then turned to Sylvia and said sorry, they would talk later. Sylvia, with her quick wits, realized that Layla was marking her territory, but for now, she could only force a smile and say, oh, she saw, that was too bad. How does she take him away? Layla thought to herself, casting a glance at Sylvia filled with caution. Meanwhile, Dane, noticing the tense interaction, couldn't help but gulp nervously. The beloved daughter of a duke with power over thousands compared to the daughter of a baron from the east, these two didn't seem to get along well, Dane thought to himself. After stepping outside, Layla casually asked how the two of them knew each other, wondering if she was the one Dane was going to be engaged to. His blunt question caught Dane off guard. He quickly waved his hand in denial, saying engaged? No, that's not it, they just greeted each other. Really? Layla asked, her voice cheerful. Of course, it's true, Dane replied, though he couldn't quite understand why her expression suddenly became so much brighter. As time passed quickly, the scene shifted to an ancient ruin. Dane, standing in front of a large courtyard, introduced the place. Look, he said, they had arrived. This was the secret spot that only the two of them knew about. Layla's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, she exclaimed, who would have thought there was a place like this? That's right, no one would bother them here, Dane confidently reassured her as they ventured deeper. The massive vines and plants that covered the surroundings only fueled Layla's excitement. Wow, this is amazing, she said. She didn't know such a place even existed. No one will know what we do here, Dane said, now ready to get to the main point. Exactly, he continued, this was the perfect place for practice. By the way, had she ever felt mana yet? Layla paused for a moment, thinking before answering that she had a little, not enough to form a mana core, but she had tried absorbing mana by breathing it in. Hearing this, Dane's face twisted in slight frustration. So she hadn't reached the stage of mana manifestation yet, he couldn't help but wonder. He had learned this on the battlefield, but he had thought someone from the Duke's family would have taught her this already. Alright, let's start simple, Dane said. First, she needed to feel the mana she had absorbed into her body. Layla raised an eyebrow, asking if he meant feel it inside her body. Dane nodded, confirming that yes, if she wanted to channel mana from her body, she needed to learn how to control it from within first. It was important to imagine it, he explained, asking her to close her eyes and picture the mana circulating inside her, just like blood flowed through veins. Layla, hearing this, looked nervous, her face sweating. Okay, she said, gritting her teeth determinedly. She would do as he said. Seeing her struggle, Dane recognized that she didn't fully understand yet. He encouraged her, saying this was the foundation of using mana, a very basic step, and he knew she could do it. Layla, following Dane's instructions, closed her eyes tightly and focused her energy to feel the mana inside her body. However, after a while, she opened her eyes again, looking a little flustered. Dane, she said, it's not working. Dane wasn't too surprised by this. It's fine, he said, it's her first try, asking her to focus again and give it another shot. Layla nodded and tried once more. Meanwhile, the two of them were so focused on the task that they didn't notice that Uncle Arkin had quietly followed them to this hidden location. Although they thought they were safe from being detected, Arkin's sharp eyes had caught every move, watching Dane guide Layla through her training. Arkin's gaze softened with amusement. Oh, even though he's young, his son already knows how to teach others. He's growing up, he thought. Just as he said this, the voice of Uncle Bout suddenly rang out from behind, startling Arkin. What are you doing here? Arkin spun around, gasping, oh dear God, it's you, Duke Bout, recognizing his old friend. Bout laughed heartily, as if sharing the same sentiment. No need to be so surprised, he said. Was there a secret couple meeting in the dead of night? Arkin, confused, asked a couple? How did he get here? With a mischievous grin, Bout answered, did he sneak in? He was the one being way too stealthy, he pointed out. His wife was a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet he hadn't learned a thing from her. Arkin let out a tired sigh, muttering that he had tried, all right, realizing that his covert actions had been exposed by Bout. Then, Bout offered a bit of advice with a chuckle, saying that if the master of the estate was snooping around other people's business, word would get out, and people would gossip about him, his old friend. Arkin froze for a moment, then quickly retorted that he wasn't spying, he was just following his son. Bout raised an eyebrow, smirking. Dane raised his hand in front of him and began channeling his mana into his spatial ring, which immediately caused a ring of green light to appear in front of him. Seeing this, Layla's eyes lit up, and she asked if he had a space bag like this. Yes, Dane explained. His sister had made it herself and given it to him as a birthday gift. Hearing this, Layla was stunned. Oh my, she exclaimed. She was so jealous. Her brothers hadn't paid attention to her since they went to the academy. At this point, Layla noticed Dane pulling out a mirror from his space ring, and she asked curiously why he had a mirror. Seeing the curiosity on her face, Dane quickly explained that it was easier to imagine something in her head if she looked into a mirror instead of just using her imagination. Really? Layla said, confused, as this was the first time she had heard such knowledge. Yeah, just stand in front of the mirror and look at her whole body, Dane nodded. After hearing this, Layla's face showed curiosity as she slowly stepped forward, saying okay, let her try. She then looked at herself in the mirror and began to close her eyes, trying to feel the energy inside her body. Seeing her like this, Dane nodded in approval, thinking she was taking it seriously. Meanwhile, the two fathers, who were hiding in the distance, even if they were a bit slow, realized something. It seemed like Layla had taken a liking to the young man. So it's that obvious? Arkin asked. Bout replied with certainty, of course, she's not usually this open. This conversation made Arkin, the Duke, a bit surprised. Is something wrong with her bright child? He asked. Upon hearing this, Bout's face suddenly grew more serious, and he responded that's how it seemed on the outside, but inside, he wasn't so sure. After her brother left for the academy, her mother became bedridden, so she couldn't be with her as she was before. This made it hard for her to open up to others, he said sadly. I see, Arkin sighed, empathizing with the situation. But then Arkin gave his friend a confused look, asking if he understood her situation so well. Why was he being so cold to his own daughter? Bout seemed to think for a moment before responding, asking if Arkin understood there was a reason. When he raised his sons, he had given them too much attention, and when they grew up, they became spoiled. Hearing this, Arkin quickly interjected, hey, don't compare Layla to them, she could get hurt. No wonder she asked Dane for help, Arkin muttered. You're still nagging like before, Bout grumbled. What? When have I done that? Arkin asked, startled. Forget about it, Bout replied, then turned his gaze to Arkin expectantly, asking if he would send his son to the capital, and if so, would he consider letting him stay at the Duke's residence? Arkin, hearing this, looked toward his son, who was being guided by Dane at that moment. With Dane's help, Layla successfully felt the mana within her. I did it right? She asked happily. Yes, you did a great job, Dane nodded in praise. Seeing the two of them, Arkin smiled and said he had let Dane make decisions, just like with Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wanted to go to the capital, he would definitely do as Bout suggested. Oh, it would be wonderful if he came as well, Bout said excitedly. What, did he want to argue with him all day? Arkin exclaimed. You've become sharper, Bout said with a click of his tongue as his intentions were exposed. Meanwhile, as the two of them bickered, they were unaware that their conversation had been overheard by Lady Lily, who had silently followed them to this place. She had been wondering where they had gone but was now taken aback by their shameful behavior. Love for children really has a strange influence on them, she thought. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything, she said with a smile. Time quickly passed, and after Dane had helped Layla feel the mana within her body, they both promptly left the ruins area. As they walked, Layla didn't forget to thank Dane. Thank you, Dane, she said, you're truly a genius. She had heard many people call her a genius, but compared to him, she wasn't that talented. Layla sighed, witnessing what true genius looked like. Meanwhile, hearing her words, Dane turned to encourage her, saying this was just the beginning, and she would definitely get even stronger. As he said this, Dane looked around as if searching for someone. Whom those two have quietly left, he muttered, seemingly realizing that they were being watched by their two fathers. Layla, unaware of this, asked after hearing Dane's comment if he was going to the academy too, explaining that it was where all the geniuses of the empire gathered, but Dane didn't seem to notice this, casually shrugging and saying he wasn't sure yet, asking if he really had to go as he could train on his own and get stronger. Layla, unable to hold herself back, turned to explain to Dane that he was a fool, that studying wasn't everything, it was where he formed noble connections and he needed to go if he wanted to build relationships from a young age, she shouted. Seeing Layla present her case like an old man, Dane could only awkwardly scratch his cheek, thinking that for a 7-year-old, she really understood how the world worked. Though he understood that Layla was just looking out for him, he knew, but right now he wasn't interested in going to the academy. There were still piles of books he hadn't read in the library, and he still had so much to learn from his parents, he explained. Layla, not ready to give up, pressed on, asking if he didn't want to play with other kids, adding that she had heard his older sisters went to the academy too. She was persistent, and Dane, thinking to himself, nodded, saying he would think about it later. If he wanted to go, she quickly reminded him he had better tell her if he decided to go. Okay, I will, Dane answered. On the other hand, trying to entice the protagonist, Layla started making promises, saying that when he came to the capital, he should visit her house and watch her practice too. Promise? Of course, he would send her a letter if he went to the capital. By the way, Dane, she asked, when was he going to tell her his request? He would tell her when he went to the capital. What? Layla exclaimed, completely astonished. Time quickly passed, and the series of birthday celebrations for Dane finally ended. At this moment, Duke Bout's carriage was leaving the Sogur's family estate. They said their goodbyes as they departed. Watching the carriage leave, Dane noticed a small box with a beautiful design in their hand. Remembering the gift from before, he realized this was another present Duke Bout had given him before leaving. What's this? Dane asked. It's a birthday gift for you, I hope you like it. Bout smiled. Just by looking at the design, Dane immediately realized that this was something extremely valuable. Turning to Bout, the uncle explained further that the symbol of their Thermian family was revenge, a sword, and a blacksmith. The history of the Thermian family began with their ancestor, a blacksmith, and thanks to him, their family now owned the best forge in the empire. No, in fact, it was the best forge in the entire continent. All the weapons made by the Thermian family had led the empire. Everything was forged at that forge, Bout said proudly. Without needing further introduction, Dane, with his knowledge from his past life, already understood this very clearly. Yeah, he knew they had all kinds of ores and all kinds of weapons and mystical artifacts forged on the continent. This symbol was used to identify those with honor and skill, Dane thought to himself. And just as he predicted, Thermion continued to explain the purpose of the symbol, saying that if he went to the forge and showed them this symbol, they would make a weapon for him based on his preferences. Behind them, Arkin and Lily couldn't help but express their astonishment upon hearing this. Oh my, what a valuable gift, Arkin exclaimed, his face gradually breaking into a sweat as he realized the true worth of the gift. However, to Bout, it seemed like it wasn't that precious. Before leaving, he patted Dane on the head and advised him to grow up well and help his father. Thank you for the gift, Duke, Dane hurriedly said. Up ahead, Layla smiled and waved goodbye to him. Back in the present, seeing her son deep in thought, Lady Lily sat down beside him and gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. Are you sad to part with her? Dane, hearing his mother's words, his voice tinged with sadness, shared that yes, he was really sad. She was his first friend. When they got to the capital, he would meet her again, just become more handsome and shock her, Lady Lily said enthusiastically. Turning back to his thoughts, he began to gather himself but knew he couldn't stay here forever. He silently told himself he would meet her again when he visited the capital and he hoped Layla would stay healthy. Meanwhile, back in Duke Bout's carriage, he suddenly had a thought. Strange, he mused, every time he looked at Dane, he was reminded of that young warrior named Eric with the talent of a level 3 warrior at such a young age. If he were still alive, he'd probably be a level 6 knight in the Draenic Empire by now. Time quickly passed, and a few days later, back at the Sogur's family estate, Dane finally had the chance to examine the two gifts Arabella and Claire had given him. Looking at the summoning egg in front of him, Dane mumbled that he would feed it mana every morning and night, but it was still too early for it to hatch. A familiar egg, he thought, although he wasn't a summoner, if he fed it mana to mark it as his own before it hatched, he could control the summoned creature forever, something that was usually only temporary. Thinking to himself, Dane began stroking his chin in contemplation. The quality of his mana clearly needed to be suitable, but there might still be many complex conditions that hadn't been met yet. He had heard that some eggs never hatched because the conditions for hatching were never fulfilled, and he hoped this egg wasn't one of those. With that thought, the young lord gently reached out with both hands, taking the egg and channeling his energy into it. He tried varying the intensity of his mana, however, it didn't seem to have much effect. No matter how he changed the flow and strength of the mana, there was still no response, he thought. Realizing he had been a bit too hasty, he quickly calmed himself, stored the egg away, and exhaled a deep breath. Wanting to succeed on his first try was too greedy, he scolded himself. At that moment, Herman's voice rang out from outside the door, asking if young master was finished. "Oh, it's you, Herman," Dane replied hurriedly, saying he would be right there and heading toward the door. But just then, the egg behind him emitted a faint light and seemed to shift slightly. This made Dane halt his steps, spinning around to check. "Did I just hear something?" he murmured, staring intently at the egg. At the same time, the butler Herman, hearing the noise, quickly rushed inside, asking young master what that sound he had just heard was. "Wait a moment, let me check the egg first," Dane replied. As Dane stared at the egg, his eyes widened in anticipation, but soon his expression fell into disappointment. There was nothing unusual happening. Maybe he was imagining things, he thought, chuckling at his own false hope. Haha, he got his hopes up for nothing. Seeing Dane's disappointed look, Herman quickly deduced what had happened and asked if the egg had reacted at all. "No," Dane replied, he must have just imagined it, telling Herman to let's go and waving his hand dismissively. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to the training grounds. Today, instead of practicing his spear techniques, Dane was practicing with a sword. After finishing his training, Herman, who had been watching from the side, applauded him, saying "Great job, young master," and asking when he had started practicing swordsmanship. Dane calmly explained that he had just wanted to swing it around for a bit. Indeed, Herman continued to praise him. He was truly talented, even with a sword. Dane, gazing at his reflection in the blade of the sword, felt a surge of satisfaction. It's really fun to learn a new weapon, he thought. He hadn't held a sword in ages because his father always watched so closely. Luckily, he hadn't lost his skills. Meanwhile, Herman took out a tray of biscuits and asked him to please have a snack before they continued. "Sure, thanks, Herman," Dane replied happily, accepting the treat. "Training here is nice." Elsewhere, Dane's father, Arkin, was deep in thought. Another year of this, he mused. It's exhausting, but they had gained a lot from the last banquet. He could confirm that many nobles were turning their attention to the south. Most of them wanted to build good relationships with them since the war ended. The south, with its favorable climate, held much that the nobility coveted. Their interest was obvious, but it still wasn't as intense as the attention Dane had been getting. Arkin reflected on the unexpected conflict with the eldest son of Count Tyren. But the boy had handled it so calmly, explaining the situation clearly in front of the adults. He had even confidently showcased his talents. He's so mature, Arkin thought. Sometimes he wished he'd act his age, be a little more childish, but he guessed that was just him. Glancing at the clock beside him, Arkin mused that it was almost time. Thinking it and acting upon it, not long after, Arkin brought the spear with him as he headed to the training grounds to find Dane. And there he discovered that Dane was practicing with a sword in hand. Arkin wondered inwardly why Dane was using a sword instead of a spear, but it did not take him long to draw his own conclusion. Of course, it must be that old duke who told the boy something. Otherwise, why would he be proudly practicing swordsmanship here after spending so much time mastering the spear? Observing further, Arkin noted with interest that it seemed the boy already had quite a bit of skill with the sword. The strength and precision he displayed, even some people who spent their entire lives practicing swordsmanship could not replicate that. When did he even learn to handle a blade like that? One thing, however, was certain. His son also had a natural talent for swordsmanship, Arkin thought deeply. And after watching for a while longer, he finally spoke to break the silence. "Dane," he said, he had been watching him for a while now. "When did he learn swordsmanship?" Hearing his father's voice, Dane immediately stopped his movements, a slight trace of worry crossing his face. He's been found out, he thought. Maybe it's better to tell father the truth. After a moment of deliberation, he responded that he hadn't really learned it. Huh? Really? So it's pure talent then? Arkin's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Spear mastery, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship too? If it were anyone else, He would never believe that a child could be gifted in all of these fields at once. Pausing as if making a decision, Arkin asked seriously, "Dane, are you curious about this world?" Dane's father, Arkin, noticed his son's curious gaze and asked what was on his mind. Dane admitted that his curiosity had been piqued by the world beyond their walls. Arkin explained that he believed the territory they inhabited was too small for someone with Dane's abilities and that staying there might limit his potential. His father spoke with such sincerity that Dane fell silent, realizing Arkin understood it wouldn't be right to keep him confined forever. After a moment of reflection, Dane confessed he wasn't entirely sure about leaving, but he was certainly curious. A gentle smile spread across Arkin's face, and he declared that they must then prepare Dane to step into the outside world. Dane, his eyes lighting up with excitement, asked if he was serious. Arkin nodded, admitting he would miss having Dane close, but a father had to honor his son's wishes. He then raised the spear he had brought and struck its base firmly against the ground, announcing he had something special for Dane. As Dane looked closer, Arkin asked if he recognized it. Dane identified it as Dragon Tail, the spear that had reacted to him on his very first birthday. Holding the spear in his hands, a vague but growing memory surfaced in Dane's mind, and he confirmed that he remembered it reacting to him back then. Arkin told him to take it, handing the spear to his son. The moment Dane's fingers closed around Dragon Tail, an overwhelming surge of energy exploded through his body. Dane marveled silently at the incredible and immense power coursing through him, filling every part of him. On the other side, Arkin stroked his chin thoughtfully, a smile playing on his lips. He observed that the reaction was even stronger now than when Dane was a baby, making it impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Arkin then corrected himself, stating he needed to know and he would ensure Dane's talent with the spear shone brighter than anyone else on the continent. A burning sense of determination welled up within Arkin as he stepped forward and placed a firm, reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. He announced his decision that before Dane left he would at least help him master the spear, telling him to get ready because one day Dragon Tail would be his, but until then he needed to grow strong enough to wield it with pride. Dane replied without hesitation, promising to work hard not just for Dragon Tail but to live up to all of his father's teachings. His words carried such conviction that they brought a proud laugh from Arkin, who said that was exactly what he expected from his son before asking if they should begin. Time passed quickly, and after a grueling training session with his father, Dane finally returned to his room, exhaustion weighing heavily on him. He lay on his back staring at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting far beyond the confines of the room to the outside world he had always been curious about. His mind wandered deeper into memories of his past life as Argrick, a soldier whose entire existence had been consumed by war. In those days his world had been limited to marching across blood-soaked fields, maintaining weapons, eating tasteless rations, and preparing for the next battle. The only escape had been victory or death. There had never been any other way out. He couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like, but now as Dane the circumstances were entirely different. He didn't know what role his talents would play, how the world would receive him, or what kind of impact he could make. Yet for the first time he had the freedom to go anywhere and do anything. For a moment he reflected that he had wanted to stay there, basking in the warmth of that place, but his father's words had changed his mind. A spark of determination ignited within him, and before he realized it, he spoke aloud, declaring it was time to step out into the world. Just as Dane finished his declaration, Lady Lily, who had quietly entered the room, overheard him and gently asked if he had made his decision. Surprised, he asked his mother when she had come in. She smiled softly, saying it seemed her deeply thinking son was so lost in thought that he hadn't even heard her knocking. Dane admitted he understood, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Lady Lily, not at all upset by his distraction, looked at him with warm eyes and inquired if it was true, as she heard from his father that he had been quite contemplative, and if he found himself curious about the world beyond their borders. Hearing this question, Dane's expression shifted, and he lowered his gaze slightly before admitting that yes, his father had said staying there would be a waste of his talents, and after thinking it over he found himself curious about what was out there. He added, his voice tinged with guilt, as if his decision was a betrayal, that he was sorry if he had upset her. Lady Lily's heart softened at her son's pained expression. She sat down beside him, placing a gentle hand on his head to soothe him, and whispered that there was no need to apologize. She continued, her voice trailing off slightly, that his sisters had already left, and if he left too, but then she composed herself with a tender smile, saying it was all right. She understood. She acknowledged how great his talents were, and that even if he wished to stay by her side, the world would still call to him. She admitted it would be wonderful if she could keep him close a little longer, but life rarely granted such luxuries, so he should go pursue his desires and follow the path his heart led him to. Strengthened by his mother's words, Dane felt his resolve grow firm. He straightened up and declared with determination that even if he left home he would return often and share his stories with her, promising to tell her everything he saw out there. Lady Lily responded, her eyes glimmering with both pride and a touch of sadness that it seemed she would need to prepare to send him into the world just like his father. Dane, curiosity lighting up his face, asked what she meant by that. She mused with a wry smile that she had planned to teach him basic observation and reconnaissance at a more leisurely pace, but now it looked like he would need to learn how to set traps and avoid them too. She chuckled softly, her words carrying a sense of anticipation as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Only then did Dane feel the quiet days of his life slowly slipping away. He thought in exasperation if he was going to have to take more of his mother's special lessons and skills even to dispose of bodies. Lily then added with a casual smile that he would also need to learn human anatomy as well. Dane sighed inwardly, his future already feeling overwhelming, and thought he might collapse from exhaustion before even stepping outside. He replied confidently that yes, dear mother would teach him many things. Lady Lily concluded cheerfully, and Dane affirmed that he would do his very best, his mind racing with the thought that special lessons from parents who teach with love were exactly what he needed to be thoroughly prepared to step out into the world. The southern region of the Althean Empire, Soger's territory, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources, was vital to the Althean Empire's resilience during the Long War. Thanks to the wise governance of Count Sogers, it remained peaceful, and even the remnants of rebellion had been subdued. Finally, a sense of enduring peace had returned, as though the age of war had never existed. Along one of the lively streets in the Sogers territory, two young women in their 20s walked side by side, engaged in animated conversation. One asked if her friend had heard the latest rumor, and the other curiously inquired what rumor it was. The first girl said they were saying young Master Dane had stopped by some shops recently. Her friend, surprised, asked if he really had. The first girl confirmed, adding that he had even bought something, and she had heard the shopkeeper's daughter had fainted when she saw him. Her friend exclaimed in disbelief that the stories were true. The first girl insisted they were totally true and that they said he was getting more handsome by the day. The other girl said dreamily that she wished she could see him just once and wondered if he had a betrothed yet. The girl in the purple dress began to fantasize, causing her friend to gape in shock and exclaim that she was crazy, and to snap out of it, reminding her that he was only 14. She watched in horror as her companion started drooling, thinking a budding child hunter was being born. In response to the teasing, the dreamer smirked mischievously and shared more juicy gossip, saying she had heard he didn't seem 14 at all, and people said he was already as tall as the Count. The other girl wondered if it could be because the Countess was tall too, musing about superior genes. The first girl bet people would think he was 20 just by looking at him, describing him with silver hair and blue eyes, saying her heart would stop if she ever saw him. As she spoke, her eyes began to gleam like car headlights, bright with unrestrained admiration, while the girl in the brown dress listened with growing excitement, a spark of anticipation appearing on her face. She declared that next time he visited she had to see him and wondered when he would go out again, adding that she had heard he visited that shop often. Oh, speaking of which, she continued, the forest warden had told her something else. Her friend asked if she was serious. The first girl affirmed, saying if they talked to the warden first it would be easier to spot him. Her friend exclaimed in disbelief if she was actually serious about this. The scene then shifted to the outskirts of Soger's territory, in the depths of a mysterious pine forest brimming with ancient magic known ominously as the Forest of Doom. Dane was in the midst of completing an escape mission assigned by his mother. Cloaked in a dark green mantle and wielding his spear, he moved cautiously through the trees. Taking a small piece of cloth from his pouch, he held it in front of his face, letting it sway in the air to gauge the wind's direction. He muttered to himself that the wind was blowing southward and that he had seen cherry spiders in this area before, so he would head west. He tucked the cloth away and thought quickly that he had 3 hours to get out before sunset. With a determined breath, he sprang into action, bounding between tree branches, moving with the grace of a shadow. The first rule of an assassin, he thought, was to never let the enemy find you. Dane's task was to evade both nets and traps strategically placed by his mother and escape this perilous forest. Every step was a test of speed, precision, and instinct. Having just landed in a small clearing, Dane inhaled deeply, drawing in the magical air and mana that saturated his surroundings. He held the breath for a moment before exhaling slowly, allowing his aura to meld seamlessly with the forest energies. He sharpened his senses and soon spotted the hidden dangers lurking ahead. Invisible strands of thread, nearly undetectable to the naked eye, stretched across the clearing in a web of peril. One wrong move would trigger the trap. Touching even one strand would activate it instantly. He mused that it was simple but deadly, but fortunately this type of trap was easy enough to disable. Rolling up his sleeves, Dane prepared to dismantle the deadly mechanism, and sure as he approached the first wire. However, this was a trap set by Lady Lily, so there was no way he could resolve it so easily. At that moment, strange noises began to echo from above Dane's head, catching his attention. Only when he looked up did Dane realize that at some point atop the trees before him, there was a group of monstrous creatures that resembled giant chipmunks staring at him with ravenous eyes. Then one among them let out a screech and hurled itself straight toward Dane, its cry sounding like an alarm signal that immediately triggered the rest of the horde to charge at him, as well thirsting for a taste of his blood. Seeing the ferocity of these beasts, Dane instinctively took a few steps backward, thinking to himself that this was bad. It was a pack of Ruzelt, and he couldn't believe they were there. They were rushing at him with terrifying speed, and he knew he had to deal with them quickly. Just as he reached for his spear beside him to fight back, his movement suddenly froze. He thought that if he engaged them now and accidentally touched one of the traps, it would be even more dangerous. There was no other choice but to escape the area for the time being. With this thought, Dane abandoned any desire to fight the beasts and immediately grabbed his spear and took off running, while the chipmunk-like creatures chased him relentlessly. As they moved, those foolish monsters crashed into numerous nearly invisible threads strung in midair, causing Lady Lily's traps to activate instantly. At that very moment, as soon as the thread snapped, the walls on both sides of the forest echoed with the sharp whistling sound of spikes being launched. Before the ravenous beasts could react, their bodies were riddled with holes as if they were honeycombs. Seeing their miserable state, Dane paused for a beat, uncertain whether to feel relieved or pitiful. He thought, chuckling to himself, that they had fallen into the trap and he had taken them down without lifting a finger. Only then did he realize that one particularly fortunate chipmunk had survived the storm of spikes and was now racing toward him with a desperate fury to launch one final attack. However, although slightly surprised that the chipmunk-like monster had survived, Dane quickly dodged to the side, evading its attack with swift reflexes. He muttered inwardly that it was too fast, feeling a hint of admiration mixed with frustration. The creature, realizing its strike had missed, immediately dug its claws into the ground to halt its momentum. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and expelled a dark crimson mist that seemed to pulse with an ominous glow. Though Dane had no idea what it was, instinct alone told him it was highly dangerous. He reminded himself that whatever it spat out couldn't be good, staying vigilant as he twirled his spear rapidly in his hands like a fan blade, dispersing the reddish mist into the air around him. Yet being held up by such a lowly creature only fueled his irritation. He thought, feeling a surge of impatience building within as the looming threat of failure in his mother's assigned task weighed heavily on him, that he couldn't afford to waste more time there. With no better choice, Dane launched himself forward, ready to end this nuisance once and for all. At the same moment, the monstrous chipmunk lunged toward him with equal ferocity, its ravenous gaze fixed firmly on his neck. Both combatants raced headlong into each other, and in a flash of movement the air was filled with the sharp whistling sound of slicing force. Moments later, Dane's spear cleaved the creature in two with surgical precision. But even after splitting it apart, his irritation remained, and in a fit of lingering annoyance, he swung his spear backward, once more severing its head cleanly in half, as if to ensure it wouldn't bother him any longer. Time passed quickly as the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows over the forest floor. Finally, with a gasp of relief, Dane stumbled out of the treacherous woods, collapsing onto the ground with the exhausted groan of a man who had just run for his life. He muttered between labored breaths that he was going to throw up, feeling like his lungs were on fire, but added with a weary grin briefly flickering across his face that at least he had made it out safely. But as if fate itself enjoyed toying with him, a new sound shattered his moment of respite. His ears twitched as ominous noises echoed from nearby, and despite feeling utterly drained, Dane forced himself upright, his entire body tensing with readiness. He cursed inwardly, his teeth clenched in frustration, gripping his spear tightly as he prepared for whatever might come next, wondering what it was now and when he had let his guard down. However, the person who had just arrived turned out to be none other than Lady Lily herself. She praised him with a gentle smile, saying that his total time was 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and he was even faster than she was. Seeing her appear so suddenly, Dane blinked in surprise and asked if she had been watching him the whole time. Lily replied with a soft chuckle that of course she couldn't possibly let him go alone, even though she knew his talent better than anyone, because a mother's heart was a different matter. She said he had done well, and she couldn't find a single mistake, then asked if he was hurt anywhere, gently ruffling his hair with motherly affection as she spoke. Honestly, Lily sighed with mock exasperation. He would be recruited as an assassin before long. Her words made Dane grin awkwardly, scratching his head sheepishly. Then with a graceful motion, Lily reached into her sleeve and withdrew a dagger. Its black blade shimmered with an ominous sheen, a weapon steeped in history. It was the very same dagger used in Dane's 1-year-old ceremonial weapon selection. She held it out toward him, saying in a warm yet firm tone to take it as it suited him far better than it did her now. Dane's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the familiar weapon, its dark aura sparking a flood of memories. He stammered, almost disbelieving, asking if this was Nighthorn, her dagger, and if he could really have it. Lily nodded serenely, saying of course she no longer needed it. She explained that Nighthorn was forged from the mystical or ethereal metal that absorbed the elements of all things, and if he wished it could even store every poison known to the world. Her voice tinged with pride. Yet she didn't need to say much more. Dane already knew the dagger's properties by heart. He mused that it could absorb toxins and wield them as a weapon, feeling its deadly potential almost pulse in his hands. Without hesitation, he accepted the dagger, eagerly thanking his mother and promising to treasure it, gripping it tightly as though holding a piece of his very soul. Seeing him accept the gift wholeheartedly, Lady Lily couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within her chest. She suggested they head back and rest, saying with a warm smile, "Thank you, Dane." So he thought to himself quietly this was everything his mother wanted to teach him. However, just as they were about to turn back, a sudden piercing scream echoed from deep within the forest. The cry was so sharp that birds from nearby trees took to the sky in a frantic flurry of wings. Hearing this, both Dane and Lily froze in place. Dane asked his mother if she had heard that, his brows furrowing. Lily nodded, her expression turning serious, saying it sounded like someone was in trouble. She urged Dane to hurry, and he replied without hesitation, and together they raced toward the source of the distressing sound. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to a secondary tower belonging to the Sogers family. Inside one of its dimly lit rooms, an elderly man with a long white beard suddenly bolted upright from his slumber, his face drenched in terror as though he had just escaped from a nightmare. His eyes darted frantically around the room, disoriented and breathless. He muttered, his voice trembling, asking where he was and remembering eating mushrooms in the forest. Hearing the old man's hoarse voice, Dane entered the room carrying a cup of steaming tea. He said calmly, placing the cup down, that the detoxification process was still ongoing and asked the old man not to move too much. The old man squinted at Dane with a look of curiosity and asked about the detoxification, inquiring if Dane was the one who had saved him. Dane replied plainly that yes, he had, and that the old man had eaten a red-nosed mushroom, but fortunately they had found him just in time. The mention of the deadly mushroom drained the color from the man's face, turning his already pale features ghastly white. He whispered, dread lacing every word, "a red nose." In response, Dane handed him the cup and confirmed, saying it was highly poisonous, and had they been any later he would have been nothing more than a corpse by now, before telling him to drink some water. The man thanked him weakly, his hands trembling as he accepted the cup and drank deeply, tilting his head back until the last drop was gone. As the man gulped down the liquid, Dane's keen eyes scanned him thoughtfully, observing the emblem on his belt and realizing it belonged to the Nixian magic tower. A flicker of realization sparked in his mind that this man wasn't just anyone. He thought that without Nighthorn there was no way he could have saved him. After drinking the water, the old man turned to ask again where he was. Dane shrugged as he replied that he was in the secondary tower of the Sogers family. Since the Sogers family was so well known, the old man quickly deduced where he was. However, upon realizing this, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, thinking that not only had he gotten lost heading south, but he had also eaten a poisonous mushroom and ended up here. Noticing the old man seemed to be recovering a little, Dane continued, asking him to please rest for now, and informing him that he had told his father who would be there soon. The old man's curiosity was piqued, and he asked about Dane's father. Dane nodded, confirming that he was the youngest son of Count Sogers, Dane Sogers. At this revelation, the old man's eyes widened in recognition, and he stroked his beard thoughtfully, realizing Dane was the younger brother of Arabella, the genius whom all the magic towers had their eyes on. He then asked how Dane had found him. Dane didn't seem bothered by the question and said nonchalantly that he had actually been training with his mother in the forest. The old man exclaimed in shock, "The crazy forest?" Before recalling the dreadful memories of his own time in that forest, admitting that even he, an 8th level mage, had gotten lost in there, where the mana flow had reversed while he was casting a spell causing him to collapse. He realized that was what had happened to him. The old man looked at Dane with a hint of disbelief and asked if that was true, saying that forest had ancient energy and there were traps everywhere. Dane confirmed that the forest was their family's inheritance and was extremely dangerous for outsiders. Moreover, because the energy there was different from modern magic's mana, it was best for mages to avoid it. Dane also explained that the old man had ended up in danger after eating a poisonous mushroom. The old man said he understood as realization dawned, acknowledging that he had nearly died there and sighing. But then a more pressing thought crossed his mind, and he asked without thinking if that meant this boy was strong enough to train in that forest and if he had also made the antidote. Dane confirmed that he had. The old man was even more shocked, thinking the boy looked so young, barely in his teens, yet he had the knowledge and skill to concoct an antidote that required such expertise. He chuckled, amazed, wondering how a family like this could exist with not only 2 genius daughters but even the youngest son. He paused, shaking his head in amazement, and mused that if it were still wartime, the Sogers family could become the most powerful family in the Althean Empire. After thinking for a moment, the old man chuckled and said he had said too much, but it was really true. Dane nodded in response, and his straightforward answer made the old man fall silent. The old man thought to himself that this kid had some guts before pausing for a few seconds and then continuing to introduce himself as Sidrain Gauss, who not long ago had been the master of the Nixian magic tower, offering his help if Dane needed anything, saying he had everything in this world except for the things he didn't have. Dane considered the man's words for a moment before inquiring if what he had just heard was true. His calm demeanor caused Sidrain to pause, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. He wondered what was going on, thinking to himself that he had just declared himself the master of a magic tower and anyone else would surely be surprised or show some respect. Yet this young man remained indifferent. Wanting to impress upon Dane the importance of his statement, Sidrain gestured grandly as he explained that such an opportunity would never arise again in his lifetime, urging Dane not to be modest and to simply ask for whatever he desired. Upon hearing this, Dane furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating what reward he might request. This expression brought a victorious smile to Sidrain's face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared when Dane replied that he would take some time to consider what he wanted and would inform him later. This response caused even someone as experienced as Sidrain to feel a prick of irritation. He couldn't believe that Dane didn't seem to care at all, questioning what kind of child stood before him. Dane, oblivious to Sidrain's reaction, concluded their interaction and swiftly left the room, suggesting that Sidrain should rest and recover. Sidrain's mind was still reeling as Dane departed, not fully grasping the situation. He chuckled foolishly to himself, remarking that this was the first time someone had treated him in such a way. Then he began to contemplate an important decision. He had initially planned to stay for only a day or two before moving on, but now he felt compelled to extend his visit. He needed to investigate this intriguing young man more thoroughly. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the training grounds. After finishing his practice and taking a break, Dane recounted his encounter with Sidrain in the forest to his companion Herman. Upon learning Sidrain's identity, Herman was unable to contain his astonishment, exclaiming that the master of a magic tower must be extraordinary in the field of magic. Dane nodded in confirmation, mentioning that he had heard Sidrain was an 8th level mage. Herman then wondered if that meant Sidrain was even stronger than Miss Arabella, to which Dane replied that it would be true if what he had heard was accurate. Herman's tone grew even more excited as he considered the implications. He asked if this meant someone with such immense power now owed Dane a favor, marveling at the significance of magic towers, which he likened to independent territories or even nations on the continent. Meanwhile, Dane couldn't quite believe his luck, thinking about how he had stumbled upon such an important figure. He looked at Herman, who after congratulating Dane began to ponder why the master of a magic tower would be wandering around in a forest. As they watched Dane practice his swordplay, he voiced his own thoughts, explaining that it wasn't just any ordinary forest. Mages treated it as a forbidden area, calling it the Apocalypse Forest. Herman clicked his tongue, understanding that even mages would face challenges in such a place. He acknowledged how fortunate Sidrain had been to survive and credited Dane for his rescue. Dane didn't respond directly, but instead glanced at the sword in his hand. After a moment, he turned to Herman and requested a new sword, complaining that the ones he was currently using were too short and light. Herman was taken aback by Dane's complaint before turning to inspect the swords on the rack behind them. He realized that these swords were all damaged from past wars and had been brought back by the Count. Understanding the issue, he promised to prepare a long sword for Dane to train with the following day. Since a new sword wasn't immediately available, Dane accepted the situation, thanking Herman and stating that he would continue training with his current sword for the day. Then he remembered a gift the Count had given him years ago. He mused that it had been 7 years since Count Thermion had given him the seal, and if he had the opportunity to visit the capital, he would definitely go and see him. After finishing his training for the day, Dane headed back to his room. On his way, he encountered his father Arkin, who remarked that it looked like Dane had trained hard that day. Surprised to see his father back so soon, Dane replied that he had. He had thought his father had business to attend to outside. Arkin explained with a smile that the work had finished faster than expected and he had a reason to rush home. Dane immediately guessed the reason, asking if it was because of the master of the magic tower. Arkin nodded, confirming Dane's suspicion. He mused that perhaps the master could help Arabella, suggesting that he could be a good mentor for her. Dane listened to his father's words, but as Arkin spoke about helping Arabella, a sense of worry began to creep into Dane's thoughts. He thought about how his father believed the master could help Arabella, but he wasn't so sure if the master could handle her temperament, recalling an incident when Arabella had punched a senior without hesitation. He anxiously pondered this, unaware that his father had noticed his change in demeanor. Count Arkin patted his son on the shoulder, praising him for saving another life, saying that he had done well. Dane humbly replied that he had only done what he had to do. Arkin encouraged him, stating that not everyone could do something like that and that what Dane had done was truly wonderful. As they walked together, Dane suddenly remembered something and turned to ask if his sisters hadn't come this time. Count Arkin sighed, regretfully explaining that it was always difficult to see his daughters. Arabella had just finished her long semester, and was in the process of choosing a magic tower to join. He also mentioned that Claire had received an invitation to a meeting as a teaching assistant from her professor. Dane was happy for his sisters, knowing that both of them had achieved impressive things. Arkin smiled proudly at his son, remarking that both of his daughters were truly impressive, but he was really looking forward to seeing what Dane would do. He wondered how the world would treat such a multi-talented child. Dane simply shrugged, admitting that he didn't know either. Arkin laughed heartily, saying that just thinking about how Dane had surprised him made him chuckle. As they continued their conversation, Dane couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation when his father mentioned Duke Thermine, hoping that one day he would have the chance to duel with him again. Then his thoughts shifted to Lila, wondering how she was doing, as the last letter he had received from her was a year ago. He figured he would find out when he reached the capital. Days passed quickly, and a few days later, inside the room, the old man Sidrain was once again shouting loudly, complaining that he wasn't fully recovered yet and was about to lose his mind from being stuck in the room for so long. Hearing the old man's incessant complaints, a person dressed as a doctor, looking exhausted, had no choice but to concede. He told Sidrain not to exert himself too much and that for the time being he was not allowed to use magic. Sidrain exclaimed in disbelief, as for a wizard like him, being prohibited from using magic felt like being deprived of his very essence. The doctor, fearing that the old man might not grasp the gravity of the situation, had to reiterate that Sidrain's magical flow had not yet been fully purified, and they hadn't neutralized all the toxins in his body, so he would need to wait a bit longer. Hearing this, although Sidrain desperately longed to use magic, he wasn't stubborn enough to disregard the doctor's orders, so he reluctantly agreed. He grumbled that it had been a while since he had been unable to use magic, and perhaps he could consider it a change of pace, but he wouldn't be able to stand being confined much longer. With that, he excitedly stood up, eager to explore his surroundings like a child. The doctor, witnessing this, could only sigh at his behavior, thinking to himself that Sidrain didn't even know his way around. Ignoring the doctor's thoughts, Sidrain slammed the door shut, causing the doctor to feel a sudden wave of anxiety. He muttered to himself that if Sidrain caused any trouble, he would likely be the one to face the consequences. The scene then shifted to a corner of the domain where a group of maidservants had gathered and began discussing the old man. One of the maids whispered that there were only two types of wizards: geniuses and madmen. She then recounted how Sidrain had been up and down every floor of the house at least a dozen times and was now staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. Another maid remarked that he was supposed to be the strongest wizard. The first maid retorted that it didn't matter if he was strong. He must be crazy, adding that Lady Arabella deserved to live a normal life. As their chatter continued, the maids described Sidrain's odd behavior. Indeed, as they had said, the old man Sidrain was sitting in front of the carefully cultivated roses, admiring them. He murmured to himself, expressing his curiosity about who had created the garden, as he had never expected such flowers to possess such an extraordinary amount of magic. He pondered this as he observed the magical aura emanating from the roses. At the same time, Dane walked over and greeted him, explaining that he had come by to check on him, but couldn't find him, so he figured he must be there. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidrain turned to respond, chuckling, and saying that Dane had thought he had wandered off somewhere, explaining that someone had told him he needed to stay put until he fully recovered. Dane smiled, agreeing that that was what he had been hoping for as well. Looking around at the peaceful surroundings, Sidrain felt as if his soul was being healed. He remarked that this place was truly ideal for someone to rest and recuperate, and now he understood why the nobles headed south when the vacation season arrived, acknowledging how wonderful it was there. He then expressed his slight sadness at having to leave so soon. Dane nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Sidrain grew curious and asked where Dane was planning to go. In response, Dane openly shared his plans to head to the capital. Sidrain exclaimed, "The capital? Oh, you must be planning to go to the academy, right? And your sisters are there too, aren't they?" Dane smiled and replied that yes, they were living there comfortably. At this, Sidrain began observing Dane with a curious gaze. He noted that Dane's sisters were very well known for their exceptional talents and wondered how talented Dane himself was, even considering testing his abilities. His curiosity began to take over, and he couldn't resist activating his sensory abilities. He extended them to encompass Dane's body and immediately detected a terrifying source of energy within him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself in astonishment about the incredibly dense mana so concentrated it was almost unbelievable. He mused that while geniuses of Dane's age might possess mana like streams, this boy was like a waterfall. He pondered how such a vast amount of mana was usually unstable, prone to overflowing, yet somehow Dane seemed contained. As he turned toward Dane, his probing actions didn't escape Dane's sharp gaze. So Dane spoke up asking if Sidrain didn't think it was a bit rude to evaluate someone's magic without their permission. Sidrain awkwardly scratched his head admitting that Dane had noticed and that he did indeed possess skills, apologizing immediately for his thoughtlessness. However, Sidrain's mind was in turmoil, unable to believe something so unbelievable could be possible, someone with such condensed mana. He looked at Dane as if he were an alien, making Dane feel a little confused. He wondered what Sidrain had seen that was so shocking. Back with the old man, after observing Dane a bit longer, he was once again astonished. He wondered why he couldn't see any magic layers despite such density, thinking that he should be able to see them. A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. Could it be that this kid had 2 mana cores? To test his theory, Herman immediately turned to Dane and asked how he had created his mana core. Seeing the man's crazed expression, Dane was also a bit puzzled and asked in return if there was a problem. Of course there is, Herman shouted, exclaiming that Dane possessed such an insane amount of mana and yet still wanted to wield a spear. He further pointed out that Dane possessed magic that only required a core without needing magic layers, questioning if Dane was trying to throw away his greatest talent. Herman's voice was filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend ignoring such a terrifying magical talent and not learning more about it. Hearing this, Dane shrugged and replied, wondering if he couldn't just use both. Back to Herman. Upon hearing Dane's response, he gritted his teeth with a loud creak, his face twisting in frustration as he began to pull at his hair. He muttered to himself about the insanity of the situation and what he should explain first, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Herman slowly began to explain to the young man why the lifespan of a magic swordsman was so short. He stated that they were strong because they possessed both a mana core and magic layers, but these interfered with each other, causing problems when they collided. He explained that it was the law of nature. The mana condensed in the core was transmitted to the magic layers, but the magic layers couldn't withstand the impact and would eventually explode. Herman spoke seriously, and his explanation made Dane, though he had never experienced it himself, break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that he had done a lot of research, but this truly seemed impossible. Turning back to Sidrain, the old man was so furious that he didn't even look at Dane anymore, muttering in frustration about such wasted talent. Meanwhile, as if he hadn't noticed Herman's angry demeanor, Dane asked if it was impossible to use magic without magic layers. In response to the question, the old man pondered for a moment before speaking. He clarified that it wasn't entirely impossible, but without the adjustment of the magic layers, it was difficult to use spells that required pure magic. Besides, he added, it wasn't as if no one had ever considered this before, but most of the people he knew who had tried had met with failure. Hearing that he still had a chance, Dane slapped his chest and declared that he would try, admitting he had never attempted it before, but it seemed feasible. The old man thought to himself, wondering what on earth this crazy kid was talking about. If I rearrange the magic, Dane muttered as he raised his hand to gesture in the air. With every movement, a trail of blue energy filled with strange ancient symbols lingered behind him. Then he clenched his fist and suddenly a fierce flame ignited in his hand. Miraculously, it seemed not to affect him at all. Seeing the fire appear, Dane's face unconsciously broke into a slight smile, remarking that it had worked, though it was only a basic first-level spell. On the other side, Sidrain's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets in disbelief. He wondered how that was possible, how this kid could use magic without any magic layers. Unable to contain himself, the old man shouted that it was unbelievable, stating that one should only be able to use magic through the adjustment of magic layers. Yet Dane, the more he spoke, the more confused he became. Turning back to Dane, the latter waved his hand and created some kind of magical shield, then shared his theory that his sister Arabella had mentioned that his affinity for magic was very high, suggesting that might be the reason. Hearing this, Sidrain was still struggling to believe it, thinking to himself if this was what ordinary people said when they described talents that couldn't be mimicked, what they called innate talent. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of being a commoner looking at true geniuses. Unaware of the old man's thoughts, Dane was also a bit surprised that he had succeeded on his first try, exclaiming that it really worked and he could use magic without magic layers now. Meanwhile, Sidrain's face opposite Dane was blank with disbelief, to the point where he nearly lost his balance. He thought about the innate mana affinity, not to mention the pure mana that was denser than anyone else's in the world, wondering if such a person could truly exist. With this thought, a strong feeling of urgency surged within Sidrain's heart. He proposed to Dane, asking if he would like to be his disciple. However, it seemed that Dane was still not very interested in using magic. Nevertheless, the old man didn't give up and continued to pester him, insisting that they should have a talk and that it would be such a waste to overlook a talent like Dane's. He then asked if Dane knew how to use level 2 magic. Dane awkwardly replied that he didn't know that code, so he couldn't. His response made Sidrain laugh joyfully, exclaiming that it was excellent and that if Dane became his disciple, he would teach him level 8 magic right away. Before Sidrain could finish his sentence, Dane coldly declined, stating that he didn't accept. Seeing himself the master of the magic tower and an 8th level mage repeatedly rejected by this little brat, Sidrain's anger reached its peak. His eyes turned white and he gritted his teeth like a rabid dog about to be put down. Fortunately, before he could pounce on Dane, the cheerful voice of Count Arkin rang out, remarking that he hadn't expected them to get so close to his son. Dane greeted his approaching father. Arkin then asked his son what they had been discussing. At this point, Dane was already annoyed, explaining that Sidrain kept insisting he become his disciple, but he had refused. Disciple? Arkin glanced at Sidrain with an ambiguous look, causing the old man to feel slightly embarrassed. He turned to try convincing Arkin, stating that his son possessed the talent of a great mage. Arkin calmly chuckled, remarking, "Is that so? Because his son's talent was at least 10 times greater than this old man's." Sidrain, as if worried that Arkin wouldn't believe him, patted Dane on the back with a loud thud, confirming that perhaps Dane's talent was even greater than he had imagined, and that he could even use chain-level magic without needing any magic layers. Hearing this, Arkin's face shifted slightly, and he turned to confirm with his son if it was true that he didn't have any magic layers. Dane innocently replied, "Yes, father." Arkin smiled and said that he was sure Dane didn't have any basic magical knowledge, which was why his talent was even more impressive. Sidrain chimed in with his praise. Arkin nodded, clearly impressed, and thought to himself that this former head of the magic tower had sharp eyes and had truly recognized his son's talent. He mused that it wasn't just talent, it was genius, and his son could even become a rare magic swordsman. At this, a vision of Dane in knight's armor holding a sword aloft flashed in Arkin's mind. He imagined his son declaring that a sword was better than a spear, and the image made his expression darken. Sidrain, oblivious to the change in Arkin's mood, smiled and continued, "Yes, a magic swordsman. Finally, you're interested, right? If you become my disciple, I'll take full responsibility. I'll make you the strongest magic swordsman in the Althian Empire." However, as Sidrain spoke, he suddenly stopped, sensing an eerie chill. He quickly looked up and realized the source of the chill, the white feral eyes of Arkin glaring at him. Then Arkin's voice rang out, filled with authority, declaring that Dane would not become a magic swordsman. Sidrain recoiled, stunned, and asked, puzzled, if that was an issue. He then glanced at Dane, who stood quietly by, unable to do anything but smile inwardly at the chaos around him, thinking to himself how everyone in his family was like this. Time passed quickly, and at that moment Dane was reading a book in his private room, still undecided about becoming Sidrain's disciple. At the same time, he was also delving a little into magical knowledge, as becoming a disciple was of great significance to a wizard. Wizards typically nurtured their successors through an act called inheritance, a tradition that had existed since ancient times and continued even in modern times, especially now that universal magic education had been established. Indeed, the master of the magic tower was not just looking for an ordinary disciple, but someone who could inherit his position. Considering that an 8th-level grand wizard was constantly around him, it meant that Dane's talent was something truly astonishing. After hearing so many compliments, Dane could also feel something stirring inside his body. At this point, Dane's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled a memory from when he was younger. He remembered his sister Arabella presenting him with a magical crystal ball and instructing him to pour magic into the ball whenever he wanted to contact her. With this thought, Dane immediately opened his wardrobe, took out the magical crystal ball, and said with joy that he would just ask Sister Arabella and it would be done. Meanwhile, in another area that looked like a library, his sister Arabella suddenly heard her younger brother's voice calling her name. Hearing the familiar voice, the pin in her hand abruptly stopped, and with a smile she said, "Dane, my little brother." Arabella listened intently, and upon hearing that Dane could perform first-level magic despite lacking a magic circle, she couldn't hide her astonishment at her younger brother's talent. Arabella admitted she knew he was gifted but hadn't anticipated such a display of ability. He went on to explain that the magic circle's purpose was primarily to purify and circulate mana, suggesting that perhaps his own mana was already naturally pure. Arabella nodded in agreement, finding his explanation logical. She then informed Dane that she had a way to verify his theory and would send him a magic stone through the transmission device in his room, instructing him to simply pour some of his mana into it. Dane happily acknowledged her instructions, also feeling incredibly fortunate to have such a supportive sister, thinking how kind she always was to him. He reflected on how mana had always fascinated him and how valuable the advice from a level 6 wizard had been. On the other end of the line, Arabella, as if a thought had just occurred to her, reminded him that if his magical abilities were known, he would undoubtedly attract significant attention at the academy. Dane responded with a hint of panic, expressing his desire to avoid such attention. Arabella confidently stated that it was inevitable, as talent naturally drew attention more than anything else. She assured him that if anyone dared to bully him at school, he should let her know, and she would personally deal with anyone who troubled her little brother. Arabella's confident tone sparked a memory in Dane. He inquired if it was true that she had broken the nose of a persistent admirer, the second son of the Duke. Hearing this, Arabella's expression hardened as she recalled the annoying man. She sharply told him never to mention that bastard's name again, her voice carrying an edge that made those around her glance at her cautiously. Noticing their stares, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and changed the subject, asking Dane if he thought his mana could become even purer over time, even without a magic circle. In response, Dane's voice wavered slightly as he admitted he wasn't entirely sure about that. Arabella nodded, suggesting she would look into it later. However, before she could continue her conversation with her younger brother, a female student approached from a distance, calling out to Senior Arabella that the professor was looking for her. Though reluctant, Arabella told Dane she had to go and would call him back later. Dane replied with an, "All right, see you later sis," adding that he would send the magic stone to her as soon as he could. Arabella acknowledged this before ending the call. After his sister hung up, Dane couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He thought to himself that he was on the verge of experiencing a whole new world and hadn't even realized his mana was this pure, even wondering if he might possess the heart of a dragon as he placed his hand on his chest. Meanwhile, Sidrain was still sighing deeply, feeling utterly defeated as he had failed to convince Dane to become his disciple. He lamented that using mana to probe Dane had only made the situation worse. He had intended to leave earlier but felt compelled to stay until Dane accepted his offer. Sidrain pondered what he should do to persuade Dane, considering offering magical artifacts or sharing his extensive knowledge. However, he quickly dismissed these ideas, thinking they might be too much, and if Dane still refused, he would be left with nothing. The more he considered the situation, the more he felt like his hair was turning gray. Just then, Dane's voice echoed from outside the door, asking if anyone was inside and announcing his presence as Dane Sogers. Hearing Dane's voice, a flicker of hope ignited in Sidrain's eyes. He wondered what Dane was doing there and if he had finally come to accept his offer. Filled with anticipation, Sidrain called out for him to come in. Dane opened the door, walked in quickly, and stated that he had something he wanted to discuss. The old man, looking at Dane, assumed he had come to ask to become his disciple and smiled inwardly, confident that Dane would eventually seek out an 8th-level great mage like himself, even chuckling with joy at the thought. But before Sidrain could say anything, Dane coldly corrected him, stating that wasn't the reason for his visit. Dane's smile vanished instantly and he clicked his tongue in annoyance, asking why Dane was there then. Hadn't he made it clear he wasn't interested in magic? Dane shook his head, clarifying that he wasn't uninterested in magic itself. Sidrain then inquired why he didn't want to be his disciple and if he had already found another master. But Dane shook his head again, stating he didn't have a master yet. At this point, even the most patient person would have felt frustrated. Sidrain thought to himself what this kid was playing at, and if not that, then what on earth did he want, grinding his teeth together as he spoke. But Dane wasn't there for a casual chat. He explained that he didn't know how to advance to the 2nd tier, and it was difficult for his sister to teach him from such a distance, making learning from Sidrain the most viable option. Dane reminded Sidrain in his thoughts that the old man still owed him a life. Seizing the opportunity, Dane continued, saying he didn't just want to be a regular mage. On the other side, Sidrain seemed to understand and asked if Dane wanted to become a magic warrior. Dane replied no, he wanted to become a mage, a warrior, an assassin, and a summoner. The old man's jaw dropped in shock, questioning if such a class even existed, scratching his head in disbelief. But Dane wasn't finished, adding that he also wanted to be a swordsman. At this, Sidrain could only shake his head, finding it ridiculous and overly complicated. He pointed out that Dane was still refusing his offer even though he didn't realize this was his only chance. Dane calmly replied yes, that was correct, his tone determined. Sidrain began to think deeply for a moment, muttering to himself that Dane was too persistent. However, in this perplexing situation, an idea seemed to form in his mind, thinking this might just work. With this in mind, Sidrain suddenly slammed the table and shouted, asking if Dane wanted a letter of recommendation, mentioning he had heard Dane wanted to enter the academy and that if he wrote a letter, Dane would be admitted directly. Sidrain spoke eagerly and Dane found the offer incredibly tempting, the conditions indeed very attractive. All right then, he sighed, suggesting they discuss the details. Sidrain eagerly called out, asking if he could make a condition. Hearing this, the old man smiled inwardly, knowing Dane had shown interest and thinking he had him now, ensuring he couldn't escape. He cheerfully told Dane to go ahead and speak. Dane, unfazed, then asked if Sidrain could teach him how 2nd-tier magic worked. Sidrain proudly patted his chest, claiming to know all types of magic in the world. Dane replied, "Really? Then I'm counting on you," his voice filled with anticipation. Haha, no problem, the old man waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself that Dane was still so young and a letter of recommendation or knowledge of 2nd-tier magic was nothing to him. Eager to show off his vast knowledge, Sidrain suggested they start right away, adding that even though his health wasn't great, it didn't matter. All right, let's begin, Dane nodded in agreement. Sidrain thought gleefully that Dane had completely fallen into his trap. However, contrary to the old man's expectations, Dane wasn't as naive as he seemed. By the way, Dane said, "I'll consider this as my way of repaying you for saving me in the forest." Hearing Dane's words, Sidrain's face went blank and he asked what he meant. Dane reminded him that Sidrain himself had said he owed him a life debt, so he could ask for anything he wanted, and he had just stated it, a sly smile playing on his lips. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief and he asked about becoming his disciple. Dane shook his head, clearly stating no. Upon hearing this, no matter how clueless Sidrain had been, he finally realized that he had been tricked by a 14-year-old. He thought he had been fooled by a kid, and as his mind raced, he realized something unusual in Dane's request. He then shouted, asking why Dane was asking for 2 things when he only owed him 1 favor. In response, Dane coldly said he didn't think so, explaining that first, he had saved Sidrain from the forest, and second, he had also removed the poison from his body. Moreover, he had even had to carry him back, but he wasn't even counting that. Dane confidently listed his deeds, making the old man's face pale as he thought about how cunning this kid was, groaning inwardly that his old age experience couldn't match the vitality of youth. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the training grounds. Because Dane had already outmaneuvered him, they were both there to practice magic. Of course, Sidrain wasn't planning to give up so easily, thinking that if he kept insisting and persuading Dane, maybe in the future he would change his mind and it would be a waste to let such innate talent slip away. He then began giving instructions, stating that condensing the mana core before the magic circle was insignificant. The important thing was being able to use magic even without the circle. He explained that the method of transporting second-tier magic he was about to teach was very complicated and many had given up at this stage, so he told Dane to focus and listen carefully, casting a proud glance at him. Dane calmly agreed. Sidrain thought to himself, looking at Dane's sparkling gaze, that he wouldn't let him achieve his goal that easily and would teach him some manners. Second-tier magic was on a completely different level from the first tier, requiring calculating the amount of mana, measuring the concentration of mana in the surrounding air, and even factoring in the condition of the body at that moment. Sidrain explained that the complexity was the reason most people gave up on learning magic, his voice steady with experience, while Dane attentively took out his small notebook and began jotting down important points. Observing this focused demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose in Sidrain's mind. He asked if Dane understood what he was saying, thinking surely Dane would soon beg him to explain it in simpler terms, envisioning a scenario where Dane would plead for more straightforward words. A smirk tugged at his lips as he spoke aloud, asking if Dane got the basic idea now. In response, Dane confidently nodded, stating that he understood he must learn a great deal, not just the mechanics of magic but also things he had yet to discover. Across from him, Sidrain was utterly stunned by Dane's unexpected response. He asked if Dane actually understood everything then, demanding he tell him about the laws of magic operations. Without hesitation, Dane kept writing while casually answering that the first law was coexistence, explaining that mana could exist simultaneously within the physical world and alongside other sources of mana and through coexistence. A mage utilized both their personal mana and the surrounding mana to perform magic. He continued, stating that the second law was conservation, explaining that if mana gathered sufficient material elements, conservation allowed it to manifest spells using various elemental attributes. As Dane continued to explain, throwing in his own elaborations, Sidrain froze, unable to believe his ears. He mused that this child not only grasped the essence of magic but also added his interpretations with remarkable insight, noting that most people found this tedious, but it didn't seem to bother Dane, wondering how someone like this could even exist, his heart sinking in astonishment. Since Dane had answered flawlessly, Sidrain decided to dive deeper into the lesson, explaining that with each level increase, magic became exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining further, he declared he would demonstrate, pausing briefly before waving his hand to the side, causing streams of blue energy to wrap around his arm. The strands quickly intertwined, forming a grid-like symbol with elegant precision. Looking at the symbol he had just created, Sidrain turned toward Dane and began to explain that this was an example of first-tier magic which could be cast using basic laws and simple principles. However, he continued, starting from the second tier, things changed significantly and first-tier magic couldn't even begin to compare. After this brief explanation, Sidrain proceeded to conjure larger streams of energy which swirled with numerous intricate and cryptic characters floating in the air, stating with calm authority that this was how second-tier magic operated. Dane's eyes followed the complex formations created by Sidrain's demonstration, and even he had to admit that the level of intricacy had jumped to an entirely different dimension. The threads of magic intertwined with a complexity that felt far more difficult than the theoretical knowledge he had read. His brow furrowed in thought as he tried to grasp the layers of intricacy. On Sidrain's side, the subtle change in Dane's expression brought a grin to the old man's face. He asked with amusement how it felt, explaining that this was second-tier fire magic, flame dart, and if Dane wanted to create more powerful spells, he must cast the same magic multiple times in quick succession. Sidrain thought with growing satisfaction that Dane looked surprised, guessing he had never seen second-tier magic in action before. He continued aloud, remarking that it looked complicated and that most people spent at least a year mastering the basics of first-tier magic before they were even capable of attempting second-tier spells. He added that no matter how brilliant Dane was at this stage, he could only understand fragments of it, and the key to advancing lay in grasping the laws behind the magic, without which no amount of power would help. Sidrain planned to observe Dane for a week and slowly explain the technicalities to him as these thoughts took shape in his mind, still underestimating the exceptional talent sitting before him. Should I give it a try? Dane's calm voice suddenly broke Sidrain's train of thought. Sidrain replied dismissively, fully expecting Dane to fail, saying it was going to be difficult but to go ahead. All right then, Dane answered, his tone composed. Drawing upon everything he had observed so far, he began to mimic Sidrain's actions. Streams of soft energy enveloped Dane's body, and to Sidrain's astonishment, the grid-like magical symbol quickly took form around him. This is first-tier magic, right? Dane asked, his voice untroubled. Yes, it is, Sidrain nodded, his expression betraying a flicker of surprise. Internally, he marveled that Dane had not only formed clearly defined lines and structured shapes with precise dimensions but had also done it so effortlessly, already mastering first-tier magic. On the other side, seeing the old man confirm his success, Dane calmly moved forward with casting second-tier magic. And this is what you just showed me, he stated as the energy surrounding him began to shift. The streams twisted and turned, perfectly replicating the intricate patterns of the second-tier magic that Sidrain had demonstrated moments ago. Sidrain stared in speechless disbelief at the sight before him, his mind racing, wondering if Dane had just replicated the mechanism of second-tier magic perfectly, grasping it immediately after watching him perform it only once. The thought left him struck with curiosity, and he finally voiced his question, asking how Dane had done that. Dane explained with casual ease that when he observed, he memorized the laws and patterns, and once he visualized the structure of the magic in his mind, it wasn't that difficult. Though his words were simple, Sidrain knew the reality was anything but. He reflected that this was absurd, beyond imagination, even for a magical prodigy like himself, as mastering second-tier magic took time and practice. But this boy, he manifested the spell perfectly without even relying on structured magical tiers. The sense of wonder hadn't even fully settled when Dane made things more intense, suggesting he would try using Flame Dart next. Wait, what? Sidrain blinked incredulously. Dane, however, didn't bother repeating himself. He raised both hands to either side, his expression focused as he gathered his mana. Streams of energy swirled around him, forming brilliant trails of light. Carefully guiding the flow, Dane manipulated the mana into a series of fiery formations. In a sudden burst of power, four blazing arrows materialized, hovering around him like spectral guardians. Flames crackled along their forms as they stabilized in perfect alignment. Watching this flawless execution, Sidrain felt a surge of emotion he hadn't experienced in years, pure amazement mixed with disbelief. Dane glanced at his creation, a slight smile forming on his lips. It looks like it worked, he remarked with quiet satisfaction. Back with Sidrain, watching the young boy beaming with joy as his magic successfully took form, the old man could only feel a profound sense of disbelief, thinking it was impossible and ridiculous, musing that if he had possessed talent like that, he could have reached the pinnacle of 9th-tier magic by now. Unaware of the storm brewing in Sidrain's thoughts, Dane casually controlled the flaming arrows, drawing them closer to himself before turning and asking if he was doing it right. Ah, yes, very impressive, Sidrain answered, coughing a bit to mask his amazement, adding that Dane learned everything he taught remarkably fast. Even Dane seemed surprised by his own progress, admitting he was also astonished to succeed on his first try. Meanwhile, Sidrain felt a growing sense of trepidation, realizing this boy's terrifying talent, a mage who bypassed magical tiers, would cause chaos in the world if his abilities were exposed. He decided he must hide Dane's powers to protect him from those who would seek to exploit or manipulate him, especially until he could secure him as his disciple. All right, let's move on to the next spell, Sidrain declared. Yes, sir, Dane responded eagerly. Thus, the day continued to fly by and soon night fell. He was already planning how to write a recommendation letter to the prestigious academy. Lying in bed, Dane's thoughts drifted back to the morning lesson. He mused that learning magic was more enjoyable than he had expected and that he needed to master both theory and practice, but having the ability to wield magic now was incredible. He reflected on his past life where he had been forced to abandon magic, leaving him no choice but to wield a sword, never knowing when death would come, and magic requiring extensive study before yielding practical results was a luxury he couldn't afford. But this time he thought he could immerse himself in both practice and knowledge, combining what he learned from his sister with his innate talent growing explosively with even the simplest guidance, and with a former tower master teaching him, he wondered what magic he would learn tomorrow, the thought filling him with excitement. He fell asleep. Time passed quickly, and 2 weeks later Sidrain and Dane found themselves in discussion with another figure, Arkan. What? You want to make magical potions? Arkan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Dane replied calmly, but since I lack some of the materials, I'll need to venture outside the estate to gather them. Beside him, the tower master Sidrain confidently affirmed, don't worry about the boy, he's already grasped the mechanics of 4th-tier magic. Turning back to Arkan, though he was well aware of his son's extraordinary talents, the man couldn't help but marvel every time he heard of Dane's accomplishments, asking if it wasn't supposed to take a whole month just to master 1st-tier magic and magical reagents, and where Dane had even learned about those, as that wasn't exactly common knowledge. In response to his father's curiosity, Dane flashed a radiant smile explaining that he had learned by reading magical texts in the library which had fascinated him. Hearing this, Sidrain chuckled heartily, a broad grin spreading across his face, saying that just as he thought only a genius would be curious about magical reagents, as most people found them dreadfully boring, but for Dane even the simple act of gathering materials must be fun. Across from them, Arkin watched the exchange in silence, his expression thoughtful. After a moment he nodded in agreement, saying that it would be a valuable experience for Dane and that since he would be leaving the estate he should take the chance to inspect the territory while he was at it. With his eyes gleaming with anticipation, Dane responded, "Yes, father." Then the trio of Dane, Herman, and Sidrain left the estate and made their way down into the bustling streets of the town. The mere sight of Dane's appearance caused an immediate stir among the townsfolk as they recognized his identity. Murmurs and excited chatter filled the air, with people saying it was young Master Dane. Greetings were called out, and Dane, ever gracious, turned to the crowd with a warm smile and a slight nod, saying he hoped everyone was doing well and that he would be back for more snacks later. Beside him, Sidrain watched the lively reception with a thoughtful expression, stroking his beard and musing that Count Sogers wasn't a bad man after all, judging by how he had raised his son. His eyes scanned the bustling streets and festive atmosphere, taking in the warmth of the people and the pleasant weather, thinking that the South really was different with so much good food, bright weather, and kind people, a rare scene compared to the capital. Yes, it's a very warm place, Dane agreed. Then he glanced ahead and asked how much farther it was to the magic item shop. Sidrain gave a curious look, replying not far, but then asked if Dane knew where it was, considering he had spent most of his life indoors at the estate. This was a daunting question, and Dane scratched his head with an awkward laugh, admitting he had honestly never been there himself. What? Sidrain's exclamation was loud and incredulous, drawing a few glances from passers-by. Seizing the chance, Dane turned to his ever-reliable butler Herman, asking if he could lead the way from there. "Yes, young master," Herman replied, dutifully guiding his horse forward to take the lead, glancing back as he pointed and said it was just this way, not far now. Time passed quickly as the group made their way through the streets, and soon they arrived at the magic item shop. As they stepped inside, a woman behind the counter immediately lit up with delight, exclaiming if it was really young Master Dane, noting his silver hair and emerald eyes just as the story said. Dane gave a polite nod and greeted her with a kind smile, thanking her for welcoming them and asking how business was these days. At his inquiry, the shopkeeper shrugged with a small sigh, saying it was still the same. Not many people in the territory bought magic items, and most of her sales were to foreigners or anyone particularly curious about magic. Suddenly her eyes widened as if recognizing the older man accompanying them, and bowing respectfully she added that she couldn't believe she had the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower, Lord Sidrain, right here in her shop. Hearing the shopkeeper's polite greeting, Sidrain returned a gentle smile while Dane blinked with mild surprise, musing that she had recognized him with just a glance, which made sense as there weren't many who had held the title of Master of the Magic Tower in the Althean Empire except this old legend right here. Meanwhile, noticing that the group likely had specific items in mind, the shopkeeper wasted no time offering her assistance, telling young Master Dane to feel free to browse around and to let her know if there was anything he needed before stepping away to let them explore. "Since this is your first time in a magic item shop, take your time and look around," Sidrain remarked, adding that he would be having a word with the shopkeeper. Dane began examining the assortment of items on the wooden shelves, ranging from bottles of strange liquids to glowing trinkets. His eyes widened in amazement, murmuring that this place was full of interesting things and that some of them felt familiar too. He wondered if it was because of his heightened magical sensitivity, as when he touched these magical tools he could feel their magical reactions. As the thought passed through his mind, a particularly strong aura pulled his attention. The shopkeeper noticed his gaze and quickly interjected that those were just decorative items. Sidrain, seeing Dane's curiosity, called out, suggesting he come take a look at some crafting ingredients, mentioning moon root as a particularly fine choice. Seizing the opportunity, the shopkeeper chimed in, eagerly agreeing that it was an excellent recommendation and that she had over 50 different potions made with moon root, each one hand cultivated for top-notch quality. Dane, however, couldn't shake the odd sensation gnawing at him, whispering again that something really felt off, his eyes narrowing as he traced the aura source. Turning abruptly, he finally pinpointed it, a peculiar stone tucked away on a shelf. He thought that stone was calling out to him. With a sudden surge of determination, he hurried over to it, prompting a curious glance from Herman, who asked if something was wrong. "Young master." The butler Dane tilted his head, squinting as he examined the object, and remarked that it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary decorative piece. Dane, however, remained unconvinced, insisting that it felt strangely different. He reached out and firmly grasped the stone. The moment his fingers closed around it, a spark of energy surged through his palm. As he channeled his magic into the stone, the reaction intensified rapidly. Dane's eyes widened as he realized the more magic he poured into the stone, the longer the response seemed to last. He wondered if the stone only reacted to his specific magic, unaware of its true nature. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, with a cheerful smile, continued to introduce her various products. Curious, Dane raised the stone in his hand and asked what exactly it was. Hearing his question, the shopkeeper turned her gaze to the item in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, asking where he had gotten that stone. Sidrain, the old wizard, also turned curiously, asking what was the matter with it. The shopkeeper, however, waved her hand dismissively, stating it was just a decoration. But Dane grew even more confused by her response, questioning how a mere decoration could react to magic in such a way. She muttered that every time she looked at that stone it made her feel annoyed. Upon hearing this, the old wizard turned with interest, asking if someone had tricked her. The shopkeeper let out a long sigh and began to explain that a few years ago some traveling merchants had paid her with a large package. When she opened it was filled with these stones. By then the men had already left. Having no idea what they were, she had sent them for appraisal, but in the end they were declared to be nothing more than ordinary stones. Not knowing where else to put them, she had simply left them there. Dane pondered silently, finding it hard to believe that the stone was ordinary. However, instead of sharing his suspicions with Sidrain, who stood beside him, he chose to keep the matter to himself. Turning back to the shopkeeper, who noticed that Dane hadn't chosen anything else, she quickly offered a suggestion. She invited him to come her way, mentioning that she had a few rare magical artifacts that might be more impressive. Saying this, she deftly retrieved a roll of parchment and began her enthusiastic sales pitch, presenting a spell-marked scroll called the Name Card Scroll. Ignoring her spirited sales pitch, Dane kept his focus firmly on the stone in his hand. He thought that even though the place was filled with amazing things, the only thing he wanted was this particular stone. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the shopkeeper continued her enthusiastic presentation, explaining that if one placed the calling card inside the scroll, it would automatically store the desired information, and one would only need to call out the person's name for their card to appear. However, before she could finish her explanation, Dane interrupted her, stating that he would take the calling card scroll and the stone. While the calling card was understandable, Dane's decision to take the seemingly worthless stone left the shopkeeper baffled. She asked in surprise why he would want that useless rock. On the other side, the former Nixian Tower Master Sidrain Gauss also raised an eyebrow, inquiring what Dane planned to do with it. In response, Dane simply smiled without offering much explanation. With that, after gathering everything they needed, the group quickly left the store. As they made their way down the street, Sidrain took the opportunity to comment that he had never expected Dane to be interested in decorations or art, and then questioned if that stone had something special about it. Seeing that the old man had caught on, Dane chuckled softly, remarking that of course he had noticed. Sidrain calmly replied that if not, there would be no reason to buy a useless rock. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Dane finally shared a bit more, stating that the stone was definitely not just an ordinary decoration, as it could react to his magic. Hearing this, Sidrain's face lit up with curiosity, expressing his intrigue despite not knowing what the stone was. He suggested that since there were too many people around, they should head back to the estate and take a closer look, to which Dane readily agreed. The group urged their horses forward, eager to return to the estate. Time quickly passed until the afternoon, and both Dane and Sidrain were preparing to begin studying the stone. Dane asked if Sidrain knew what it was. The old man replied, questioning if Dane was underestimating his invaluable experimental tools, assuring him that with these they would know what it was, even though a mage had already evaluated it and declared it nothing special. Dane asked again, and hearing this, the old man's gaze carried a hint of disdain. He scoffed, saying that no matter what the other mage said, it couldn't compare to his tools. He boasted about burning all his money on these advanced tools, which could analyze anything put on them. Seeing this, Dane's eyes also showed a bit of anticipation. He exclaimed that they should try it right away. Sidrain agreed, stating that he was quite eager to just place the stone on there and have Dane channel his magic into it. The old man then placed the stone on a star-shaped symbol. As Dane infused magic into it, the hidden magical circles inside the device activated and began analyzing the object. Sidrain thought to himself, smiling inwardly, that there was something truly special about this, and he could finally puff out his chest with pride. Soon countless energy rays shot out from the star symbol. Seeing the ancient runes within the energy flow, Dane couldn't help but exclaim that it was a magic code. With his knowledge, Sidrain also noticed the anomaly and pointed out that it wasn't just ordinary magic. Looking at the extremely complicated flow of magic that hovered in the air, Dane could only stand there wide-eyed, staring in amazement. He thought to himself that this was incredible, a type of magic that contained laws, structures, and casting methods he had never seen before, possibly even as complex as level 6 or 7 magic. Gradually things began to make sense, and Dane mumbled that the magic hidden inside the stone was the one that triggered this magical reaction. Sidrain smiled and agreed, stating that exactly as Dane said, his magic was the key that unlocked this magic, as it only responded to his specific magic. Hearing these words from the Tower Master, Dane became even more curious, questioning what exactly it was, what kind of magic was hidden inside the stone, and why it only reacted to his magic. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he felt. Meanwhile, Sidrain wanted to try analyzing the magic. He said he would take a look, admitting that the sealing magic inside was somewhat unfamiliar to him, but since he was the former Tower Master, he would give it a shot. Turning back to Dane, seeing that the old man was taking charge, he asked if it worked, wondering if he might finally understand why his magic was different from others. Sidrain nodded and replied that they could only hope it worked. In another part of the castle at Arabella's personal laboratory, she was reviewing a collection of analysis reports carefully pinned to the walls. She muttered to herself that as expected it was different, clearly not like normal magic. She noted a special characteristic, a special magical attribute that Dane shared with her that she didn't even possess. However, the results provided no information about what field of magic this fit into. There were no magic reagents, no magic gates, no magic techniques. If it wasn't related to any of these fields, she wondered what it could be, concluding that it definitely had to be related to something. Arabella thought deeply until suddenly a light bulb went off in her mind. She realized there was one field of magic that had been lost, and perhaps Dane's magic would fit into it. She hurriedly began to check her collection of magical books, wondering where she had put it. There it was: alchemy, divination, necromancy, and even an ancient magical code. As she quickly searched through her collection, her hand accidentally brushed against a book, sending it tumbling to the ground. Surprised, she picked it up, wiping off the dust from the cover, noting that it was clearly untouched for a long time. Thinking back, she recalled there was a magical kingdom that existed long ago with spells inherited from Archana. However, because they were ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, no one knew how to use them. Arabella chuckled to herself, mockingly saying that ancient magic had disappeared 2,000 years ago and Dane's magic couldn't possibly match it. After laughing, her face grew serious again. She reasoned that it didn't matter as she had nothing to lose and decided to try. She immediately began using her magic to operate a typewriter in front of her. Before long, the typewriter started printing out a piece of paper with the results. Something was coming up. After waiting for the machine to finish, Arabella quickly grabbed the paper and checked the results. She muttered, wondering if it was alchemy, divination, or hopefully not necromancy, her eyes narrowing. She wasn't sure what the results were, but after reading a little, a bolt of lightning struck her mind. She screamed out loud in disbelief. Back with Dane's group, using his magical strength, Sidrain quickly completed breaking the seal. Suddenly, the stone began to shatter into several pieces, making the old man's face light up with joy. He announced that the seal was broken and there was something inside. Dane frowned, agreeing that they should take it out. Sidrain nodded, and then from the fragments of the stone, the old man pulled out a very ordinary-looking bracelet. Dane asked in astonishment, while the old man rolled his eyes in disbelief at the seemingly worthless metal fragment they had been waiting so eagerly for. He muttered that it looked like something anyone could buy at the market, and he had thought there would be something special inside, but there was nothing. He then offered the bracelet to Dane, suggesting that since it only responded to his magic, he should try wearing it. Seeing this, Dane took the bracelet and slowly put it on his wrist. Just as they had predicted, as soon as Dane wore it, the bracelet suddenly emitted a soft blue light, causing the old man's expression to change. He exclaimed that it was definitely reacting now. At this moment, Dane also noticed the change in the bracelet and remarked that he saw some strange characters there, asking what they were. Sidrain squinted his eyes to observe the tiny characters. Dane asked curiously if he knew what they were, and with just a quick glance, the old man recognized them. He stated that these were indeed ancient script that no one could read in this world. Dane asked in confusion what ancient script was. The old man calmly explained that they were characters used by the ancient magical kingdom from Archana. Dane recalled hearing about this ancient kingdom from Archana, remembering Arabella mentioning it when he was young. She had said that during that time even the smallest item was created with magic, but then one day that era ended and all that remained were some ruins and stories passed down through generations along with this magical code. Turning back to Sidrain, seeing that Dane's magic was connected to the long-lost magical kingdom, his face was filled with excitement. He exclaimed that he knew Dane's magic was special, but he hadn't expected it to be related to the ancient magical kingdom, which must be why he had been able to move so easily through the forest these past few days. Dane nodded, agreeing that it seemed the magic from that forest originated from Archana. The old man glanced at him at the same time, hoping that Dane's potential would become even greater. Looking back at Dane after observing the bracelet and feeling it, he shook his head, saying that he didn't sense anything else from it. In response to this, the former tower master, unsure of anything further, could only advise him to study it gradually and cautioned him not to talk about this outside. Dane nodded, agreeing to follow his advice. Just then, both of them suddenly heard a strange noise like something had just cracked. They both asked in unison what that sound was. Sidrain, looking worried, hoped it wasn't a warning of a monster attacking, which would be understandable since he was currently in a vulnerable state. But just at that moment, after checking and sensing again, Sidrain realized he could now use his magic without causing harm to his body. Thanks to that, the old man regained his confidence, exclaiming that his body had almost fully recovered and he could finally relax a bit and return the favor. Turning to Dane, feeling eager to break something, he asked what he was still doing and told him to go grab a spear, questioning what that sound was and stating it seemed to be coming from over there. Dane calmly explained that the sound had nothing to do with a monster, but rather meant that his sister was trying to contact him. He said this looking at the pin in front of him, which was emitting a constant ringing sound. Sidrain's enthusiasm deflated immediately, and he remarked that Dane should have said that from the start, adding that there was no way a monster would appear in this area. Dane awkwardly responded that if they didn't mind he would talk to his sister for a moment, and then quickly contacted Arabella. Arabella seemed a little annoyed after waiting so long for him to answer, asking why it had taken him so long to pick up. Dane apologized and asked if she needed something. Hearing this, Arabella got straight to the point, stating that while she was analyzing his magical code, she paused as if sensing something and asked if there was someone with him. Dane, almost anticipating her question, asked if she had figured out that his magic was ancient magic too. Arabella exclaimed in surprise, asking how he knew. After explaining everything, Arabella finally understood the situation, realizing that when Dane and Lord Sidrain were analyzing the stone, they had figured out it came from the ancient magical kingdom and that it only reacted to his magic, to which Dane confirmed. Meanwhile, Sidrain, upon hearing that Arabella had also realized Dane's magic was ancient magic, gritted his teeth in surprise. He thought to himself that the girl had figured that out just by analyzing the boy's magic, acknowledging that she was a genius and even more talented than he had imagined. Turning to Arabella, who had clarified everything, she asked anxiously if anyone else knew about this. Dane replied no. Arabella then instructed Dane to listen carefully to what she was saying and also asked Lord Sidrain to listen. She warned them that they had better keep this secret, as revealing it now would have consequences they wouldn't be able to handle. At the mention of Sidrain's name, the old man cleared his throat a few times. He greeted Lady Arabella, mentioning that he had heard quite a bit about her from Dane. Arabella apologized for jumping straight into the topic without introducing herself. Sidrain reassured her not to worry, stating that he would keep this secret because if it got out now, not just Dane but the entire Sogur's family would be in big trouble. Arabella responded happily, acknowledging that as expected of him, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Sidrain then asked if the conversation was being recorded. Arabella replied that no, once the conversation ended it would automatically disappear. Sidrain said good, stating that no one wanted evidence lying around, and added that he planned to return to the magic tower to investigate this matter. Arabella thanked Lord Sidrain for his help. Sidrain waved off her thanks, saying that he was doing this out of the responsibility of a magician and it was nothing. Then, as if remembering something, he asked while they were talking he had heard she was looking for a magic tower to join and inquired if she had decided which one to join yet. Upon hearing this, Arabella understood the implication in Sidrain's question. She replied not yet, adding that she wasn't considering the Nixian magic tower as it wasn't specialized in the field she was interested in. She hesitated before continuing. Sidrain thought to himself that he wondered where that boy got his decisiveness from, as it seemed to be from his older sister. However, very quickly Sidrain's focus shifted back and Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him too much. He chuckled, saying he understood, and added that she didn't have to come from their tower. In response, Arabella offered some reassurance, stating that she was sure there were other talented individuals out there who would join his magic tower anyway. Dane then said okay to his sister, acknowledging that they would discuss the details later, and told her to take care before quickly disconnecting the device. After seeing the end of their conversation, the old man nodded and remarked that Dane's sister had become quite skilled. Hearing this, Dane felt a bit proud, stating that of course she was the one who created this, and she had told him that this crystal ball was the trend among young magicians these days. Looking at the communication device in Dane's hand, Sidrain shook his head slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed quite impressive, but he didn't need a device like that. He explained that once one reached level 8, communicating with others wasn't really a priority, and if something important needed to be said they could come meet him directly, asking if that wasn't right, to which Dane agreed. Dane went to tell his parents about the ancient magic he possessed. Arkan's voice sounded slightly worried as he repeated ancient magic, stating that it made him a little concerned. Arkan spoke firmly, and next to them Lady Lily added that sounded good and she would make sure anyone who targeted him would fall silent in her own way. Watching his parents getting so protective, Dane began to sweat for anyone who might try to harm him, thinking to himself that they were full of killing intent, but with these two protecting him he had nothing to fear. Then Arkan started stroking his chin and said that if that was the case, then that meant there was ancient magic hidden in their bloodline. Hearing the speculation from his father, Lady Lily nodded and said that was a good question. She admitted they didn't know if any of their ancestors had it, but she would check with her side of the family. With both parents considering this, Dane felt a bit curious inside, wondering if both sides of the family investigated would they find something. It wasn't extremely important, but he was still intrigued. Setting the ancient magic topic aside, Lady Lily turned her thoughtful gaze to her son and said that it seemed like he had already reached a few limits. She suggested that if he stayed here it would hold back his development and he should consider moving to the capital now. Hearing this, Dane's face became a bit confused as he repeated, "The capital?" Arkan nodded in agreement, explaining that he knew at least one had to be 14 years old to enroll in the academy, and now Dane was old enough. He admitted that he had actually wanted to keep him there for another year or two before sending him off, but it seemed there was nothing more for him to learn there. Turning to Lady Lily, who could sense Dane's worry, she gently held his hand and advised him that if he chose this path he could leave anytime he wanted. Dane was a bit surprised by this response and thought he hadn't expected them to think this way. Arkin said with a smile that Dane would do great and should go and fulfill his potential the way he wanted. Encouraged by his parents' words, Dane no longer hesitated and said that he understood what they both meant and would prepare to go to the academy. Arkin nodded approvingly, stating that was good, and added that it was time for him to level up too. Dane smiled inwardly, thinking that he guessed it was time for a new chapter, feeling a sense of excitement for what lay ahead. Time quickly passed, and at this moment Dane also shared his plans with Sidrain. Sidrain asked again if this was his choice. Dane replied yes, but a little sooner than he had expected, with a sigh. Sidrain stated that he had made a very good choice, and staying there any longer would only limit his potential, which would be a waste. Sidrain continued, offering a piece of advice not to immediately reveal too much about his talents, explaining that even though the academy was a place that welcomed talent, not everyone thought that way. The old wizard said this seriously, and with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Dane understood part of it. He agreed, mentioning that Arabella had also told him about this and she had to face people insulting her. Sidrain nodded, adding that normal kids wouldn't keep up, but the Duke Thermion and family was a different story. This made Dane recall Layla, and he remembered that he had told her he would visit her if he went to the capital, and if he didn't she would be very disappointed. Dane pondered the seal Duke Thermion had given him, wondering what kind of weapon he should forge with it. He then drifted into his own thoughts, a swirl of ideas that even he couldn't quite grasp. Across from him, the old man stroked his beard thoughtfully before speaking, musing if it would be another 3 months before Dane joined the academy. He suggested that Dane should leave their current dwelling in 2 months. Upon hearing this, Dane nodded, finding the suggestion reasonable. He then inquired about the old man's own plans. In response, the old man shared that he intended to return to the magic tower, feeling a renewed sense of purpose thanks to Dane. He promised to inform Dane of any discoveries related to ancient magic. Dane expressed his sincere gratitude for this offer. The conversation then shifted to Dane's lessons. Considering the limited time, the old man emphasized the need to accelerate his studies, noting the significant difference in difficulty between level 2 and level 3. Dane assured him that he would study diligently. He reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a small wooden box, placing it in front of Sidrain. He explained that his sister had sent it via teleportation magic, mentioning it was a newly released item. Both of their gazes fell upon the box, which contained a small piece of stone. Dane explained that it was a new compact crystal ball not yet available on the market. He added that Arabella, knowing he wanted one, had sent it to him. On the other side, the old man Sidrain seemed utterly captivated by the new gadget. He quickly picked up the stone, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed its compact and beautiful design. Though he claimed he didn't actually need it, he graciously accepted the gift. He then excitedly realized he could record with his magic on it. Dane confirmed this and encouraged him to use it to contact him. Despite his earlier claim of not needing it, Sidrain looked quite thrilled. Dane couldn't help but think he might end up teaching the old man how to use modern devices. Sidrain then cheerfully demonstrated how to use it, making Dane feel a little apprehensive, hoping he wouldn't be contacted too frequently. Time passed quickly, and as evening approached, Dane found himself deep in thought about the future because the academy loomed in his mind, and he knew he needed to prepare seriously in the next 2 months since his primary interest lay in reaching a certain level in summoning magic. He set his goal to officially enroll in the summoning class, receive the summoning mark, and earn the chance to take the ability assessment exam. He continued his train of thought, realizing that since Claire was an assistant professor, he would likely encounter her often once he enrolled. Dane then turned his gaze to the egg resting in the display case beside him, murmuring that he had forgotten to infuse his old friend with magic. Without hesitation, Dane began channeling his mana into the egg, a ritual he had performed countless times, and as he did so he reflected on the past 7 years during which he had infused magic into it day and night, yet it remained stubbornly unreactive. However, he held onto the hope that if the magic hadn't dissipated and the egg had indeed absorbed the energy, it would undoubtedly hatch one day. Time continued its swift passage, and the scene shifted to Arabella, who was explaining the academy's exams to Dane because she mentioned that there was a general exam and a specialized exam. On the other end of the communication, Dane listened intently, beginning to grasp the information, but he was still harboring some questions, so he asked for more details. Arabella paused for a moment before elaborating, and she explained that the general exam was a preliminary test designed to classify candidates covering culture, history, and matters related to the Althean Empire. She assured Dane that this wouldn't be a problem for him, emphasizing that a better performance would be more beneficial as it factored into the entrance exam score. After a brief pause, she moved on to the specialized exam, explaining that it required choosing a major and taking an exam on that subject, and while the content depended on the professor, Arabella expressed complete confidence in Dane's ability to pass, especially since he had a letter of recommendation. Dane acknowledged his understanding and then he asked if they had both passed it easily. Arabella confirmed that they had, shrugging and saying it wasn't difficult at all, but she reminded her younger brother that once he chose his major for the specialized exam he would have to stick with it unless he wanted to switch later on. Dane understood and then he chuckled awkwardly, remarking that she still hadn't given up on this, so he paused before asking if switching majors after enrolling would require changing departments entirely. Arabella replied that it usually did unless one graduated and wanted to start over, and she added that while attending other major classes was possible, advanced courses from the third year onwards were typically restricted to students in the relevant majors. Absorbing this information, Dane fell into a moment of contemplation before stating that he would have to choose just one major to study. On the other end, Arabella seemed to recall something and she quickly reminded him about a program called the elective major specifically designed for talented individuals like him. Dane exclaimed that it sounded interesting, but Arabella cautioned him that it wasn't as easy as it sounded, reminding him that if he didn't intend to purposely fail, he probably wouldn't find anyone wanting to sign up for it. Dane asked curiously why that was, and Arabella replied that up until now no one had ever passed that exam. Arabella paused for a moment before anxiously asking if he was considering testing himself with that, but Dane quickly denied it, saying his sister Sir Sidrain was there and he would contact her later, immediately ending the communication. At this point, Arabella felt a pang of regret, wondering if she had pushed him too hard, but then reassured herself that magic was still better. Meanwhile, a female voice echoed from ahead calling for Senior Arabella, informing her that the professor was looking for her, so Arabella replied that she was coming right now and left. Back with Sir Sidrain that afternoon, the old man delivered the promised letter of recommendation to Dane and he presented it, stating that it was the letter he had promised. Dane quickly took it and asked if Sidrain had truly written it for him, so Sidrain adjusted his beard, puffed out his chest, and replied that not only the form but also the content was his own work. He mentioned having written several letters of recommendation, but this was the first time he had put so much effort into one, suggesting Dane consider it an honor. Despite his somewhat arrogant demeanor, it was clear that Sidrain had put significant thought into the letter, and Dane felt a deep sense of gratitude, vowing not to disappoint him. Looking at Dane, Sidrain suddenly sighed, remarking that if Dane wanted to be his student he would have known better, but he added that even if he had accepted Dane as a student he didn't think Dane would obediently call him teacher. His words struck a chord with Dane, causing him to momentarily stop breathing, and he thought with a bit of awkwardness how Sidrain knew. Changing the subject, Sidrain then asked if Dane had prepared for his trip, and Dane replied that he didn't have many things to bring, for the academy dormitory was already well equipped, providing most of the necessary items. Upon hearing this, Sidrain clicked his tongue and shook his head because he acknowledged that the facilities were good, but they were monopolized by a few individuals. However, he added that Dane wasn't the type to let those people walk all over him, so Dane chuckled inwardly, thinking that the academy seemed to be a gathering place for some unpleasant nobles. As soon as Sidrain noticed Dane's expression, he quickly guessed what was on his mind, and he reminded him not to forget that the place might be harsh, because he warned that if Dane showed disrespect many people would immediately reveal their true nature and show their claws. Hearing this reminder, Dane immediately corrected his attitude, thinking that it was probably no different from a battlefield, so he nodded affirmatively, indicating his understanding. Seeing this, Sidrain gave him a final piece of advice, telling him to feel free to contact him if he needed anything, and also mentioning that the crystal ball, or crystal orb as Dane called it, was really useful and he would make good use of it. Feeling as if they were parting ways, Dane asked why Sidrain was talking as if he were leaving. Upon hearing this, Sidrain's eyes flashed with surprise, asking if Dane had noticed, and he confirmed his plan to leave the next day. Dane expressed his regret, but Sidrain replied that he couldn't stay there forever because he mentioned that Dane's father had offered him the position of magic advisor, but he would think about that later when he had time, as he still had a lot of work to finish. He patted Dane's shoulder as he said this, prompting Dane to think about the ancient magic Sidrain had mentioned earlier, wondering if helping Dane with it was like helping himself, and he thought it wasn't a bad idea at all. With that, the old wizard turned and walked away, feeling a bit sad perhaps because of the time they had spent together, and he couldn't help but feel a little down as Sidrain left. Time passed quickly, and one day Arkan and Lily were talking to each other, so Arkan asked if Sidrain had left safely. Lily replied that Dane had said he would set off that day and confirmed that he was ready. Her expression still held a hint of concern, for she mentioned hearing that he would leave early, which made her feel a little more at ease, but she still wondered if he would run into any trouble on the way. Lily was a bit anxious, knowing it was Dane's first time venturing into the wider world. Arkan noticed her worry, so he patted her shoulder and reassured her that they would be using the teleportation gate that Arabella had set up, so there was nothing to worry about. Lily's expression softened and she sighed in relief, admitting she had been worrying for nothing. Meanwhile, Arkan, thinking about the love and care they had given Dane, smiled contentedly. He remarked that they had raised their children very well, especially compared to other families busy squabbling over the position of family head while their children had a clear direction. He added that one day they would have to make a decision, but he wouldn't show favoritism. At that moment the door to the room opened and Dane entered, now fully prepared for his departure. He greeted them as he stepped inside. Seeing him, both Arkin and Lily nodded in acknowledgement. Lily immediately asked if he had arrived and was leaving now, inquiring if he had packed the sign she had given him and the black emblem. Dane smiled, assuring her that he had everything with him. Lily, still a little worried, gave him one last reminder to go to the place she had told him about and show them the emblem if he encountered any difficult situations. Dane assured her that he remembered. Then he asked curiously if those people were her old colleagues. Lily replied with a warm smile that they were very close friends of hers, and although it had been a long time since they had met, she was sure they would help him if he needed anything. At the same time, Arkin, who had been listening quietly, began to sweat a little, wondering if their Dane was going to start down the path of an assassin. To prevent this, Arkin quickly advised Dane to find Duke Thermion before heading to the academy once he got to the capital, assuring him that the Duke would help. Dane replied, "Yes, father." Just before their separation, Lady Lily couldn't hold back her tears, remarking that Dane had grown up so much and was about to leave. Seeing his wife in such a state, Arkin could only force a smile, chuckling awkwardly and suggesting they send him off with a smile. Lily gently agreed, wiping her tears as she did so. Dane, feeling a tightness in his chest, suddenly felt the weight of the moment, his legs feeling heavier as if the reality of leaving had begun to sink in. "Then I'll take my leave," Dane said, managing a half-hearted smile. With that, he turned to leave, and Arkin, watching his son from the window, grew somber. "Gil, lad," Arkin called out coldly, instructing him to follow Dane closely, ensure he reached the teleportation gate safely, and report back. Gil, lad, responded with an emotionless "Yes, master," and turned to leave to carry out the task of ensuring the young master's safety. Lady Lily, seeing the preparations made by her husband, sighed with resignation and spoke softly, noting it had been a long time since they had such shadows. She then instructed someone to keep an eye on Dane's teleportation and make sure there were no abnormalities. Meanwhile, at the location of the teleportation gate, Dane noticed something strange, for the gate wasn't set up inside the family estate, but in an open field. As the butler Herman gazed at the teleportation gate, his eyes widened in awe, and he exclaimed to the young master how truly impressive it was to see something like this in person. Dane replied with a smile, explaining that it was the teleportation gate his eldest sister had prepared. As the butler Herman gazed at the teleportation gate, his eyes widened. He told the young master that it was truly impressive to see something like this in person. Dane replied with a smile, explaining that it was the teleportation gate his eldest sister had prepared. Gazing at the intricate and complex design of the gate, he was impressed with his sister's efforts, now understanding why she had spent an entire year working on it. The butler then asked if the teleportation would be activated upon entering, and Dane smiled, thinking it would. His mind drifted back to when the gate was being built, wondering just how much effort his sister had put into it, for unlike other magic spells that could be triggered by simply rearranging codes, teleportation required precise energy transfer, and the gate she had installed was flawless, meeting all the necessary conditions for immediate use. Dane silently marveled at his sister's work before his departure. Herman, with a slightly saddened expression, asked Dane to please take care and to make sure to stay healthy. Dane replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Seeing the young man's eyes welling up, Dane slowly walked towards the base of the teleportation gate because he remembered his sister's words. Just channel magic energy into the gate to activate it. Determined, Dane focused and began channeling a surge of magical energy, directing it toward his feet. And as he did, the gate suddenly emitted a soft glow, and in the next moment Dane's figure vanished within the shimmering light. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the capital city, Artenia, where Dane found himself riding a horse at the city gates, and he observed the bustling crowds. His expression brightened as he thought he had arrived at the entrance to the capital of Artenia. At that moment, a knight raised his hand in greeting, recognizing Dane's identity, and he announced that he had been waiting for him, introducing himself as Luik Asmar, the captain of the Thermion family's 1st Cavalry Squad. Dane, slightly surprised but still composed, responded, acknowledging him. Although he didn't know much about this man, he felt a little awkward at the personal attention from the captain. Noticing Dane's hesitation, Captain Luik continued, stating that from now on they would be escorting him. He then turned to his subordinates, instructing them to make sure the route was secure, and the two underlings responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." "Then let's head out," Luik said, and Dane nodded in acknowledgement, though inside he was reflecting on the situation, finding it strange. He never imagined he would actually step foot in the heart of the Althian Empire, a place he had once despised, and now he was there as a promising figure himself. As Dane walked along the road leading to the mansion, He could hear the lively sounds of merchants calling out advertising magic frozen parfait for only 1 silver coin. The vibrant atmosphere caught Dane's attention, and he admired the scene around him, thinking about the many strange things. He hadn't expected the capital to be so lively. Just as he was thinking this, Captain Luick turned his head toward him and reminded him that the Thermion family estate was just over there, indicating that they had arrived. Dane followed his gaze and was immediately struck by the grandeur of the estate. He thought the mansion was truly magnificent, unable to hold back his admiration. However, before he could take in more details, a strange sensation crept over him, for he felt as though someone was watching him from behind, an unsettling feeling like being followed by an unseen presence. Dane wondered if it was just his imagination, deciding to put it aside for now. Following the knights, Dane quickly made his way to the main entrance, where on either side servants stood in an orderly fashion, greeting him respectfully with a unison, "Welcome, young Master Dane Sogers." Dane nodded in acknowledgement and replied, thanking them for the warm welcome. He then added that their formation was impressive, noting the impeccable manners and etiquette, exuding a natural and powerful aura quite different from the south where he was from. After his brief admiration, Dane proceeded to face Duke Thermion, whom he had last met when he was very young. Upon standing before him, Dane immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully greeted him. The Duke responded with a broad smile and a nod, remarking on how long it had been and asking how Dane was, and if the journey had been tough, inviting him to come rest inside. As they walked together into the mansion, the Duke took a moment to observe Dane and commented on how completely different he looked from 7 years ago. He stated that among children Dane's age, and even those a year or two older, there was no one who could compare to him, adding that Arkin must be very proud, and the Duke gave Dane a friendly pat on the shoulder as a compliment. Dane responded modestly, saying the Duke was too kind. Upon hearing Duke Thermion's words, Dane nodded in appreciation of the thoughtful arrangements, thanking him, and then asking how Layla had been doing lately, curious about the girl. Duke Thermion responded with a chuckle, saying she was fine, but then inquired if there was some trouble between Dane and Layla. The comment left Dane confused, and he asked what the Duke meant, his tone filled with curiosity. Seeing Dane's confusion, Duke Thermion sighed, explaining that recently, whenever he mentioned Dane's name, she seemed a bit upset. He speculated that it might be the pressure of the upcoming entrance exams, but knowing Layla, she would get through it easily, and he chuckled, then looked thoughtful, still wondering what was really bothering her. Dane, still unsure, responded that he would ask Layla directly and figure it out, though in his mind a thought lingered about whether it could be because she was reaching puberty. Duke Thermion, understanding that it might be best for young people to sort things out themselves, nodded, agreeing to leave that for later and just reminding Dane not to be too harsh with her, adding that he would understand in time. He then told Dane to go rest, mentioning that a servant would show him to his room. A servant arrived and guided Dane to his room. Before leaving, the servant bowed and wished him well, and Dane replied with a nod. Once the door was fully closed, he took a moment to observe the lavish room and mumbled to himself that he would be staying there for about a week to prepare for the entrance exams, noting that the guest room was a bit too luxurious. He planned to unpack his things first, then head to the training area afterward. Dane casually tossed his bag aside, but before he could organize his belongings, a figure with pink hair emerged from inside the wardrobe and spoke up, saying she would take him to the training area and asking why it had taken him so long, as she had been waiting forever. Hearing the familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned around and responded cheerfully, greeting Layla and asking how she had been. Contrary to Dane's excitement, Layla's mood seemed somewhat annoyed, just as old man Duke Thermion had warned. She replied that she was fine, perfectly fine, but then asked if he didn't have something to say to her, marching toward him as if ready to settle a score. Dane, sensing trouble, backed away a few steps, nervously stammering and asking what she meant. "Why didn't you write me a letter?" Layla suddenly shouted, and at last realization dawned on Dane, and he understood why his close friend was so upset. His eyes filled with regret as he explained that he had meant to reply but kept forgetting, apologizing. "Sorry, that's it," Layla retorted, her voice rising. Dane's face twisted with unease as he tried again, saying he had come straight there and had to prepare to leave his family, so he hadn't been in the right state of mind for anything else, asking for her forgiveness just this once. Layla puffed her cheeks, turning her face away in silent protest. Recognizing how angry she was, Dane sighed in defeat, and to calm her down, he reluctantly offered to do whatever she wanted to make it up to her. "Really?" she asked, finally glancing at him with renewed interest. Dane silently reminded himself to just get out of this mess first, but wondered what she wanted. Aloud, he asked what she wanted him to do. With a gleam of enthusiasm in her eyes, Layla promptly suggested a little sparring match. "A sparring match?" Dane echoed in confusion, and "Yes, fight me," Layla reiterated, her smile widening. Though Dane found the request a bit peculiar, Switching to Layla's perspective, seeing the confident posture of the protagonist, a sense of pride welled up in her as she spoke, asking if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. She pointed out that while she might look the same, she had grown so much stronger that it was incomparable to before, adding that she wasn't the same girl who had learned how to release magic from him anymore. Observing her confidence, he couldn't help but realize how much she must have matured over the past 7 years. Thinking about it, as if remembering something, Dane asked, speaking of which, if she had won some kind of competition that she had mentioned in her last letter. On the other side, Layla's eyes lit up with joy when she heard Dane bring it up, asking if he still remembered. Dane recalled Layla had won the Dante Prize, which was a tough contest for young people. Layla replied that if he had been there they would have faced off in the finals. She smiled, saying it was a pity they hadn't. Excited, Dane suggested they settle it now, but Layla hesitated, worried about his entrance exam and possible injury. Dane dismissed her worries with a confident wave of his hand, assuring her not to worry about him. Seeing his firm response, Layla realized there was no reason to hold back. She agreed, suggesting they have their match first thing in the morning since it was late that day. Time passed quickly until the next morning when, in a spacious courtyard, Dane and Layla stood ready for their sparring session just as they had promised. When they discussed weapons for their match, Dane hesitated and asked if they would use training weapons. Layla was surprised and asked if he still used bladeless weapons. Dane explained that he didn't, but since it was just a light spar practice, weapons would be fine. Dane argued that even skilled warriors couldn't predict everything and wondered what if someone got hurt. Dane's serious tone surprised her, but she assured him her family had the best healer. Dane then asked what would happen if even a healer couldn't help, leaving Layla unsure how to respond. Seeing her reaction, Dane added firmly that if she wanted to wield a real blade, she must think that way. Layla let out an exasperated sigh, clearly irritated, exclaiming that it was just a sparring match and asking why he was being so serious. Finally, she conceded, shaking her head and agreeing to use training weapons, and she turned toward the waiting attendants and instructed them to bring the training weapons over. They responded, quickly fetching the requested equipment. From Dane's perspective, as he watched Layla's current demeanor, a faint smile crossed his lips, for indeed she had grown into a proud, confident young woman, just as the rumors had claimed. Many believed she would soon rival the prowess of her two brothers, who were rising stars among the Althean Empire's knights. Perhaps the Duke Thermion family had birthed its first female head of household, because the moment Layla had learned to release her mana had marked a major turning point. Dane mused quietly to himself, feeling a mix of admiration and respect. Meanwhile, Layla had similar thoughts running through her mind, thinking about Dane. Because of him, she had been able to grasp the basics of controlling magical energy much faster than her peers, and now she had two men accompanying her. Reflecting on this, she glanced at Dane and said with a determined tone that she had been waiting for this day for so long, and asked if he would be upset if she won. At that moment, a servant arrived carrying two training weapons, announcing respectfully that the weapons were there. Layla nodded in acknowledgement, casually tossing a wooden spear to Dane, and as soon as it landed in his hands, he swung it a few times to gauge its weight and balance, murmuring to himself that, as expected, since it was a training weapon, it felt light. Bracing himself immediately into a combat stance, he asked if they should get started. Seeing this, Layla tightened her grip around her sword and responded with a confident nod, agreeing to begin, and so they both stood face to face, staring intently at each other, neither making the first move. Turning inward, Layla reminded herself that thankfully she had faced spear-wielding opponents before, even fighting one during the Dante Cup, and it hadn't been too difficult. A spear had great reach, but its power diminished drastically in close quarters, and if that was the case, she just needed to close the gap quickly. With that thought driving her actions, she gathered all her strength into her legs and launched herself forward like a speeding arrow, aiming to get as close as possible to Dane and neutralize his advantage. When she was nearly within reach, Layla thrust her sword straight ahead with force, but just as the tip was about to make contact with him, his figure vanished abruptly, leaving her movement frozen mid-strike. She wondered where he had disappeared, to all of a sudden right before feeling the wooden spear gently pressing against her hand from the side, causing her to gasp. She stammered, her eyes wide, asking how long he had been there. Beside her, Dane responded calmly with a tone of mild reproach, stating that it was a good thing this was just a practice weapon, as something serious could have happened if it had been a real one. His words left Layla still grappling with the swift defeat, mumbling in confusion that she was sure her sword had already touched him. Back to Dane, seeing the frustrated expression on his close friend's face, he offered a suggestion to go again, starting over, and advised her that using the same strategy wouldn't work, so she should be careful with her movements this time. Hearing these words, Layla instinctively gripped her sword tighter, reminding herself that it had been so long since they had met, and maybe she had gotten too nervous this time and she wouldn't hold back at all. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes caught sight of Duke Thermion observing them from the balcony above, and naturally Dane also sensed his presence. He even deduced the reason behind the Duke's silent observation, thinking to himself that Duke Thermion was there to see the final results, and he understood his intentions well. After Layla had won the Dante Cup, she had poured her heart into training, and he was worried. Today he would relieve him of those worries. Switching to Layla's perspective, the realization that her father was watching only fueled her determination even further. She declared with fiery resolve that Dane should get ready because her father was watching too and she was going all out. Dane responded with a calm nod. With nothing more to say, Layla gripped her sword tightly and swung it with all her strength, and her unleashed 2 sharp wind blades hurtling directly at Dane. However, he deftly spun his spear like a windmill, effortlessly dispersing her attack, yet this was exactly the opportunity Layla had been waiting for, and she dashed forward to close the distance, calling out how that wasn't so easy now as her sword arced toward him. But Dane's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as he calmly uttered that she still had a long way to go and should give it everything she had. Meanwhile, Duke Thermion, or Duke Thermion as he was known to some, remained silently engrossed, scrutinizing every movement in the battle unfolding before him. So far the duel between the two seemed evenly matched, their skills clashing in perfect balance, and yet a strange unease loomed in the air. The smile Dane had worn earlier had completely disappeared, replaced by the serious countenance of a warrior preparing for a real battle. Observing from the balcony, Duke Thermion was struck by Dane's impressive strength, yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. At that very moment, Duke Thermion, who had been watching, spoke up, addressing the knight behind him, mentioning another loss, and he wondered if this would humble Layla a bit. Hearing this, the knight captain wiped the sweat off his brow and sighed. Duke Thermion's gaze never left his daughter as he replied that of course he had known for a while, even before the Dante Cup, and after she had won the championship it had become even more evident. He had been going to talk to her seriously, but he thought it was better if she realized it herself, and the knight agreed with this, saying that it was a very wise decision. Then Duke Thermion looked back at Dane and softly asked how many mana cores he thought the boy had. The knight observed Dane fighting below and guessed at least 3 cores, and this made Duke Thermion furrow his brows slightly, murmuring that he thought it was at least 2, maybe up to 3, causing the knight to stroke his chin and ask curiously why he thought that. Duke Thermion turned his gaze forward and explained to look closely. Even though his spear technique was overwhelming Layla, it wasn't because of speed. What Layla lacked was combat strategy and experience on the battlefield. Although Layla was attacking at an almost lightning-fast speed, none of her strikes could face Dane, and in fact Layla herself couldn't believe it, asking if he could block all of them. Dane confidently responded that he could see all of her moves. Back with Duke Thermion, his gaze shifted to a moment of recollection from the past when Layla had grown the most after meeting Dane, and perhaps this time was no different. Meanwhile, the knight Herman, having observed Dane's abilities, praised him, finding it quite interesting that the young lady who had won the Dante Cup couldn't use her full strength, clearly because Count Sogers had trained him very rigorously. Hearing this, Duke Thermion almost laughed out loud, explaining that no, he didn't understand. Arkin was strict, but he wasn't the type to train harshly unlike him, and the knight asked, puzzled, what he meant by that. Duke Thermion's response was simple: overwhelming talent that ordinary people couldn't surpass. Dane was a genius. He probably hadn't joined because he wasn't interested in the tournament, and the knight said in disbelief that there was no way he wasn't interested in the Dante Cup, as that was the tournament everyone in the Althean Empire dreamed of. Unaware of the knight's thoughts, Duke Thermion firmly believed that no one at Layla's age could compete with Dane. With a touch of hope, he murmured to himself, hoping Layla would realize her shortcomings in this battle, and that if she gave up her complacency and focused on her swordsmanship, she could easily surpass her brothers. Back to the battle between Dane and Layla, the fight had come to an end, and once again the victory belonged to Dane. He had won so easily that he hadn't even broken a sweat, while Layla was drenched in perspiration, her face exhausted from the intense battle. Despite her reluctance, Layla had to admit her defeat, acknowledging that, as expected of Dane, she couldn't beat him, and she bitterly thought about his talent, and how she hadn't realized the gap between them was this big. Meanwhile, Dane lowered his spear and suggested ending the training session there, noting that she was tired and they should stop. Layla acknowledged that he had won, causing Dane to narrow his eyes slightly, thinking that Duke Thermion's wish had been fulfilled. He must have sensed that she realized she wasn't number one. After imparting a lesson to the sword fighter about who the true genius was, Dane turned and began walking away. However, just as he did, Layla shouted, her eyes wide, asking how exactly he trained like that. Dane coldly replied with 2 words: hard work. But this response didn't satisfy Layla, and she retorted that everyone worked hard. Dane paused for a brief moment and muttered that then she should just work harder, stating that he would be going now. His words left Layla momentarily stunned, and she then shouted back, determined that next time he wouldn't win. Dane answered calmly that he would wait for that as he continued walking ahead. Layla, watching his retreating figure, began to recall memories from their childhood. Dane was the only person she admired, and he was also the one she wanted to surpass. As long as she was taught and kept waiting, she wanted to witness herself grow beyond being just a girl, but she wondered why he kept surpassing her more and more. With this thought, Layla unconsciously clenched her fist and muttered under her breath words only she could hear, just to wait next time she would win. Time quickly passed and the day of the exam arrived. Talented individuals from across the Althean Empire gathered to attend the entrance exam, including their families and attendants. Thousands of people flooded the capital. Around 6,000 candidates were set to join the Royal Academy this year. Simply paying the exam fee didn't guarantee entry, and 2/3 of the candidates failed the first round. Now, after the preliminary exam had ended, over 2,000 were preparing for the specialized second exam. Transitioning to a certain office within the Royal Academy, the professors were gathered for a meeting. A voice unexpectedly rang out stating that 2,000 people had passed the first exam, which was a little more than usual, making it quite a spectacle. At this, a professor dressed in purple spoke up, asking everyone how many they thought would pass this round. In response, a blonde-haired female professor shared her guess, saying maybe no more than 200. From another corner, a question was raised about the candidates in this exam and if there were any promising talents. Professor Denevo, the head of the magic department, asked if the scores from the first test had come out yet. To this question, Ingrid from the Dean of Spearmanship Department responded that marking was underway and asked a question, saying she wondered who will get the highest score. One of them speculated that the top swordsmanship student must be the daughter of Duke Thermion. Another confirmed, mentioning that she was the one who had won the Dante Cup and that the finals were spectacular, adding that Duke Thermion had raised her well. Professor Delfiniso, the head of the summoning department, said with eager anticipation that it looked like the top swordsmanship student would be someone to watch. Professor Esteran, the head of the swordsmanship department, confirmed her statement confidently, saying it was practically a sure thing with no competition. Another professor nodded in agreement, which caused the others in the meeting to feel envious of Professor Esteran, murmuring that the swordsmanship department had truly gained a talent and wondering when they would get a genius like that. However, while the others were chatting happily, Professor Denevo appeared deep in thought. He then took out a letter and placed it on the table, speaking slowly that he had a different perspective. Curious, Professor Ingrid asked what it was. Denevo revealed it was a recommendation letter from Sidrain, sealed with the power of the Newson Magic Tower. Professor Ingrid was shocked, asking if this meant Sidrain had really recommended someone. Despite the surprise, the head of the swordsmanship department, still uncertain, confirmed that no one could surpass the winner of the Dante Cup, though his sweaty expression showed that he wasn't entirely confident in his own statement. As the others began to murmur amongst themselves, Professor Denevo continued, explaining that Sidrain, the famous recluse who didn't take any apprentices, had sent a recommendation for a 14-year-old. Professor Delfiniso asked eagerly who this person was. Professor Denevo answered quickly that his name was Dane Sogers. The mention of Dane Sogers left everyone stunned. Another member of the Sogers family, a family that had already produced two geniuses in the fields of magic and summoning, and now even their youngest son was being personally recommended by Sidrain. Back in the professors' meeting, the news of such an outstanding student from the Sogers family intrigued them greatly. After all, the Sogers family was no ordinary one, and with both of the continent's top families enrolling at the same time, it was bound to be a major topic of discussion. As they continued, Professor Esteran, the head of the swordsmanship department, suddenly had a thought and stroked his chin with interest, wondering if that wasn't the family known for their expertise in education. But if the recommendation letter came from a magician, it seemed the Sogers family might become more famous for their magic now. Professor Ingrid, the head of the Department of Spearmanship, couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, stating that she had been certain he would join the Spearmanship Department. In response, Professor Denevo chuckled, saying that if he joined his department, he and Arabella would be quite the powerful duo, smiling smugly to himself and thinking that after all, the Royal Academy thrived on magic. At that moment, a flustered assistant hurried into the room with the exam results, apologizing for interrupting but announcing that they had completed the first round of exams and had the results there. Hearing this, everyone eagerly awaited the data, urging them to take a look at the numbers. On the screen in front of them appeared the results: 1,367 students for swordsmanship, 227 for magic, and 152 for summoning. The overwhelming number of students in the swordsmanship department left the professors in awe, muttering about the 1,367 for swordsmanship and only 227 for magic, making it clear that swordsmanship stood out. Professor Esterand, upon reviewing the results, happily commented that as expected, the top scorer was from the Thermion family. Professor Denevo, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he scanned the list, wondering where Dane Sogers was, as he didn't see his name. His remark caused the others to exchange puzzled glances, wondering if he wasn't the one recommended by Sidrain. Meanwhile, Professor Ingrid checked her own list and shook her head, saying he wasn't there either and that there was nothing they could do. In a moment of panic, a man in the meeting turned to the assistant who had entered earlier and asked if there was anyone missing from the list. The assistant, a bit flustered, checked the list again and hesitated before speaking, mentioning that there was one student who had applied for the open field specialization among the 2,000 candidates, and Dane Sogers had scored the highest in the first round. Ezen shouted wide-eyed, asking what he had said and exclaiming that Dane Sogers had come first. Moving back to Dane, he was still deep in thought, reflecting on the time that had passed, noting that it had already been a month and time really flew, feeling like just yesterday he was sparring with Lila. Now the first round of exams was over and he was waiting for the results. Thankfully the exam hadn't been too hard, he mused, feeling relieved. At that moment Layla, the swordsmanship prodigy, rushed over to Dane, asking if he had gotten his results yet and what place he had gotten. Hearing this, Dane confidently extended his arm in front of her to show off, proudly declaring that he had come first. Layla groaned exasperatedly, saying that of course it was him and that she had missed out on first place. She then turned to Dane, asking how exactly he had managed to study like this. Dane replied casually that it was mostly the questions his sister had sent him. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl, feeling a bit frustrated, commented that she had seen those too, but they were still tough, especially the military studies, wondering how a 14-year-old was supposed to know anything about strategy and military management. Dane replied, surprised that he had thought that was the easiest part, and asked if she hadn't found it interesting. His reaction was largely because of his advantage from having learned this in his previous life. As for Layla, she gave him a bewildered look, as if he were from another planet, asking if he was even human, mentioning not just military studies but also fine arts, music, and even the history of the Drake Empire, in shock. Dane smirked arrogantly, saying that was his specialty, with a grin. As he spoke, he recalled his past life where he had unconsciously gained a lot of knowledge while living through the battles and wars. Changing the subject, Layla asked where he was taking his second round exam. Dane replied that there were 3 places in total. Upon hearing this, Layla immediately guessed the specialization. Dane was aiming for her, eyes widening in surprise. She asked in astonishment if he was really applying for the open field specialization, wondering what else besides the education and summoning departments. However, Dane just smiled to himself, still enjoying the moment without revealing too much, teasing that he would tell her later. Layla continued to shout, still unable to understand why Dane had chosen the specialized field. She couldn't wrap her head around it, and asking why he would choose that specialization. Dane simply replied that it was because he wanted to study that field. Layla continued to shout, still unable to understand why Dane had chosen the autonomous major, saying she couldn't wrap her head around it, and asking why he would choose that autonomous major. Dane simply replied that it was because he wanted to study that field. This only left Layla feeling more confused, reminding him that autonomous major had a very low acceptance rate. In response, Dane explained his reasoning, saying he had heard that with the autonomous major you could take any class you wanted and didn't even need to choose a major until graduation, allowing you to learn all subjects with specialized instructors. Layla, already well aware of this, interrupted him, asking who didn't know that and if he wasn't just trying to avoid studying alongside her by signing up for that major. Then she asked if he really thought he could pass in that field, wondering what he could do besides spear techniques, and summoning, her tone getting sharper, almost like an angry lioness, which made Dane hesitate for a moment, wondering whether to reveal all his abilities to her. The scene shifted quickly to a meeting with Professors Denevo, Professor Ingrid, and Professor Delfiniso, who were now discussing the results of Dane's test. Professor Denevo began, stating that finally they had gathered everyone and that the autonomous major exam required passing 3 rounds, so it looked like he would have to participate in the exam. Professor Delfiniso added that spear techniques and core summoning magic were practically opposites, making it nearly impossible to pass both. She mentioned that some people had passed 2 rounds before, but most couldn't make it past the last one, wondering what he was thinking and glancing at her colleagues. Professor Denevo nodded in agreement, saying it was better to choose one between spear techniques and summoning, as you only needed to register for one. The 2 female professors sighed, noting that the autonomous major department had been established 200 years ago, but hardly anyone had ever passed. Back then it wasn't as difficult compared to the present day. The Academy's standards had risen, demanding talented individuals. Back in the Conquest era, every bit of talent was essential. Professor Ingrid, a bit curious, sighed and wondered why they kept the apartment open. Nobody applied and nobody passed, so why not just shut it down? Debo shook his head, explaining that it was symbolic, representing the most exceptional talents of the Althian Empire. Professor Delfiniso nodded in agreement, acknowledging its importance even though its prominence had faded, as it still carried weight. Professor Denevo then pulled out some documents, adding that he had looked into it and only 2 people had passed in the last century. One had dropped out and the other was a former emperor. Hearing this, Ingrid's face turned pale, worrying for Dane. She asked if that meant that if someone wasn't a genius there was no way to pass. Professor Delfiniso nodded quietly, adding that if he was from the Sogers family she was looking forward to seeing what he could do, as they weren't just any family. Professor Ingrid shrugged, saying that if it were up to them he could pass, but they had their positions to consider and couldn't afford to make mistakes. They decided to see how things played out, wondering if he had enough confidence to take on the challenge. The group murmured amongst themselves, all intrigued by the unfolding situation. Time swiftly passed and the scene shifted to the second examination hall, where all three professors were already present for Dane's evaluation. Standing calmly before them, the protagonist introduced himself as Dane Sogers, applying for autonomous major at the Royal Academy. Upon hearing his introduction, Professor Denevo gave a small nod and inquired if he understood what it meant to apply for this major. Dane replied with a respectful bow, stating that he had heard that one must pass all three stages of the examination to be accepted. It was then that Professor Ingrid, as if giving him a final chance, spoke up, confirming his name as Dane. She suggested it wasn't too late to reconsider, mentioning her great respect for Count Sogers, one of the finest men in the Althian Empire, and expressing her reluctance to see his son disqualified. Before she could finish, Dane interrupted her with a steady tone, thanking her for her advice, but stating that he had come there with the intention to give it his all. The resolute determination in his voice silenced any further attempts to dissuade him. Indeed, if he were the type to back down easily, he wouldn't have applied for this field in the first place. Realizing this, Professor Denevo sighed lightly before proceeding to explain the rules. He stated that the examination would consist of 3 stages, each tailored to his chosen major, and failing even one would result in immediate disqualification. These words were simple enough for anyone to understand, let alone Dane, who nodded firmly, indicating his understanding. Satisfied with his response, Professor Denevo turned toward Professor Delfiniso and said that they would begin with the summon trial as they had agreed earlier. At this, Professor Delfiniso, a woman with striking purple hair, calmly rose from her seat and approached Dane. From Dane's perspective, he had already heard of her. Professor Delfiniso from the summoning department was renowned as the highest-ranked summoner in the Althian Empire. It was said that she once set a record by maintaining control over 3 second-tier or higher summoned creatures simultaneously. So this is her, Dane thought to himself as she drew closer, his heart quickening with anticipation for the challenge ahead. He quietly acknowledged her impressive reputation in any regard related to summoning. Hearing her question, Dane didn't show much surprise. As expected, this was a free-form challenge with no specific standards or forms to follow. After thinking for a moment, Dane offered his suggestion, asking if she could summon a creature for him. A summoned creature? Delphinus asked, as though unsure of Dane's request. Yes, any kind will do, Dane nodded again. Upon hearing this, the other 2 professors who had been watching from their seats nearly fell backwards in shock. What did he just ask the professor to perform a summoning? Ingrid said, stunned. Meanwhile, Professor Denevo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, started to speculate about Dane's intentions, wondering what his plan was, since there was no fixed format, and thinking this could theoretically be explained as wanting to see a summoned creature up close. After a few seconds of contemplation, Professor Delphinus, although still unsure of Dane's intentions, nodded and agreed to his request, remarking that it was bold but interesting and that she knew this was not normal at all, so she must keep her eyes wide open to see what would happen. Saying this, she began to chant the incantation, and as her words filled the air, streams of energy light began swirling around. Eventually they gathered together, forming a spatial gate high in the sky. As soon as it appeared, a strong gust of wind blew through, causing several onlookers around to fall to the ground. From within the spatial gate, a massive wolf had emerged. This was a summoned creature with the head of a wolf but a body resembling that of a human. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a fierce howl, creating waves of sound that spread out around it. This was the frenzied summoned creature, Edararch. Turning toward Dane and looking at the terrifying summoned creature before him, he was not only unfazed but even slightly amused. Such a chilling sound, he thought, noting that it was the most ferocious of all level 4 summoned creatures, infamous for attacking anything it saw. Since this was an entrance exam, he wasn't expecting much, but this was actually quite interesting. With that thought, Dane couldn't help but smile with excitement. On the other side, Professor Delfiniso also looked at Dane with an expression full of challenge and curiosity, asking what he was going to do now that she had summoned any creature he wanted. A few assistant professors who witnessed this scene widened their eyes in fear for Dane. Edararch was the most ferocious of the level 4 summoned creatures. Even many knights would have trouble defeating it in a one-on-one duel. What are they going to do now? Professor Ingrid said anxiously. Meanwhile, under the gaze of everyone, the young man began to slowly approach the giant wolf. This caused even Delfiniso, who had summoned the creature, to be shocked and try to stop him, asking what he was doing and telling him to stop before he provoked Edararch. Before she could finish her sentence, the giant wolf began to go into a frenzy, growling with terrifying sounds, seemingly warning Dane not to approach. However, the protagonist remained calm and continued moving forward at a steady pace, asking if it was alright as long as he proved it by any means. Yes, but if you prove it by putting yourself in danger, Delfiniso warned. but before she could finish her sentence, Dane interrupted her, confidently assuring her that wouldn't happen and telling her not to worry. As he spoke, he extended his hand slightly forward, and this action immediately made the giant wolf grow cautious. It continued growling fiercely, its eyes filled with madness staring at Dane. However, for some reason, the longer it stared at him, the calmer its rage seemed to become, until it finally bowed its head in submission before Dane. "Good boy," he complimented, and the unbelievable scene left both Professors Denevo and Ingrid in disbelief. "What is going on here?" Professor Denevo muttered. Meanwhile, Dane patted the giant head of Eterarch, remarking that it was bigger than Jinfu. As for Professor Delfiniso, who had summoned this creature, she knew it better than anyone else, making her even more unable to believe what was happening. "I can't believe it, I can't believe Eterarch, known for its viciousness, is so easily submissive like this," she thought. She then suddenly realized that a faint blue energy thread was connecting her summoned creature to Dane. "Is that a magical tether with Eterarch?" she wondered. It was faint, so it wasn't submission, but it completely erased Eterarch's hostility, she whispered to herself, thinking this could be something extraordinary. Naturally, the other two professors could also see the thread. "Haha, even seeing it with our own eyes, we still can't believe it. Could it be an innate empathy?" They marveled, amazed at what they witnessed. Meanwhile, Delfiniso began analyzing how Dane had managed this feat, wondering if he had approached Eterarch, quickly analyzed the magical tether, and then created a similar magical tether to connect himself to it. She thought that since there was no fixed method, this could be the most suitable approach to tame such a creature. His ability surpasses his mind, she recalled his master always praising him with. With talent like this, his future was indeed something to look forward to. With this thought, she took a step forward and confirmed the results of the test. "Dane Sogers, your abilities have been fully acknowledged. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid basic skills. There's no doubt now you've passed the test." Nearby Professors Denevo and Ingrid also agreed with her. Upon hearing this, Dane gave a slight smile, thanking them. Time quickly passed until evening, and Dane was recounting the results of his test to Lila, causing her to be shocked. It had ended in just 30 minutes. She then exclaimed that he really was the valedictorian. Upon hearing this, Dane looked curious and asked what was wrong, mentioning that he had heard she was the top in swordsmanship. "No, you're the valedictorian," Lila shook her head and said. She then urged him to cheer up, reminding him that they had already thrown a celebration for their passing. Dane smiled in response, but Lila couldn't hold back her tears and began to cry, saying she wasn't hungry and that he should eat more. With that, she could only sigh inwardly, feeling devastated, thinking she couldn't believe there was such a huge difference. Thinking about this, she aimlessly wandered around, while Dane, seeing her broken state, wanted to comfort her. However, before he could say anything, Duke Bout stopped him, saying she wanted to be alone and should be left to herself, assuring him that Lila would get through this. Then Duke Thermion paused for a moment and asked Dane if he had contacted his father yet, saying he was sure Count Sogers was very proud. Of course, Dane didn't need much reminding. He had already done it, confirming that yes, everyone was very happy. Hearing this, the Duke looked around at the people in the party and continued that if it was in the field of free autonomous major, then it was very well deserved. Everyone around them was surprised. Now that the exam was over, he told Dane to rest well and prepare for school. In response, Dane didn't forget to thank him, saying yes, thanks to his care, he had had a great time. Then Duke Thermion seemed to recall something and asked Dane if he had thought about what item he would commission the blacksmith to make. Upon hearing this, Dane candidly shared his thoughts, saying he was thinking of a sword but didn't have any specific plans yet, as his body was still growing, so he wasn't sure what kind of sword to make and would think about it a little more since this was a good opportunity. Hearing Dane's explanation, Duke Thermion nodded as if understanding, saying there was no rush and to take his time. At that moment, a servant beside them spoke up, informing the Duke that it was time for him to go to the Duchess. Upon hearing this, Duke Thermion's expression changed to urgency, and he said he knew and was heading there now. After saying this, he quickly left to meet his wife. Watching Duke Thermion's retreating figure, Dane guessed that the Duchess's illness seemed to be ongoing. Beside him, Lila explained further that luckily her symptoms hadn't gotten worse, but they hadn't improved either, and this had been going on for years now. Looking at Layla, Dane could only sigh inwardly, saying it was such a shame and that he had never had a family member fall ill, so he couldn't really understand how it felt. Dane then wondered to himself if he should go comfort Lila. Time quickly passed, and 2 days later, in the morning at the Royal Academy, the students who had passed the exams were gathered for the opening ceremony. At that moment, an elderly man stood before everyone and began his speech, stating it was a great pleasure to meet the new students of the Royal Academy, and introducing himself as headmaster of the Magic Academy, Arnold Homet. He mentioned that this year he had witnessed many new students who had passed the fierce competition and were now standing there, expressing his belief that the future of the Althean Empire would be very bright, as all of them were talented individuals of the Althean Empire. He further added that among these new students there were many exceptional talents, and in particular there was one student who had been admitted to the Autonomous Major program, a program where only 2 students had passed in the last 100 years. This student, he announced, had been accepted by the 3 deans of the Faculty of Divine Spearmanship, the Faculty of Magic, and the Faculty of Summoning. Upon hearing this from the headmaster, the group of students below began to panic and looked at each other, exclaiming in disbelief that someone had passed into the autonomous major and wondering who this incredibly talented person was. Turning back to Arkwald without letting the crowd wonder for too long, he immediately called out, asking the top student Dane Sogers to come forward and represent the new students. Hearing the call, Dane calmly walked forward, and as his name was heard, the surrounding students couldn't help but be amazed, wondering if that was the one who passed the autonomous major exam and what kind of blessing the Sogers family had received. The gallery's occupants were astounded by the sheer number of talented individuals who had emerged from the Sogers house, with some even remarking that the heavens had been exceptionally generous to them. Dane's parents were in attendance to watch their son participate in the opening ceremony. "Did you see Dane over there?" his father asked his wife, adding with pride that their son had grown so much and looked good, especially after his first-place win. Duke Thermion offered his congratulations to Arkin, acknowledging his success in raising his 3 children to become exceptional talents. Arkin responded modestly, suggesting that his achievement was insignificant in comparison to the accomplishments of Duke Thermion's children. This comment seemed to trigger a shift in Duke Thermion's expression, a hint of frustration appearing as he privately lamented his 2 sons. Neither had turned out well. One had started school unnoticed, the other had been expelled, and the youngest had even run away. Turning to Arkin, he remarked with envy on Arkin's 2 daughters, to which Arkin responded with a forced smile, reminding him, "But you still have Layla." Duke Thermion then glanced at his daughter, a touch of regret in his eyes, and quietly wished his wife could have been there. Turning to the conversation between Professor Delfiniso and Claire, the professor inquired, "Did Dane get along well with your summons from a young age?" Claire replied, "Yes, Professor." Professor Delfiniso then exclaimed, "As expected. It's that innate friendliness Dane has always possessed right from birth that gives him the ability to form strong bonds with summoned creatures." Delfiniso then observed Dane with a look akin to studying a strange creature, a child without any marks or signs of a summoner, surpassing all others, finding it unbelievable. Not paying much attention to her, Claire voiced a concern, asking Professor if Dane's compatibility was so high, was there a possibility he could summon creatures from beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon? Delfiniso repeated, raising an eyebrow, explaining that it was another world where creatures that vanished 100 years ago were once connected. As for her question, she said, "Who knows, those creatures choose their summoners, so it was possible." Meanwhile, Headmaster Arkwald Homet looked at Dane with a pleased nod, saying so he was the famous Dane Sogers, huh? And that he could freely showcase his talents there at the academy, handing Dane a piece of paper. Seeing this, Dane took the paper from the headmaster's hands and confidently replied that he would remember that. Just then a voice called out to let the representatives of those who passed the exam swear the oath. Time passed quickly and the opening ceremony came to a close. Looking at the piece of paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself that he had finally entered the academy, that it had taken so long to get there, but he wouldn't waste this new life, and that from now on this was a fresh start. The scene shifted to the main lecture hall of the academy, where assistant professors were reminding the new students that the academy introduction was ending there, and they could take a break for now, later enjoying some refreshments and relaxing before the next session. Hearing this, the group of students began chatting excitedly amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Layla, the swordswoman, didn't forget to warn her close friend, telling Dane that there would be many people targeting him from now on, and whether their intentions were good or bad, he needed to be careful. She advised him that if anyone made any offers, he should think carefully about it. She paused for a moment and lowered her voice, mentioning that she had heard that place was full of strange people, those who weren't raised properly at home. Dane, seeing Layla act like a concerned mother on her child's first day of school, couldn't help but feel a bit bored, saying he got it and knew already. Layla immediately noticed that Dane hadn't taken her words too seriously, so she reiterated, telling him not to ignore her and to listen carefully. At the same time, upperclassmen started laughing and running inside, inviting the new students to join their club, cheerfully calling out that they had definitely got some new recruits and to grab that red-haired kid, as he was the talent they had been looking for, inviting students as if they were running a pyramid scheme. Layla sighed, watching the scene, noting that the upperclassmen had already started recruiting new students during the break. As for Dane, this entire situation felt a bit amusing to him, recalling his sister talking about this and thinking there seemed to be a lot of interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, the upperclassmen quickly remembered his presence and shouted to each other to find the Sogers kid, the one who ranked first, insisting they must recruit him into their club. As they spoke, they all turned to stare at the protagonist, causing Layla to panic, exclaiming that everyone was targeting him and asking what they should do first, suggesting they get out of there. Layla immediately grabbed Dane's wrist and pulled him away. However, the upperclassmen weren't about to let them escape so easily. "Dane Sogers joined the fitness club where we build perfect physiques," a large upperclassman said enthusiastically. On the other side, a blonde upperclassman added, "Hey noob, how about the map research club? If you join now, you'll get access to a completely new map. Our astrology club gathers the most talented individuals over there. That's the heir of the Thermion family. We can't let our precious lady escape." They continued chasing the two, acting like zombies chasing fresh meat. Layla, hearing this, was completely overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, shouting desperately that she wasn't joining. Meanwhile, the chase itself felt strangely familiar to Dane. He mused inwardly that he was used to being chased by enemies, but this was the first time for something like this, grumbling that being at the top of the list really was exhausting. Time flew by and the setting changed to a hallway where a calmly walking professor sparked hushed whispers among the assistants. One asked if it was Kelthas Redfield, and a colleague confirmed, adding that he had resigned as leader of the Royal Knights to immediately become a professor. Another assistant remarked on the remarkable yet potentially troublesome arrival, wondering if a new student had joined the autonomous major. This person then lamented the end of their easy essay-based existence, realizing they would now have to prepare lesson plans. The murmurs of complaint continued as the staff discussed the upcoming changes. Meanwhile, Professor Kelthas was feeling a headache coming on. The orientation for the new students was slowly coming to an end, and this situation was beyond belief. He wondered why it had to be the top student now. He then turned his gaze toward Dane in front of him and asked if he must be Dane Sogers, noting that he was there early. Hearing his name being called, Dane turned around and gave a polite bow, saying hello professor, and that it was a pleasure to meet him. All right, come in, Kelthas responded quickly, inviting Dane into his office. Once they entered, Professor Kelthas couldn't help but complain about his unfortunate fate, saying he had worked so hard to get this position and came there to rest, not to teach students, admitting that even being a guide for knights had worn him out. After a moment of grumbling, Professor Kelthas became curious and asked why Dane had applied to the autonomous major. "Because I want to do whatever I want," Dane answered calmly. Professor Kelthas raised an eyebrow and asked if he had ever considered switching to the autonomous major system. Dane shook his head, saying no, he hadn't. Professor Kelthas's expression darkened slightly at the response, thinking that if that was the case, then he had no choice but to guide him. He pondered for a moment and then asked if Dane knew any swordsmanship, clarifying that he wasn't trying to offend him, but that at least since he was in the autonomous major and Professor Kelthas was his professor, he should have some level of skill in swordsmanship. Dane immediately sensed something wasn't right, feeling an ulterior motive. He thought that the sudden mention of swordsmanship didn't feel like a warm welcome at all. He frowned and replied that it wasn't that he wasn't interested in swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Professor Kelthas immediately stood up from his chair, a glint of excitement in his eyes, saying, "All right, then how about they test it right now?" Dane nodded nonchalantly, saying sure. Professor Kelthas's face lit up with a smile, clearly pleased, thinking he had got him now, and suggesting they head to his practice field. Professor Kelthas had an agenda. As a professor, he had the authority to evaluate students, and he was planning to use Dane's apparent lack of swordsmanship as an excuse to fail him. He reasoned that if he could show Dane's awkwardness with a sword, he could easily dismiss him from the autonomous major. The scene then shifted to the training room, where Professor Kelthas reminded Dane that there were plenty of swords there and to choose whichever one he wanted. "Yes, Professor," Dane nodded, scanning the swords laid out nearby. However, the sight of the swords haphazardly placed alongside trash scattered across the floor disappointed him. This is the training field? Even without students in the autonomous major, this is a bit much, Dane thought to himself, sighing internally. He then decided to pick up a sword that seemed suitable enough and Professor asked if this one was enough. "Yes, this one will do," Dane replied confidently. Professor Kelthas began to explain the rules, stating that if Dane could land even a single hit on him with that sword, he would pass, assuring him it wasn't difficult because he would only move within 2 steps. His self-assurance was evident, but he didn't know that standing in front of him was a top-tier swordsman. "Understood," Dane said calmly, telling him to begin. Professor Kelthas, with a cold tone, was also pondering, wondering if Dane's calm acceptance of the conditions meant he was confident. He didn't have long to think before Dane lunged forward and initiated his attack. Dane aimed his sword at Professor Kelthas's waist. It was a quick move, but Professor Kelthas easily dodged to the side. However, Dane's speed caught him by surprise. Professor Kelthas watched the young man move, a thought flashing through his mind about the boy's incredible speed and whether that was the reason for his placement in the autonomous major. Before he could fully process this, Dane's sword was upon him again, even faster than the first time. The weapon moved with a mechanical precision, forcing Professor Kelthas to raise his own sword in a block, pushing Dane's attack away. A nervous swallow went down as Professor Kelthas thought how close that had been. He mused that Dane used an unusual sword style, wondering if the boy was simply a fool who knew how to swing a blade. Yet the way he moved was more like a seasoned battlefield swordsman than a noble or a knight. Professor Kelthas furrowed his brow, lost in thought, but his analysis was cut short as Dane charged once more. The young man's form became a blur of motion, his sword striking from every possible angle. Professor Kelthus struggled to keep up, finding it incredibly difficult to block and deflect each relentless attack. The sheer speed and accuracy of Dane's strikes forced Professor Kelthus into a constant retreat and defense. This was not the fight he had anticipated. As the exchange continued, it became increasingly challenging for Professor Kelthus to maintain his guard. He thought in disbelief about being level 6 and struggling so much against what he believed was a 14-year-old who didn't even require a handicap. However, something about Dane's movement sparked a strange familiarity, stirring an old memory within Professor Kelthus. He recalled a time on the battlefield when he had witnessed an enemy soldier employing an exceptionally powerful sword technique. He remembered there being someone incredibly strong in the Draenic Empire, but this individual wore no medals or insignia of knighthood. While Professor Kelthus was lost in these recollections, Dane seized the opportunity and delivered a swift strike towards his flank. However, the moment his sword made contact with Professor Kelthus' body, Dane stopped, marking the end of the test. Looking down at the sword that had touched him, Professor Kelthus inwardly cursed his lapse in concentration. Meanwhile, seeing that he had landed a touch, Dane allowed himself a satisfied smile as he sheathed his weapon. He then addressed the professor, stating calmly that he believed he had met the requirement. Despite his initial reluctance, Professor Kelthus had to admit that Dane had indeed passed. He gave the young man a scrutinizing look, his mind racing. He considered the boy a genius, an extraordinary one at that. Even with the handicap, Dane had kept pace with someone at his level. Realizing Dane's exceptional talent in swordsmanship, Professor Kelthus couldn't contain his curiosity and inquired why he hadn't applied for the swordsmanship department with such skills. Dane answered with a quiet confidence that his family would likely be disappointed. Professor Kelthus was taken aback by this response, but soon recalled Dane's background. His father was a master spearman and his two sisters were masters of magic and summoning. Professor Kelthus surmised that Dane had probably chosen his current path to meet his family's expectations. He had completely misunderstood Dane's true reasons and mistakenly thought the boy lacked confidence in swordsmanship. Dane, unaware of Professor Kelthus' internal thoughts, asked the professor if everything had been confirmed. Snapping back to reality, Professor Kelthus quickly nodded, telling Dane that he could go and that he would send the official notice soon. Dane thanked the professor, bowed respectfully, and swiftly left the room. Watching Dane's retreating figure, Professor Kelthus sighed deeply, feeling like a failure. He imagined the department heads who had judged Dane felt the same way. All his plans to get the boy out of the autonomous major and living comfortably had gone up in smoke. As Dane left the training room, Kelthus couldn't help but think of a particular individual. The Imperial Knights were tasked with protecting the Imperial family, but there was one instance when they were deployed to the front lines against the Draenic Empire for battlefield inspection. It was there that Kelthus had witnessed a formidable enemy warrior who ruthlessly cut down knights of the Althian Empire. This warrior wore no insignia or markings to indicate knighthood, simply light armor, and wielded two unadorned swords. None of the knights who encountered him proved to be a match. His swordsmanship was unconventional, born from the harsh realities of the battlefield, and if a sword broke, he would fight with the broken piece or pick up another weapon to continue the fight. Kelthus strained to recall the name of this impressive enemy knight. A hollow laugh escaped Kelthus's lips, his expression a mixture of surprise and resignation. Then, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Argric, the warrior born and died on the battlefield, once praised by Duke Thermion. Next, Dane met his older sister Claire outside the schoolyard. She seemed a bit surprised that he had completed the test so easily. She asked in astonishment if he had really passed. She found it strange, noting that Professor Kelthus was not someone who readily passed students. She mentioned that he only participated in one regular meeting a year, but this time the headmaster had called him and he really disliked any kind of hassle. Hearing this, Dane found it somewhat hard to believe and complained that Kelthus really seemed to live by his own rules. Claire responded that that was why she was surprised, but she was relieved that nothing bad had happened. Dane saw Claire laugh, which made him feel a little pleased inside. He thought about his second sister, noting that while she didn't praise him, her relief at his safety was one of the reasons he liked her. At that moment, their sister Arabella came running from afar, calling out Dane's name, wondering where he was. She noticed him with Claire and exclaimed happily that he had passed the test, hadn't he? The moment all three sisters gathered, people around them began to gossip excitedly. They remarked on the Sogur's sisters getting together, noting that Arabella and Claire alone were amazing, but now the youngest was even better than his older sisters. They secretly wondered what kind of family they came from. After that, Dane followed a guide to tour the dormitory area. The guide introduced himself as Max Haleo, explaining that he was in charge of all dormitory operations. He told Dane that the dormitory was divided into 3 sections based on entry levels, and the highest ranked area was called Dontir, named after the first emperor. Since Dane was the top student in the autonomous major, he would be staying in this section. Max assured him that the dining hall, training ground, and library were all up to standard, and there were also resting rooms and magic viewing rooms. Additionally, he mentioned secret facilities that might or might not be available, but depending on Dane's school course, he might have to leave this section. Max also added that Arabella and Claire stayed in this area, but they were just there to graduate. Then he took out a key and handed it to Dane, explaining that they would provide 2 spare keys and to let him know if he lost them. He cautioned Dane to be careful as there were a lot of strange students there. He clarified that they weren't bad people, but sometimes unexpected things happened. Max then told Dane to check the room and to let the logistics department know if he needed anything. After speaking, Max left immediately. Dane exhaled, wondering if he should go check the room. He then quickly walked around to explore, muttering to himself that it was really high class. However, he found it strangely quiet, noting the absence of any human presence, as if everything had evaporated. He frowned, pondering what exactly was going on. Driven by immense curiosity about the situation, Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing the energy within his body, spreading it outward. He attempted to disperse his sensory aura, wondering if it would work. As he did so, his energy slowly expanded, flowing into every corner of the dormitory. Soon vivid images began forming in his mind. He caught a faint whiff of oil, followed by the subtle sound of gears clicking into place. A trap, he realized. At that moment, Dane started piecing things together, a faint smile appearing on his lips. So that's how it is, he muttered. This must be some kind of initiation. Just as he suspected, somewhere within the dormitory, a group of students was closely watching him through a simulated display. When they saw Dane standing completely still, refusing to move, a red-haired student curiously asked why he wasn't moving, wondering if he actually had sharp instincts. Beside him, a blue-haired student turned and grumbled, questioning if Arnold thought the new student had already figured out all the traps. Arnold, a young man with an air of confidence, simply smiled, adjusted his glasses, and responded with absolute certainty that it was impossible. He declared that the jeweler family had been the finest hunters for centuries and that he had complete faith in his traps. This handsome student was none other than Arnold Goulard, the eldest son of Baron Goulard and a third-year student in the shooting department. Despite Arnold's firm declaration, one of the students in the group couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, hesitantly asking if it wasn't dangerous. Arnold chuckled, reassuring them that he wasn't foolish enough to set up anything truly harmful. He explained that he had removed anything that could actually injure Dane, stating that it was just enough to make a fool out of him. Seeing that there was no real danger, the students' nervousness quickly turned into excitement as they eagerly anticipated Dane's humiliation. One of them sneered that this first initiation was going to be fun, predicting that the kid would be in a miserable state by the time he made it through. Arnold's voice carried a mocking tone as he smirked. But then a voice of concern suddenly spoke up, questioning if this was okay, reminding them that they were talking about the Sogers family and that they had all gone through their own memorable initiation. Arnold scoffed, telling them to just watch, predicting that Dane was going to be so terrified he might pass out. He spoke with such ease, completely unbothered by any consequences. After all, when it came to noble families, minor pranks among their younger members were hardly something that would force the adults to intervene. Unlike Arnold's confident demeanor, a girl in the group furrowed her brows and reminded him if he had forgotten that Dane was the valedictorian of the spearmanship division, suggesting that this time things might be different. She pointed out that his 2 older sisters were both geniuses, and if he had managed to get into the spearmanship division, it meant he was even more talented than they were. This girl was Priscilla Nerial, a member of the prestigious Nerial family and a 4th-year student in the neurology department. From Arnold's perspective, her skepticism hit a nerve. He widened his eyes and snapped, questioning what she was implying and if she thought Dane wouldn't fall for his traps. Before Priscilla could respond, a brown-haired student nearby teased, suggesting that even Arnold wasn't so sure about it himself. Arnold bellowed at him to shut up, calling it nonsense. Despite his loud protests, deep inside his anxiety was mounting. Adjusting his glasses, he tried to reassure himself with optimistic reasoning, stating that there was no way Dane could see through his traps, as he had used stealth techniques and even applied oil to muffle any mechanical sounds. Just as he was thinking this, Dane suddenly started moving again, sending the entire group into a frenzy. Someone shouted that he was on the move for real, and everyone rushed forward, scrambling to find the best vantage point. Back to Dane, he thought that compared to the traps he had faced before, especially the ones set up by Lady Lily, these were nothing more than child's play. One glance was all it took for him to see through them. He identified a rope trap, realizing that one slight touch would cause it to snap. He decided to use a magic bullet instead. Without hesitation, Dane gathered mana into his palm and fired a magic bullet straight at a brown sack hanging from the ceiling. The moment it was hit, the sack burst open, sending a cascade of water pouring down like a waterfall. However, upon observing the amount of water, Dane was slightly surprised, thinking it was less than he had expected. But before he could dwell on it, something unexpected happened. A stone tile on the floor suddenly slid open, releasing a thick brownish gas that immediately spread into the air. The stench was so unbearable that Dane nearly passed out on the spot. He muttered in irritation about the disgusting smell and how childish this was. Back at Arnold's group, their anticipation of watching Dane embarrass himself had completely flipped into frustration, and all of that frustration was now directed straight at Arnold, the one who had so confidently declared that his traps were foolproof. Someone angrily questioned what the hell that was, reminding Arnold that he had said there was no way Dane would notice the traps and demanding to know what he meant by no way, stating that Dane had seen through it right at the start. Arnold stammered, struggling to find an excuse, calling it just a coincidence, a total fluke. Priscilla's voice dripped with suspicion as she repeated the word fluke, but Arnold nodded furiously, doubling down on his claim that he had gone too easy on Dane in the beginning, insisting that he would fall for a trap. Seeing his determination, the other two boys exchanged glances and hesitantly nodded, suggesting they give Arnold another chance. Hearing this, Priscilla could only sigh inwardly, but an uneasy feeling gnawed at her as she wondered why she felt so anxious about this. Meanwhile, Dane continued walking down the hallway and soon came across the second trap. With just a glance, he immediately saw through its design. Sighing in disappointment, he murmured that this one was just as sloppy as the first, wondering if he should just destroy it and be done with it. As the traps Arnold had set were triggered, numerous boxing gloves suddenly flew out from all directions around the hallway, shooting randomly in every direction. However, with Dane's exceptionally agile movements, he was able to effortlessly dodge each one without breaking a sweat. Even the intricately arranged spike traps designed with great care couldn't touch him. Inside the observation room, as they watched Dane's performance, the group of young students was left utterly speechless, muttering in awe that this was just as expected from the Sogers family. Meanwhile, Arnold's face had gone blank as he watched his carefully crafted traps become utterly useless in the face of someone like Dane. Even his two friends in the room were beginning to lose all faith in him. One of them remarked with disbelief that it was like Dane knew exactly where everything was, even though Arnold had worked so hard to hide them. But Arnold, unable to accept the embarrassment, gritted his teeth and muttered that it was too soon to give up, insisting that there was no way Dane was going to avoid the last trap. Priscilla, sensing his frustration, hesitated before asking what the last trap was. Without giving a clear explanation, Arnold merely grinned, mysteriously saying that they would see soon enough. And so, in no time, they witnessed the final trap Arnold had prepared. Before Dane stood a massive red dragon, and behind it there was another huge goat-headed monster. From Dane's perspective, upon seeing these large monsters appear before him, he immediately made a guess that these must be summoned beasts, noting that they looked like they had prepared some pretty strong ones. He nodded in admiration before something odd caught his attention. He furrowed his brow, focusing intently as he spoke, realizing that the images of these monsters seemed to flicker and distort, not quite real. He concluded that this was just an illusion trying to scare him without real strength, noting that no wonder they looked suspiciously strong. He thought that a normal student might have run away by now, but not him. He decided he didn't need to dodge. All he had to do was disrupt the mana flow and they would disappear on their own. As Dane focused his energy into his palm, the students in the observation room were completely stunned by his lack of fear. One of them gasped, wondering why he wasn't running away, and noting that he even looked pretty calm, then questioning what he was planning to do, asking if he was concentrating mana. That sentence hit Arnold like a thunderclap. His face broke into a cold sweat as panic took over. He wondered in disbelief if Dane had realized they were just illusions, questioning how that could be possible in the blink of an eye. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Priscilla, standing behind him, clicked her tongue and shook her head, whispering that it was all ruined. Back with Dane, after gathering enough energy, he unleashed it directly toward the illusionary monsters. In an instant, the illusions shattered, vanishing as though they had never existed. Once done, Dane smirked and said that it was a joke, wondering where the person who set this up was hiding. Cut to Arnold's group. For some reason, they suddenly bolted out of the observation room, their faces filled with pure panic. One of them shouted that it was an Edirak and questioned why that thing was there, yelling at Arnold to do something. But Arnold, terrified out of his mind, had no strength left to fight back against the gigantic wolf chasing them. He screamed, asking what the hell that thing was. The red-haired student asked urgently if that was the thing Arnold had prepared. Just then, the giant wolf opened its massive mouth and let out an ear-splitting roar, causing the red-haired student to scream in fear. At that moment, Dane's voice echoed from nearby, asking if this was where they were hiding. Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group saw a glimmer of hope and turned toward him, pleading for help. They asked the new guy if this was his doing and if he could handle it, promising to apologize if he would get rid of that thing. Back to Dane, after feeling that he had sufficiently intimidated the upperclassmen, he canceled the summoning of the wolf, causing it to vanish through the portal. It wasn't until it had completely disappeared that the students were finally able to exhale in relief. Next, the long-haired student adjusted his clothes and somewhat awkwardly began talking to Dane. He introduced himself as Droyan Valentine, a fifth-year student from the alchemy department and the sole heir to the Valentine Marquis family. He was well-built and quite handsome. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Dane, seeing this, reached out and firmly shook it, replying that it was a pleasure to meet him. Meanwhile, in his mind, Dane couldn't help but wonder what the heck this guy was talking about. Not picking up on Dane's inner thoughts, Droyan continued to praise him, saying he was really good at avoiding traps and asking if he was majoring in something like autonomous major studies, suggesting that that must be why the initiation ceremony had failed and that Arnold was really disappointed. Droyan eagerly explained that Arnold was the heir to the famous Goulart hunter family and the one behind all these traps, which made Arnold extremely embarrassed. He shouted at Droyan for dragging him into this. Dane smiled to himself, realizing that Arnold was the one who had designed those traps. Droyan then called the others over, asking them to come and say hello. The group responded quickly, moving forward. Droyan then pointed to the girl named Priscilla and introduced her as a fourth-year student in the Holy Magic Department, advising Dane not to mess with her as she wanted to become a priest. Before Droyan could finish his sentence, Priscilla, having already figured out what he was about to say, swiftly pushed him aside and cut him off, saying she was kind and beautiful, right? She introduced herself as Priscilla Null, the abandoned child of her family, explaining that joining the Holy Magic Department meant she could kiss any dreams of marriage goodbye. In response to this, Dane gave a nod, saying that he was looking forward to working with her, and after that both of them shook hands as a form of greeting. However, immediately after, Priscilla's eyes widened in shock, almost as big as saucers, as she sensed the terrifying amount of energy within Dane. She exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why his mana was so dense, and if this was really the mana level of someone their age, calling it unbelievable and impossible. Behind them, Droyan seemed a bit confused as he saw Priscilla overreacting like that, asking if it was really such a big deal. The red-haired guy replied that it must be, while Arnold also seemed a little annoyed by the situation, muttering that they were making a big deal out of a little dense mana, not paying attention to him. The red-haired student stepped forward and introduced himself as Skal Hespero, a second-year student from the martial arts department. He clarified that he wasn't like those muscle heads, explaining that while muscle was important, martial arts wasn't just about strength. He added that anyone could see that, and if Dane was interested, he would teach him real martial arts. Then Dane's gaze moved to the last person, Arnold, who arrogantly turned his face away, as if he didn't care about the introductions. His uncooperative attitude annoyed the others a little. Someone asked Arnold what was up with him, noting that it was his turn and questioning if he was upset because his traps got destroyed, calling it petty and small-minded. The group scolded him, causing veins to bulge on Arnold's forehead. Left with no choice, though irritated, he reluctantly turned to greet Dane, but the only thing he said was his name, Arnold Goulart. That was all that came out of his mouth. Fortunately, Dane didn't mind much. He remained cheerful despite Arnold's grumpy attitude, introducing himself as Dane Sogers, saying it was nice to meet Arnold. Arnold still seemed annoyed that all his traps had been defeated, and Dane silently wondered if he should compliment them. Not wanting to look at Arnold's gloomy face anymore, Dane decided to offer a few compliments. He said that these were really good traps and that Arnold seemed to understand the mechanisms and activation well. However, he pointed out that the paint was easy to spot, suggesting that he try mixing F3 silver and D6 black in a 4:6 ratio instead of using F6 black at this level of brightness, as it would be harder to notice. Other than that, he concluded that this was a trap that anyone would fall for. On the side, the group couldn't help but be stunned by Dane's talent, as he offered advice on improving the traps. They murmured in amazement, wondering if he was teaching Arnold how to set traps and calling him a really interesting guy. After the greetings were finished, the group led Dane to his room. As Dane followed them, he reflected in his mind that these people were really interesting, and it felt great to have a few kind friends. He thought that things were starting to get interesting now. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to a corner of the schoolyard. At this moment, Dane was standing and talking with his close friend Layla. However, after hearing what Dane had said, the swordswoman couldn't help but shout in shock, questioning if he was attending 6 specialty classes this semester. In response, Dane slowly explained that there were only 3 specialties and each required 2 classes. Layla shook her head at Dane's rather calm reaction, reminding him that there were also general education courses and questioning how he was supposed to have time to sleep. She mentioned that usually in the first year it was only 4 classes. Dane replied, not particularly stressed about it, that he guessed he could skip the first one. Hearing this, Layla gave him a look of disapproval, questioning how he could be so carefree and stating that that was why military studies got added to the autonomous major classes. She lamented, saying that she really hated military studies and that her grades had dropped a lot in the first semester because of it. Dane had to agree with her, muttering under his breath that it really was the hardest subject. Layla checked the time and spoke up, realizing that Dane was the top student and saying that she would see him in the swordsmanship class later, as she had to go to a general education lecture. Curious, Dane asked which general education class it was. Layla said, her face lighting up with excitement, that it was understanding cosmetics and skincare. Dane could only chuckle inwardly at her enthusiasm. The typical girl nodded, and Dane replied that he understood, telling her he would see her later. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the military studies class, where Dane had naturally arrived. His appearance drew curious and scrutinizing gazes from everyone in the room. Whispers rippled through the class with students wondering who Dane Sogers was and what he was doing there. Some speculated if he was planning to attend the lecture while others wondered if he might be the son of a count, noting his somewhat aloof demeanor. One student thought they understood what others meant by his aloofness. The gossip reached Dane's ears, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He silently muttered that he could hear everything, then opened his textbook, preparing himself for the General Education Military Studies lecture. Based on what he had read the day before, there were things he knew, but also things that were completely contrary to what he expected. He mused that if theory and reality were always in sync, no country would ever lose a war. However, he also thought that the reason military theory was taught was because the fundamentals were very important. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a middle-aged professor with a stern face walked into the classroom, causing the entire room to fall silent. The professor greeted everyone, introducing himself as Francisco Gavious, the one responsible for teaching military theory, and told them they could simply call him Professor Gavious. He announced that they would begin the lesson after taking attendance. Looking at the serious expression on the professor's face, Dane couldn't help but think more highly of him. He thought that looking at his face, this guy seemed to have a lot of experience on the battlefield, and found himself really looking forward to this. After attendance was taken, Professor Gavious began the lecture. His voice echoed through the silent room as he explained that to truly understand military theory, it was crucial to comprehend its impact on the battlefield. He pointed out that while soldiers could be careless, commanders always had to weigh victory against the lives of their soldiers, clearly stating that theory was incredibly important. He emphasized that they needed to base their understanding on theory in order to make sense of real-world situations, and that by recognizing the inconsistencies in reality, they could truly grasp the practical purpose of military theory. The professor then expressed his curiosity, wondering how many of the students there would become elite soldiers, before posing a question. What did they think was the most important thing in war? In response to this question, while everyone else was still pondering, Dane suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this, the professor's eyes narrowed a little, and he asked the student who had raised their hand to speak. With absolute confidence on his face, Dane answered that the most important principle was supply lines. Upon hearing this, Professor Gavious looked at him with approval. He nodded and continued, agreeing that victory, success, and improvement could only be achieved when the supply lines were secure. He remarked that it was interesting as they were just starting and they already had a correct answer, saying this with a smile before asking Dane another question. Did he know the 3 most important things about supply? In response to the question, Dane answered that first was strict military management. He elaborated that the supply chain from the central command to the front line wasn't just a matter of physical distance, but a whole system that stretched out. He explained that if just one person had ulterior motives, corruption could easily occur, which would lead to a lack of supplies. As Dane spoke these words, he was entirely relying on his battlefield experience. He wasn't boasting, but truly understood the issue, noting that most supply issues arose from misconduct at the intermediary level, even though initially the shipments were transported safely. Professor Gavious agreed exactly. Dane was quick to answer the second point, the standardization of supplies. He explained that if the quantity and weight of the supplies were standardized, mass production could be carried out, which would be incredibly helpful for rapid supply, ensuring that the frontline units could maintain their strategy without suffering losses. Upon hearing this, the students in the room exchanged wide-eyed glances and whispered to each other, questioning what he was talking about, as this wasn't even in the textbook. Not only the students, but even Professor Gavious couldn't hide his surprise. He then asked the final question, and once again Dane provided the correct answer. Finally, Dane responded that it would be local production. He explained that the longer the war went on, the more the first 2 principles were neglected and the quality of supplies would decrease. This required the soldiers on the battlefield to figure out ways to be self-sufficient at a minimum level. Even though the quantity and quality might be low, it would still be enough to have emergency rations in critical situations. Dane said this with a slight smile on his face, thinking to himself that these were all things he had witnessed and felt firsthand on the battlefield. The room had become utterly silent after Dane's words. The students stared in disbelief, unable to say a word. Eventually, Professor Gavious couldn't help but loudly praise him, saying that was an excellent answer, and asking what year he was in. Dane replied that he was a first year. Gavious's face showed clear confusion as Dane's answer hit him. Sweat started to bead on his forehead, and he asked again what he was just a first-year student. He pressed Dane further, asking how a kid who had just enrolled could know all of this. He reiterated Dane's points: strict military management, standardized supply chains, and on-site production for self-sufficiency, stating that these were practical experiences that soldiers and officers faced on the battlefield, and questioning how someone with no battlefield experience could know this. On the other side, Dane's face was a little thoughtful. Of course, he couldn't just admit that he had directly experienced these things, so after about 2 seconds he quickly made up an excuse, saying that his dad used to tell him about all of this. Gavious, with his curiosity piqued, asked about his dad's name. Dane replied with his face full of pride, stating his name was Dainsor. Once Gavious heard the family name, he was immediately convinced. The Sogur's family, so he was the son of the Green Gale. That explained it. If he was from the Sogur's family, then he must be the student who passed the spearmanship major exam. No wonder his level of knowledge was different from other first-year students. With this realization, Gavious no longer had any doubts. He raised his voice and addressed the whole class, exclaiming for them to hear that the military theory they were about to study was exactly what Dane Sogurs had just explained, emphasizing that applying theory to real-world situations based on textbook knowledge was the ultimate goal of military studies. He then moved on to the next section, turning to Dane with his face filled with anticipation, remarking that it had been a long time since a Sogurs who was this outstanding had appeared. Time passed quickly, and as the class ended, Dane was in a bit of a panic as he rushed out of the room, muttering to himself that he had almost gotten pulled into the Imperial University right after class ended. Professor Gavious had called him over and tried to convince him to enroll in the Imperial University. It seemed like the professor was in a hurry. Dane then recalled the advice from his sister Claire. If anyone suggested he apply to the Imperial University of the Althean Empire, he should just refuse, decline, and leave immediately. Her advice had come in handy, but it seemed like the professor wouldn't give up that easily. Dane then thought about his real issue. He still wasn't used to the Academy's map. It was so huge. The meeting place with Layla was at the central fountain square. Thinking to himself, Dane squinted at the map in front of him. It didn't take long before he located his target, muttering to himself that crossing the Mist Garden was the fastest route. The Mist Garden was a place where even on cloudy days visibility was so limited it felt like there was fog everywhere, making it easy to get lost and wander around inside. It was a vast garden enveloped in mist, which caused people to avoid it altogether. On top of it, there were rumors of ghosts appearing at night, but Dane thought this place didn't seem as bad as what his older sister had said, noting that the weather was good and he had already arrived here so quickly. Just as he finished speaking, as if to prove him wrong, he suddenly heard a desperate scream from behind, someone calling for help, asking if anyone was there. Hearing the pitiful cry, Dane turned around to see where the sound was coming from. His curiosity piqued. He wondered if someone was there, noting that the sound came from inside. His mother had always told him that if he ever heard someone in danger, he should help immediately. With enough time before the next class, he figured he could rescue whoever needed help and still make it on time. Dane reminded himself of this and quickly headed in the direction of the scream. Not long after, Dane successfully rescued a nameless student. After being saved, the young man gratefully thanked him, saying he thought he would be stuck in there forever. Dane waved it off and asked if he was hurt anywhere. The young man who wore glasses replied that he was a little tired but otherwise fine. Then he introduced himself as Ernest Dillon, a first-year student in the exploration department. Hearing this, Dane stared at the confused young man as if he were an alien, voicing his surprise that an exploration student had gotten lost. His voice was filled with such surprise that it made Ernest's face turn a little red with embarrassment. Ernest explained that he had gotten too excited and just wandered around without thinking excited enough to get lost. Dane sighed but quickly brushed it off, telling him to forget about that and asking more about his family. He reasoned that if he was a Dillon, his family must be from the West, and their crest was probably a ship and a sailor, as the Dillon family was famous for their exploration efforts. Ernest nodded eagerly, confirming that his family had been exploring the seas and distant lands for generations. But for Dane it seemed a bit much, and he silently reminded himself that sounded a bit tough for Ernest. Ernest scratched his head awkwardly, and then asked Dane in return that he was surprised Dane knew about their family and what his name was. Dane Sogurs, the main character, replied with a smile. As soon as Ernest heard Dane's last name, his expression immediately changed, and he exclaimed that so he was the new student who passed the autonomous major exam after 100 years. Dane sheepishly scratched his head and confirmed that was him. Meanwhile, Ernest started looking at him with the kind of admiration one would have for a celebrity, exclaiming that he couldn't believe it and that he had always wanted to meet him even just once. Dane, feeling even more awkward at Ernest's overly enthusiastic reaction, tried to maintain composure. However, after a moment, he noticed something unusual about Ernest's appearance and furrowed his brows. He said Ernest wasn't injured, but what were those bruises and those scars? They didn't seem like the kind you'd get from an exploration accident. Dane thought to himself, a certain idea forming in his mind. To confirm his suspicions, Dane decided to ask if Ernest had been exploring this garden. Hearing this, Ernest responded that he would call it excitement rather than exploring, explaining that for him anything new he encountered was an exploration, not just this garden, but people, objects, everything. With that, Ernest opened his backpack and showed Dane a plethora of items he had collected. Dane was taken aback, questioning if all these were exploration tools, noting that there were so many. Ernest continued, stating that his goal was to explore every corner of the academy. Then pausing for a beat he lowered his voice slightly and added that the mist garden of course was part of that and there was definitely something there with the clouds and thick mist, asking if that didn't seem a bit odd. At the mention of the mist garden Dane's expression changed and he nodded in agreement, stating that was right before asking if Ernest had discovered anything yet. Ernest could only shake his head regretfully and respond that not yet, but he was sure there was some kind of power inside this garden, though he wondered if it wasn't impossible for anyone to uncover the truth about it. Dane shrugged in response. However, Ernest had his own thoughts on the matter, suggesting that maybe there was a reason no one had thought of for not uncovering it, or what if someone had already tried and still couldn't solve it, a reason why it couldn't be uncovered. The spectacled young man slowly began to voice his theories about the strange phenomenon of the garden, agreeing that they couldn't know for sure now, but what if it was a force created by unknown factors or objects like the legacy of an ancient vanished kingdom or things summoned from beyond the horizon? Dane, listening intently, found his interest piqued by Ernest's words, thinking that if it was the legacy of an ancient kingdom that would definitely be interesting, and he nodded in agreement. Ernest, seeing Dane agree with him, became even more excited, asking if he thought so too and stating that he really wanted to uncover the secrets of this place. Dane, however, hadn't forgotten about his lecture and decided to momentarily pause the conversation, mentioning that he was on his way to class. Hearing this, Ernest was startled and quickly apologized, saying he understood and that they should get out of here right away. But before they could even move, the weather suddenly changed and it began to rain heavily, making Ernest's face fall. He turned to Dane, his voice urgent, stating that this was bad and that he had heard that when it rained the mist became even thicker, questioning if that was the case it would be hard to get out, right? Ernest gritted his teeth and confirmed. Sure enough, as they spoke, the mist around them began to thicken, reducing their visibility significantly. Ernest pulled out a compass from his bag to try to determine their direction, but the needle spun wildly, unable to settle on any fixed point. Ernest said bitterly that, as expected, the compass wasn't working and they couldn't move forward like this. Meanwhile, Dane asked if they couldn't use their exploration skills to figure this out. Ernest shook his head slightly and put the compass away, explaining that there was another path here, but the mist was too thick to go down it, and there was some kind of unknown force at work here. Upon hearing that, Dane's face began to break into a cold sweat as he muttered an unknown force, wondering if they had walked into a trap. Not knowing what Dane was thinking, Ernest turned to him and said that his body felt heavier, asking what they should do now and apologizing to Dane, saying this was all because of him. Seeing Ernest so worried, Dane spoke up to reassure him, telling him not to worry and that they should wait and see how things unfolded before making any decisions. However, for some reason, Dane suddenly felt something very different from Ernest. He thought that this mist felt somewhat familiar, wondering if it was just his imagination and what was going on. He didn't feel weak. On the contrary, he felt strangely empowered. Back to Ernest's perspective, he was now so worried that he was on the verge of tears, wiping his eyes as he shouted that this was bad, and if this kept up, Dane would be in danger. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of brilliant light appeared beside them, causing Ernest to stop crying and turn. He noticed that somehow Dane was emanating a powerful energy from his body, strong enough to push Ernest back. He screamed, questioning what was going on and calling it terrifying magic power. As the magic energy spread, the mist around Dane started to dissipate. Ernest hurriedly asked Dane what was happening as the mist cleared up from around him. In response, Dane's face grew more confident and he told Ernest to let go, saying he thought he knew the way out now. Ernest asked in astonishment how he knew. However, Dane didn't elaborate much, thinking to himself that maybe he could uncover the secret of this place. With that, they both began moving quickly behind Dane. Ernest couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer, wondering what was going on, as this was the mysterious mist that even many mages couldn't unravel, yet Dane was walking through it like it was nothing, and the mist was clearing wherever he went, making the visibility clearer, remarking that Dane was really a miraculous guy. Before long, Dane quickened his pace, reminding Ernest that they were almost there. Ernest said excitedly that Dane had found the way. However, the place Dane led him to was entirely different. They had reached the center of the misty garden. Ernest gasped in surprise, looking at the fountain in front of them. Turning back to Dane, he couldn't help but notice the stunned expression on Ernest's face. It was clear that Ernest knew something, so Dane quickly asked what it was, if there was something special about this place. In response, Ernest's eyes widened even further in disbelief, exclaiming that of course most students came to the misty garden for this exact reason. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he let out an awe and continued asking Dane not to tell him he didn't know the legend of this place. Dane, who barely knew anything about the school to begin with, could only shake his head, questioning if this place actually had a legend. Seeing his reaction, Ernest took a deep breath and explained that there was a legend that said if you reached this spot before the mist cleared, you would be reunited with the person you desired most. Dane, upon hearing this, immediately lost interest, muttering to himself with a sigh that it was another one of those cliché love stories, before shrugging and continuing, questioning that if getting here was this difficult, then how did it even work? At that, Ernest's curiosity seemed to be piqued as well, and he nodded in agreement, stating that Dane was right, it was strange. Dane then turned his gaze toward the fountain in front of them, staring at it intently before voicing his thoughts that if no one was constantly supplying it with mana, could there really be a power source strong enough to sustain itself indefinitely? As soon as those words left Dane's mouth, Ernest's eyes widened again, this time in revelation, exclaiming that if that was the case, then this entire garden might actually be one giant mechanism. Dane nodded in agreement, elaborating further that given how unnecessarily complex and intricate this garden's layout was, that could very well be the truth. Ernest, now filled with excitement, added that then that meant if this garden was an ancient mechanism, this magical fountain could be some kind of artifact from the past. Meanwhile, Dane had his own thoughts forming in his mind, thinking that maybe the mist itself was connected to it, that feeling he was certain of it now. It was as if something inside the fountain was responding to him, like reuniting with an old friend. This was ancient magic, Dane silently concluded, reaching out to touch the fountain, carefully feeling the energy emanating from it. Then all of a sudden, Ernest noticed something inside the fountain. Ancient symbols were carved into the stone. His eyes widened in shock as he gasped, asking Dane to wait a minute, stating that this was the ancient secret language. Ernest adjusted his glasses and nodded, eagerly confirming that was right. At first he wasn't sure since he couldn't see clearly, but now that he was touching it, he was certain this was the language of the long-forgotten secret kingdom. Hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his amazement, asking if Ernest even knew about this. Ernest replied that of course he was from the Dillon family and learning ancient languages was essential for explorers like them, explaining that it would be frustrating to imagine reaching ancient ruins but not being able to read anything. He added that he hadn't mastered every language yet, but he had learned this one from his father when he was little, asking if he could try deciphering it. Ernest's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire face lighting up with enthusiasm. He was so eager that he even pulled out a notebook and a pen to start taking notes without waiting for Dane's approval, diving straight into the translation, his passion for discovery burning like a wildfire. Dane could only watch and chuckle to himself, thinking that Ernest's explorer instincts had just kicked into overdrive. And so time began to pass as Ernest focused all his intellect on deciphering the ancient inscription on the fountain. He mumbled to himself as he worked, noting that this word meant worthiness, and this one. He paused, then exclaimed he got it, piecing the words together. His eyes suddenly widened in excitement as he announced to Dane that he had cracked it. Dane immediately turned to him, asking if he really had and what it said. Without hesitation, Ernest handed over his notebook and proudly announced that those who are worthy shall prove their strength. It was an enigmatic phrase, leaving Dane slightly puzzled, wondering if worthy and prove could be referring to ancient magic. For some reason, the closer he got to the center of this place, the more familiar it felt. Dane mulled over the thought in his head. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed to be contemplating the same thing, musing that it was funny because if worthiness here referred to ancient power, then there was no way anyone could qualify. Dane simply gave a faint smile and thanked Ernest. Then Dane focused his inner strength into the bracelet he and Old Man Sidrain had obtained earlier. From Ernest's perspective, watching Dane suddenly channel his power into something with such intent made him immediately ask what Dane was doing. Dane didn't respond, instead remaining deep in thought, thinking that they said runes held power simply through their form, and if he used this bracelet it might trigger a reaction. And just as he predicted, the ancient inscriptions engraved on the bracelet began to glow. Ernest shouted in surprise that strange markings were appearing on the bracelet. Then Dane extended his hand forward as if responding to him, and the bracelet detached itself from his wrist, floated toward the fountain, and began to resonate with it. The ground beneath them trembled violently. Ernest cried out in shock, questioning what the hell was going on, stating that it was shaking like crazy and asking Dane what he had just done, noting that the fountain was sinking into the ground. Meanwhile, Dane couldn't suppress the excitement surging through him, thinking to himself that yes, that was the right answer all along. By now even a fool could tell what was happening. The mist was disappearing too. Activating an ancient artifact this easily, the worthy one the fountain's inscription spoke of, was it actually Dane? Ernest found himself staring at Dane as if trying to decipher exactly who his friend really was. But before he could dwell on it any further, a massive blue crystal in front of them suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Seeing this, Dane quickly called out to Ernest to look. Something was glowing at the center. Ernest snapped out of his thoughts and focused his gaze forward, and then both of them stood their mouths agape in awe, exclaiming that it was beautiful and looked like a gemstone, which must be the power source of the fountain. Ernest's voice was filled with realization, and Dane agreed with this assessment, adding that maybe it was also the cause of all the strange phenomena in this garden. Dane then calmly stated that they were about to face ancient power. Then beneath Dane's feet, a complex magic circle appeared, radiating an intense energy. Dane extended his hand, feeling the powerful force emanating from it. He thought about this power, this ancient magic, realizing it was the same as the power he possessed. His eyes locked onto the ancient script inscribed on the crystal, and a realization struck him. Arcana had once existed and was destroyed, and this was its legacy. He was amazed that he could understand the ancient language that he couldn't read before concluding that this was truly the legacy of the Arcana Magic Kingdom, and that meant he had already absorbed its power. Dane exclaimed in excitement. However, just a second later, a sharp pain erupted in his chest, forcing him to clutch at it. He internally screamed about his heart hurting, all of a sudden sensing something happening to it. Before he could fully grasp what was occurring, he sensed it inside his heart. A magic circle was forming. Dane questioned himself about this magic circle, noting that the core in the circle and their roles completely opposed each other. He knew that having both was incredibly rare and that this combination was inefficient and could even damage the body, explaining why magic swordsmen always had heart problems. He reflected that he never wanted to form a circle meant solely for magic, but he never expected it to be forcibly implanted into his heart. A deep sigh escaped him and worry clouded his face so visibly that even Ernest noticed immediately. Turning toward him, Ernest asked with a voice thick with concern if he was really okay, noting that he had been looking pale the whole time. Not wanting to make his friend worry, Dane forced a weak smile and waved his hand dismissively, saying not to worry, he was just thinking too much. Hearing this, Ernest hesitated for a few seconds, studying Dane's expression. In the end, he chose not to press further and gave a small nod, adding that he was still in shock too, but the power Dane had just absorbed, the mist, the ancient script, it all seemed connected to him. Switching back to Dane's perspective, Ernest's curiosity didn't surprise him much. Of course, his friend had countless questions. He had just witnessed everything unfold before his eyes. Dane thought he should get a better grasp of the situation first. With that in mind, he conveniently shifted all responsibility to his older sister, saying he was just following what his sister taught him and didn't really know the details either. Ernest replied with a grin that if Dane ever figured it out, he should let him know. Dane nodded in agreement as they left the mysterious garden behind. Ernest reflected on everything they had been through that day, his excitement unmistakable as he shared his thoughts, saying that today felt like his blood was boiling, and this was exactly the thrill of an adventurer. Ernest then asked Dane if he wanted to explore the Academy's mysteries with him, suggesting they could share any strange phenomena or secret places they discovered. Dane responded with a bright smile that sounded fun, a small sense of anticipation sparking within him. Perhaps there were even more places like this one brimming with magic. Then, as if suddenly remembering something important, Ernest exclaimed for Dane to wait. Hadn't he said he had a class coming up? That reminder made Dane jolt in realization, his class he had completely forgotten. He patted Ernest on the shoulder before dashing off, agreeing that Ernest was right and apologizing for having to go, telling him he would see him later. Ernest chuckled, watching Dane's figure gradually shrink into the distance, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He mused that Dane really was an interesting friend, and if he kept exploring with him, something amazing was bound to happen, adding that he couldn't wait. Meanwhile, Dane was sprinting across the academy grounds like a gust of wind. Yet as he moved, he began noticing strange sensations within his body. He wondered why running felt so much easier than before. Despite having both a core and a magic circle, an unstable combination that should disrupt energy flow, he felt no discomfort. Normally, the presence of a circle would interfere with mana from the core, making it inefficient, but now, no matter how much mana he generated, he didn't feel anything unusual. No, it was actually the opposite. The mana circulated through the circle, then somehow got drawn back into the core. Not only that, but the mana in his core felt purer than ever before. Dane thought to himself that this was incredible and he needed to contact his sister. Time quickly passed and the scene transitioned to a remote territory located in a desert region. This was Hangston District. At this moment, Dane, along with countless students from the Royal Academy, had gathered here for an unknown reason. Standing beside Dane, his close friend Layla excitedly commented that so this was the famous Hangston District she had heard so much about, pointing out the entrance before them. There stood a massive gate. Layla let out a gasp of admiration as she gazed upon it, stating that this must be the legendary magic barrier. Magic barrier? Dane echoed, his voice filled with curiosity. Hearing this, Layla immediately realized that Dane had absolutely no clue about what he was looking at. With a bright smile, she eagerly explained that it was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. She continued that this barrier activated once a year specifically for freshmen with magical talent, and when someone passed through it, the barrier revealed a color based on their magic's quality and level. She further explained that originally this was designed to detect and eliminate dark mages trying to infiltrate the academy, but after dark mages went extinct, it was repurposed for this. Thinking about this, Dane's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked what each color represented. Layla, ready with an answer, explained smoothly that if someone had no talent, no color would appear at all. If they had decent talent, the color was yellow. If their talent was significant, the color was blue, and if they had overwhelming talent, it turned red. She spoke so fluently that Dane couldn't help but be impressed. He turned to her with admiration and said that she really knew her stuff. Hearing that, Layla playfully winked and responded with pride that of course she wanted to know everything about the academy. Then, as if remembering something important, she added that by the way, all of Dane's sisters got red anyway. Layla then confidently stepped through the gate stating she would go first. As expected, the shimmering aura around the entrance turned bright red, proving her overwhelming talent. Layla cheered with excitement that it was red, adding that it was incredible. Dane nodded in agreement. Layla grinned, raising a fist in triumph, saying that at least she was good enough for this much. Watching her, Dane couldn't suppress his curiosity. He had to test himself. "All right, my turn," he declared, stepping toward the gate. Even before entering, he had already made some assumptions, thinking it was probably going to be red. After all, he had absorbed ancient magic, so maybe he would be even stronger than normal. That was what he thought, but the result was completely unexpected. The color that appeared wasn't red, it wasn't blue, it wasn't even yellow. Instead, the light shining from the gate was green. Seeing the unusual glow, both Dane and Layla froze. Dane wondered aloud what the hell green was. Layla exclaimed with wide eyes in shock that there was no ranking for green. Dane let out a nervous chuckle, agreeing that seriously, even he had no idea what was happening. Dane forced a nervous chuckle as Layla asked for clarity, and sweat beaded on his forehead because he was as baffled by the green glow as she was. Dane wondered if his newly awakened ancient magic had broken the test, and doubt swirled within him about whether this bizarre color was the first sign of deeper powers unseen by anyone else. Elsewhere in a vast academy hallway, students moved between lectures, and some noticed a finance department student entering in advanced magic class, which triggered whispers of surprise and speculation as people gossiped about a mere number cruncher attending high-level magic. Ornate arches loomed overhead, adding a layer of intrigue to this unexpected crossover of departments. Inside a grand lecture hall, a tall fifth-year named Arthur Diamet entered abruptly, causing younger students to whisper, stunned by his presence, and he mentioned having a delivery after class. Arthur scanned the room for Dane Sogers, Arabella's younger brother, and a new interdisciplinary student, wondering why Dane was not present yet, sounding both curious and impatient. 2 first years stated Dane should arrive but had not, and they looked uneasy, mentioning recent chaos in Hankston District, clearly indicating things at the academy were far from normal. Arthur instructed them to bring Dane the moment he appeared, explaining that because Dane was Arabella's brother, Arthur would maintain special vigilance. The first years sensed deeper motives as Arthur stood listening to the students whisper about Dane's rumored feats, and he wondered if he would finally meet the person creating such a buzz. The room became silent as Dane and Layla walked in, and everyone noted Dane's emerald eyes and Layla's pink hair, eager to see what surprises they might bring. Layla teased Dane about drawing attention everywhere he went, and he grimaced but straightened his uniform, ready to face curious peers and whatever might come next. Across the hall, Arthur smiled knowingly, having waited for this arrival, especially after hearing about the monument's green light, and he prepared to greet Dane in person. Arthur strode over, loudly calling Dane's name, recalling his dramatic entrance ceremony viewed from above, and Arthur seemed larger than life while Dane looked confused by the sudden spotlight. Layla eyed Arthur, suspecting an ulterior motive, as his casual tone was oddly familiar for someone they had never officially met. Dane remained guarded, uncertain why Arthur was so eager, and Dane bluntly asked Arthur who he was and why he was acting friendly. Arthur spluttered, and onlookers shuffled, sensing the tension rising between them as Dane insisted Arthur introduce himself properly. Arthur hesitated, realizing Dane was not a timid freshman, and the air hung heavy as both measured each other's boldness. Arthur's face darkened with anger at Dane's refusal to show deference, and silence gripped the hall as Arthur considered this open challenge to his authority. Nearby students whispered warnings about provoking Arthur, fearing Dane's boldness could wreck his academy life, and everyone tensed, bracing for Arthur's reaction. Arthur declared he was there only because Dane was Arabella's brother, but found Dane insolent, demanding to know if this attitude tarnished House Soger's name. Dane calmly noted Arthur's aggressive tone was ruder than any slip in formality, and observers shifted uneasily, torn between admiration and fear of Arthur's wrath. Arthur gritted his teeth, furious that Dane would not bow, and the tension thickened as though the entire hall held its breath, waiting for a spark. Layla and Dane watched Arthur weigh his next move, and he thought letting the slide would undermine his standing, certain Arabella would back him if he retaliated. Blue mana crackled around Arthur's hand as he announced Dane needed discipline, his voice echoing in the ornate hall, and students gasped, fearing an actual duel was imminent. Dane's emerald eyes narrowed, and Arthur's gray-blue gaze hardened as they stood locked in silence, the hall crackling with energy, uncertain who would strike first. Suddenly, Professor DeNavo intervened with calm authority, asking if there was a problem, and everyone went silent, the tension shifting to the towering magic department head. Arthur adopted a polite facade, claiming he was merely greeting new first years, and he gestured toward Dane and Layla, hoping to hide his near-violent confrontation. DeNavo, tall and broad-shouldered, suggested saving conversations for after class, and Arthur, still fuming, tried to mask his annoyance under the professor's stern gaze. With a dismissive wave, Arthur said he would overlook it this time, and he stepped back, leaving Dane and Layla amid uneasy peers. The tension lingered heavily as Layla quietly warned Dane to stay cautious, sensing Arthur's refined manner hid something menacing. Dane listened, unsettled after their heated face-off, while Arthur, across the hall, told an underclassman to bring Dane to a certain secret spot later, refusing to let this confrontation go unresolved. The student hesitated, worried about involving Arabella's brother, but Arthur dismissed the concern, insisting Arabella would understand his actions when the time came. Meanwhile, Denevo announced early dismissal for orientation but first wanted everyone's mana capacity measured. The class buzzed with excitement and fear for this test, and on his desk sat a gleaming disc studded with crystals. Students gathered close, recognizing the famed mana measurement device, and its soft blue glow drew curious eyes. Denevo demonstrated, placing his hand on it and explaining how each student's magic circles would appear, and everyone watched attentively, eager to see the professor's technique. Brilliant light flared around him, revealing circles in midair, and students looked on, captivated by Denevo's refined mnemonic control, which seemed effortless and precise, gasping at his 8 circles. Whispers spread that this level suited the head of the magic department, and the realization sank in that they were far behind. 2 glowing circles lingered as examples, and Denevo explained darker hues meant stronger capacity, while students could not tear their eyes away from the swirling mana display. He showed that circles did not always appear, but that did not mean zero talent, and blue ribbons swirled around him, mesmerizing everyone with his graceful demonstration. Students lacking visible circles sighed in relief, realizing they might still grow, and hope replaced some anxiety as they watched Denevo's reassuring performance. Denevo paced, reminding them circles were not the full story, as magic relics and hidden powers also shaped potential. The class listened, eager to uncover their true abilities, and purple mana swirled overhead as he stated, everyone in this course should know beginner spells at least, making students sense this orientation was more trial by fire. He revealed a container of glowing blue orbs, explaining these would measure raw power, and their soft radiance excited the class, who realized this test could reveal hidden strengths. Dane eyed the orbs, murmuring thoughtfully, noting that although he had studied various devices, this one felt different, and curiosity flickered in his gaze at the upcoming challenge. Denevo demonstrated psychokinesis, levitating orbs in sparkling blue arcs, encouraging students to copy his smooth control, igniting both excitement and a bit of fear. With a flourish of glowing mana, he said, just like this, as the class tried to memorize every gesture, hoping to match his flawless demonstration. Orbs danced overhead, reflecting on ornate seats, and students watched Denevo's calm mastery impress, quietly bracing for their turn as whispers spread that his precise rune formation and orb manipulation rivaled advanced spells, feeling beyond basic even though he insisted it was the starting point. Layla shrugged, accustomed to big magic feats, yet even she was intrigued by the potential here, excited to push her growing abilities to new heights. Denevo noted beginner spells varied in strength and precision, with each orb needing a separate mana thread, and most novices could only handle 2 or 3 at once. Layla nudged Dane, guessing he might surpass that limit with his odd power, and Dane gazed at the orbs, recalling the ancient magic coursing within him. Denevo called on Arthur to demonstrate, and the room quieted as the older student stepped forward, ready to show if his reputation was deserved. Arthur accepted with a confident grin, secretly aiming to overshadow Dane before they even competed, intensifying their barely concealed rivalry. Seated, Dane recalled Arthur's arrogance earlier, wondering if Arthur's demonstration would reveal the source of his bravado, and tension sparked in Dane's emerald eyes. Arthur placed a hand on the orb, and 4 deep blue mana circles flared behind him, impressing the class with his commanding aura as students gasped at his 4 circles, each shining intensely. Whispers confirmed Arthur's formidable standing, reinforcing the rumors about his skill and power. Denevo patted Arthur's shoulder, praising him, and Arthur modestly credited good teaching, though both knew his achievement was extraordinary. Dane remained watchful as the professor said 4 mana chains typically appeared after graduation, emphasizing Arthur's advanced level, and everyone realized they were witnessing a top-tier talent. He advised first-year students to learn from such experienced peers, and Arthur soaked in the praise, further fueling his confidence. Under the lecture hall's gaze, Arthur, eyeing Dane, warned him not to be impressed yet, vowing to show a huge gap in their abilities as arcs of blue mana shimmered. Dane remained calm, unfazed by Arthur's bravado, silently recalling his own hidden relic powers, and the atmosphere crackled, hinting at a looming showdown. Arthur demonstrated stunning orb control, weaving brilliant blue paths in midair, and windows reflected the spectacle, turning the hall into a swirling tapestry of light. Students leaned forward, marveling at Arthur's precision as he guided each orb effortlessly, showing no sign of weakness. Whispers rose, praising his flawless technique, and someone shouted, "How many is he juggling?" Arthur controlled a clump of orbs at once, and the blackboard faintly glowed, reflecting his intense magical energy. Though sweat beaded on Arthur's brow, he refused to falter, pushing harder, determined to prove his superiority and overshadow Dane in front of everyone. He called Dane a rookie, daring him to match this display, and Dane's face stayed neutral, but the challenge between them became painfully clear. Denevo applauded Arthur, releasing the tension, and the hall erupted in cheers as some wondered which magic tower he would join, while Arthur basked in triumph. Arthur stepped aside, feigning modesty, but anyone who knew him could see his pride swelling. He was convinced he had shown who ruled this classroom. He sneaked one last glance at Dane, itching to witness Dane's attempt, his smug curiosity lingering, waiting to see if the rookie could compete. Dane lowered his gaze, recalling the ancient power coursing within, and readied himself, determined not to hide his abilities, whatever the outcome. Denevo announced that those without visible mana need not feel pressured to continue, but nobody left. Even the timid ones could not resist the chance to see everyone's potential. The class shifted, some gripping desks nervously, but curiosity outweighed fear of failure. They would rather try than miss the spectacle. Denevo nodded, calling students in rows, and each stepped up to measure mana on the orb. Dane and Layla joined the line, and voices whispered around them, but they remained calm as sunlight filtered in, highlighting the academy's grand stage for their test. Layla muttered, "This is more a public display than orientation," expressing her unease performing under watchful eyes. Despite her strong magic background, Dane noticed how the academy encouraged open competition to spur growth, and he readied himself, accepting that proving skill publicly was part of the deal. Others attempted psychokinesis, coaxing orbs with shaky mana, and hearts pounded as Dane's turn neared. Layla stood close, offering silent support. A bright-haired student managed one circle, grinning in relief, thrilled to have any visible mana at all. Another tried but failed entirely, producing no glow, and he left frustrated and embarrassed, with sympathetic murmurs following him back to his seat. A third almost conjured a faint glow, but the orb slipped and thudded. Denevo offered a brief pitying comment, then called the next student. Arthur, arms crossed, muttered that these attempts were pitiful, unimpressed seeing no one near his skill level yet, his scorn evident. A honey-haired student pointed out the next name, Dane Sogers, and immediately the room buzzed, recalling rumors about him and the green barrier. Dane stepped forward, meeting Denevo's steady gaze, and the hall went quiet once again, everyone bracing, anticipating something extraordinary or disastrous. Across the room, Arthur narrowed his eyes, ready to see if Dane's arrogance was justified, watching carefully, expecting a major disappointment. Dane wondered if the ancient magic would produce another strange result like the green curtain, and he steeled himself, hand hovering above the orb. Denevo recalled Dane's perfect solution to a prior advanced exam, suspecting hidden powers at work, and he watched intently, curious about any relic-based anomalies. Students who struggled earlier observed Dane, remembering how tough it was to form even one circle, and they marveled at his calm stance. A few recalled Dane's sharp mind and strategic thinking, suspecting he was more than just talk, especially if ancient magic was truly on his side. Dane finally touched the orb, and a gentle blue spiral formed that intensified, mana ribbons winding around his arm, mesmerizing everyone with their deep glow. Unexpectedly, a surge of power overwhelmed Dane, and sweat dripped as he poured out more mana than intended. The device flickered ominously, hinting at something abnormal. A crimson panel appeared overhead, unable to measure, and everyone gasped. There was no standard color or circle count, just an error. The hall plunged into stunned silence as Dane stood under flashing red light, asking what it meant. No known data covered this bizarre reading, and alarmed whispers rippled through the crowd as Layla and Arthur stared in disbelief. It was clear to everyone that Dane's mana could not be measured, and they sensed this event would have significant consequences. Dane's journey was just beginning as Professor Denevo stood observing the scene. The mana testing machine glowed crimson around Dane, and students whispered with concern. The professor asked why the machine was not producing a typical reading. A crowd gathered, looking at the device's glow, with some wondering if it was malfunctioning and others suspecting Dane's mana was unusual. The tension in the room increased as the red light became brighter. Dane stood slightly separated from the others, his shoulders tense as he considered whether ancient magic was the source of his unusual power. Despite his inner worry, he remained outwardly composed, causing others to speculate about his hidden thoughts. Professor Denevo indicated the glowing runes on the machine, emphasizing its accuracy in detecting everyone's true strength, yet it could not read Dane's mana. The students understood they were observing something beyond the realm of typical magic. Dane watched the flickering red light, puzzled that a machine designed to measure anything was unable to measure his mana. Students whispered that this situation might be unprecedented in the academy's history. Several students suggested the device was not working correctly. Professor Denevo instructed them to prepare a backup orb test, assuring everyone. Dane, feeling both anxious and determined, agreed to the second test. Arthur Diamet watched with a smug expression, suggesting that Dane's inability to be measured meant he was not as impressive as others. He stood with crossed arms, pleased by the possibility that Dane might not be exceptional. Dane walked towards a large glass cylinder containing glowing orbs for the traditional test. A feeling of nervous anticipation filled the hall as everyone waited to see if this method would finally reveal his power. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and directed energy into the orbs. Soft blue mana moved around his hand, indicating a strong magic beneath his calm demeanor. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and all the orbs rose in a swirling display. Silence filled the hall as onlookers witnessed an unexpected demonstration of control and impressive magical ability. Two classmates stared, surprised that a first-year student could raise every orb, their expressions showing both admiration and a touch of envy for Dane's apparent talent. Voices could be heard saying that even raising a few orbs was impressive, but Dane had elevated them all. Bright light moved upwards towards the ceiling, and Professor Denevo also seemed very surprised by this display. Arthur and a female student looked upwards, acknowledging Dane's remarkable abilities, their expressions indicating they had underestimated him. Arthur's surprise grew and he struggled to accept that the person he had mocked might be more skilled than everyone else. Doubt and worry appeared on his face, suggesting he was reconsidering his previous opinions. Layla Thermine watched, appearing both amused and slightly annoyed as she was accustomed to Dane's unusual achievements, yet even she seemed pleasantly surprised by the impressive display. Dane stood under the swirling orbs, feeling amazed by his own power. He thought that ancient magic might be further enhancing his abilities as shimmering blue lights moved across the halls, walls, and ceilings. A spark of amusement appeared in Dane's eyes, and he decided to shape the floating orbs into something more elaborate, wanting to create a memorable magical performance for everyone. Dane directed shimmering mana ribbons, filling the air with bright blue patterns. The entire room shimmered as these radiant strands captured everyone's attention in an enchanting display. Professor Denevo watched with disbelief, sweat appearing on his forehead, and stated that Dane's mana control was extraordinary, clearly unable to fully comprehend such a remarkable demonstration of power. High above, the orbs formed the symbol of House Ogres, a lion and a snake. Soft sounds of surprise echoed through the hall as they realized Dane had shaped his family's noble crest using pure mana. Twisting lines of mana revealed a majestic lion intertwined with a serpent. Students stared, recognizing this iconic emblem and understanding the prestige of House Ogres displayed in the air. Small groups of onlookers whispered about Dane's brilliance, recalling his renowned sisters Claire and Arabella. This spectacle felt even more astonishing, leaving everyone excited. Professor Denevo stood in surprise, remarking that even Arabella had never attempted something like this. Dane smiled modestly, genuinely surprised yet proud of how easily he had formed the grand crest. Layla patted Dane's shoulder, advising him not to overexert himself, and mentioned it was her turn with the orbs, although everyone was still talking about the impressive House Ogre's crest above. After Layla's attempt, Professor Denevo praised Dane's performance, joking that even Sidra, the elusive mage who avoided most students, would be pleased to mentor such a talented individual. Dane thanked him politely, his eyes showing excitement about what else his core circle fusion might achieve. He remained outwardly calm but was inwardly eager to explore his growing powers further. A few older students whispered that Dane had studied under the former Tower Master, which explained his enrollment in the advanced track. Realizing they were witnessing raw, untapped power, they exchanged knowing glances. Arthur remained uneasy, speaking sharply to a friend who suggested Dane might surpass him. Anger and envy grew within Arthur as he struggled to maintain his composure amidst Dane's increasing fame. Clenching his fist, Arthur silently criticized House Ogre's immense talent, resenting being overshadowed again, which fueled a growing resentment that would likely influence his future actions. Dane was seen calmly talking with two peers while Arthur observed from a distance, his tense muttering indicating he was reconsidering a direct confrontation, knowing he could not easily overpower Dane. Arthur vowed to himself that he would never lose to Dane, yet a single look at Dane's calm smile reminded Arthur that brute force would not work. He considered another strategy to deal with his rival, imagining befriending or controlling Dane instead, thinking that if he could not defeat him, perhaps he could influence. A determined look appeared in Arthur's eyes as he began to plan a more subtle approach. Arthur gathered two older students, proposing that Dane join the student council, believing that controlling him from within would be safer. A boy with brown hair argued that Dane was only a first-year student and the council rarely admitted newcomers. Arthur dismissed these objections, intending to bend the rules if it meant keeping Dane's unpredictable power on their side. They watched Dane across the room, concluding that no precedent was unbreakable and that controlling him through an early council position might be their best chance at neutralizing his immense power. A blonde girl raised objection, but Arthur further emphasized them to trust him, telling them that Dane's power could enhance the magic department's reputation. Envisioning the political advantages within the academy if they could utilize his extraordinary talents, Arthur stood confidently, certain that Dane's involvement would elevate both the council and his own standing. His determined expression suggested he would do whatever was necessary to secure Dane's allegiance. After the orb test concluded, Professor Denevo praised Dane from a distance, clearly impressed. In a corner, Arthur observed quietly, already determined to either recruit or contain Dane soon. From a higher vantage point, Professor Denevo joked that he would have fought with other professors to keep Dane in the magic department if he had known about his abilities sooner. Dane simply promised to do his best in whatever path he was placed. Professor Denevo cautioned other students to work hard, emphasizing that they had a genius as a competitor. Professor Denevo placed a reassuring hand on Dane's shoulder, inviting him to visit any time, as he believed Dane had a bright future and wanted to support his potential. Dane nodded politely, concealing his excitement behind a calm expression. Students continued to talk about his surprising results, some in awe and others skeptical, unsure how to categorize such unprecedented power. While walking through the corridors, Dane attracted curious glances. Layla asked how he had accomplished the impossible, and he simply shrugged, admitting that even he did not fully understand his newly amplified abilities. Layla approached Dane with playful annoyance, joking that he had become famous. She pretended to be irritated but was actually worried about the strain on him, her sarcastic smile hiding genuine concern. Back in the test hall, Layla floated 5 orbs while Dane quietly complimented her skill. She responded sharply, saying she did not need his flattery, determined to achieve recognition on her own merits. Outside, Layla crossed her arms, pouting about how easily Dane captured attention. Dane teased her about sulking, but their conversation had a warmth that showed their growing closeness. Suddenly, Arthur and his friends appeared. Arthur congratulated Dane in a forced, friendly manner, while Layla tensed, suspecting a hidden plan. Dane stood calmly, waiting for Arthur's next move. Arthur politely requested a private conversation, claiming he had acted impulsively before. Layla moved closer to Dane protectively, doubting Arthur's sincerity, sensing his ulterior motives. Dane noticed Arthur's sudden politeness likely stemmed from his impressive orb performance. He prepared for a cunning proposal, knowing that Arthur usually wanted something in return for his praise. With the Academy's impressive architecture as a backdrop, Arthur explained the prestige of the student council, implying that Dane would gain significant influence. He presented membership as Dane's path to power on campus. A group of council members stood proudly at the Academy's entrance, appearing authoritative. Arthur pointed out that they decided policies, budgets, and more, emphasizing their substantial impact on student life. Arthur highlighted their authority to discipline or approve events, subtly mentioning they could easily affect a student's reputation. Dane remembered that his elder sister Arabella had once told him how exclusive the council was, and such a powerful organization should not be taken lightly. Standing on the stone steps, Arthur offered to sponsor Dane for an officer position, insisting that Dane exceeded the usual requirements, while Layla watched with skepticism, unsure of Arthur's motives. Arthur emphasized that council officers received a desirable spot in Dontier Hall, raising a clenched fist to try and convey the value of this arrangement to Dane. Dane calmly replied that he was already in Dontier Hall, surprising Arthur. Arthur stammered that it was not permanent, but Dane remained polite, not allowing Arthur to pressure him. Arthur offered more benefits, including near immunity on campus. Layla rolled her eyes, unimpressed by these grand promises. Dane remained thoughtful, suspecting hidden costs behind every privilege. With growing impatience, Arthur asked if Dane was interested. Dane stated plainly, no, not really. Arthur was taken aback, clearly expecting gratitude rather than a casual rejection of his offer. Dane clarified that he wanted to earn everything through his own merit, avoiding favors with strings attached. Arthur stood speechless, realizing that Dane was not easily swayed. Arthur's friends exchanged nervous whispers, aware that Dane had seen through Arthur's intentions, making it seem more difficult to secure his loyalty, which shook Arthur's confidence in his plan. Arthur insisted that Dane would regret refusing once he understood Academy politics, scolding Dane for underestimating the council's influence, believing Dane's choice was a mistake. Layla interrupted sharply, accusing Arthur of wanting to exploit Dane's power, expressing her frustration with his persistence and demanding an explanation for his intense interest. Suddenly, Layla pulled Dane away, using pastries as an excuse to leave, insisting they hurry before everything was gone, leaving Arthur in mid-sentence and annoyed. Dane waved casually, choosing desserts over more council talk. Arthur stood there, surprised. Layla and Dane hurried away, both relieved to end the awkward conversation. Arthur called out to Dane, demanding an explanation for the abrupt departure. Dane smiled, mentioning prior commitments. Arthur's protests could be heard echoing down the hallway, but Dane did not turn around. A short distance away, Dane quietly thanked Layla for helping him escape, relieved that he had ended the uncomfortable situation on his own terms rather than Arthur's. Arthur called out that he still needed answers about Dane's power, but Dane and Layla disappeared around a corner, leaving Arthur feeling frustrated and determined to find out more information. While walking through the main plaza, Layla complained about Arthur's annoying persistence, calling him pushy. Dane nodded, relieved that they had avoided becoming involved in Arthur's council power play. Dane thanked Layla for helping him avoid the offer. She seemed upset, feeling ignored by Arthur, who had focused entirely on Dane. Dane realized she was annoyed about feeling invisible and jokingly teased her, amused that her real issue was not being invited to the council scheme itself. Layla admitted that Dane's power was extraordinary, referring to his impressive orb display, and although she was proud of him, she longed to stand out on her own, wishing her magic could be just as remarkable. In a lavish lounge, Professor Denevo and Arthur discussed Dane's explosive potential. Denevo mentioned the boundless nature of magic, yet Dane's raw power seemed limitless. Arthur sat in surprised silence, considering the possibility that Dane could become truly unstoppable in the future. Denevo stated that it was too early to draw conclusions, but Dane's potential was undeniable. Arthur realized he needed to secure Dane's assistance before this prodigy became too powerful to influence. Arthur's eyes widened and he began to sweat as he imagined Dane becoming more powerful than any known mage. A long silence followed as both men considered how the Academy's balance of power might change with Dane's growth. In a small office, Denevo instructed Arthur to ensure that Dane remained aligned with the magic department. Arthur nodded grimly, disliking these instructions but acknowledging the professor's authority. Outside, Arthur was annoyed at being tasked with managing Dane while also dealing with his own jealousy. The professor's manipulations added to his frustration, leaving him feeling bitter and resentful. His mind replayed Dane's dazzling orb display in the shape of the House Soger's crest, sparking a mixture of awe and anger. Arthur could not forget the memory of that grand triumph. Arthur slumped onto a comfortable sofa, torn between trying to surpass Dane and obeying Denevo's orders. He prepared for a difficult struggle, uncertain how to approach the significant challenge. Professor Denevo wiped his forehead, wondering if Dane had learned secrets from Arabella. He resolved not to let Dane escape, believing the magic department needed such a talented student. Arthur asked again for a recommendation letter with some hesitation. Denevo dismissed his request, stating it was not the right time. Arthur's frustration grew, feeling that the professor wanted to keep him there while prioritizing Dane. Denevo reminded Arthur that he had 2 years remaining and promised that Towers would recruit him. Arthur remembered the same promise from the previous year, suspecting it was just another tactic to keep him around. Denevo smiled knowingly, suggesting that if Arthur joined a tower now, the magic department would lose a valuable asset. Arthur realized that the professor intended to control both his future and Dane's development. A memory flashed of Denevo canceling 2 magic tower invitations for Arthur. Bitterness filled Arthur as he acknowledged that the professor's manipulations had always restricted him. Nevertheless, Arthur decided that he would personally try to influence Dane. Denevo gave him this responsibility with a slight grin. Arthur pretended to agree, but a flicker in his eyes revealed his deeper determination. Arthur looked down, aware that his entire future depended on Denevo's favor. He disliked this situation but could not openly rebel. Denevo chuckled, pleased as Arthur muttered quietly, "Same old man." Their strained relationship was evident, with pride clashing against authority, and now Dane's abilities further complicated matters. Elsewhere, in a busy hallway, Dane and Layla moved through the crowd of eager club recruiters. Dane wondered why there were so many people. Layla explained that clubs were scrambling for members to avoid being disbanded. Dane held various prizes he had collected from different events, admitting he had never joined so many activities before. Layla felt a bit overwhelmed but happy, pointing out that the free items would be useful. They sorted through their winnings, which included Mona stones, meal coupons, and other tokens that sparkled under the lantern light, showcasing the Academy's generosity to participants. Dane smiled, enjoying these unexpected rewards. Hidden beneath some coupons, Dane discovered a sealed scroll that looked like a treasure map. Layla's eyes widened with interest. Both were intrigued by this sudden mystery among their simpler prizes. Layla examined the scroll, confirming that it came from Arkender Auction House, a blind auction. The unbroken seal suggested that no one had opened it, increasing their excitement about its potential secrets. She mentioned that Arkender only sold genuine, exotic items. Her interest grew as she imagined the hidden wonders this map might reveal within the extensive Academy grounds. Dane recalled his father praising Arkender Auction House for its unique relics. A smile spread across his face as he suspected the scroll might lead to something extraordinary, or at least a good adventure. He imagined legendary treasures, remembering that Arkender Auction House never dealt in fakes. If the scroll was authentic, it could be incredibly valuable or dangerously tempting. Layla pointed to the golden seal, marveling that it was still intact. This heightened their anticipation, suggesting they might be the first to see any hidden academy secrets inside. She called it an academy treasure map, recalling rumors of ancient chambers and relics. Dane, with his arms full of prizes, became excited at the idea of a secret campus quest. Dane imagined telling Ernest, their friend who loved adventures, all about this discovery, smiling as he clutched the scroll, certain they were on the verge of a new chapter within the academy walls. Morning sunlight illuminated the deer halls. Towering spires and shiny blue roofs overlooked neat gardens and fountains below this main education hub, impressing everyone heading in for lessons. Dane, among the new students, focused on Demetra Hall's massive front. While others chatted, he thought that Imperial History class here might be familiar to him. Dane smiled, remembering his butler's thorough lessons. The neatly trimmed hedges and lavender blossoms did not intimidate him. He felt refreshed by the morning air and completely ready for classes. Suddenly, Ernest called out a friendly greeting, rushing over the stone path. He was happy they had Imperial History together. Both talked cheerfully and walked towards Deuter Hall for class. Ernest, wearing his bright orange cloak, beamed as he explained that every first-year student had to take Imperial History. He was secretly glad to have bumped into Dane and confirmed they would study together. Dane patted Ernest's shoulder, pleased that he had recovered from their previous incident. Ernest insisted he was fine but hinted that there was more happening than he could currently reveal. The courtyard's columns and fluttering banners created an impressive scene. Dane, looking thoughtful, told Ernest that there was something important he needed to discuss. Sunlit marble and bustling students completed the lively atmosphere. Dane was about to share his news when someone shouted, questioning if Ernest was who they thought. A group of older students stopped and stared curiously. Ernest's stomach tightened with worry. Ernest's eyes widened, his mood changing suddenly from cheerful to anxious. Dane noticed this fear, puzzled by the sudden shift. Something significant must have upset Ernest. A tall, red-haired upperclassman walked over, speaking casually but with an air of authority. He greeted Ernest like an old friend, yet Ernest's stiff posture clearly indicated a negative history between them. Ernest's face showed fear, his pupils widening as if he were reliving a bad memory. The atmosphere seemed to darken, reflecting the dread that enveloped him. Through Dane's perspective, Ernest looked like someone deeply traumatized. The intense fear radiating from him made Dane determined to defend his friend against whatever past issue was resurfacing. Sunbeams filled the courtyard as Ernest nervously greeted Braun. Braun, appearing offended that Ernest had not mentioned Dane, sensed a significant conflict. This was not a friendly reunion but something more serious. Braun stood over Ernest, patting his head condescendingly. He mocked Ernest's enrollment, recalling him as a shy child. Ernest trembled, muttering apologies under Braun's intimidating gaze. Dane stood nearby, concern evident on his face, but held back to observe Ernest's response. Perfectly trimmed lawns surrounded them, contrasting with the tense and uneasy moment. Braun wasted no time in ordering Ernest to do an errand. Ernest, surprised, asked if he should skip class. Braun's harsh tone and firm grip on Ernest's arm revealed his controlling nature. Gathering his courage, Ernest said no, reminding Braun that he was busy with a friend. Braun's companions snickered, clearly amused that Ernest had dared to refuse. Their amusement suggested past torment. Braun's gaze sharpened, focusing on Dane. He realized Ernest was not alone anymore and might present a challenge. A sense of danger arose as Braun considered his next move. Braun sneered at Ernest for having a friend, then looked Dane up and down with a smug smile. Dane remained steady and unafraid. Braun's group murmured, sensing that Dane was not easily intimidated. Braun issued demands about Dane's department, claiming he had already assessed him. Dane did not flinch, determined to stop any further bullying. No intimidation was successful that day. In the shadows, Dane remembered mercenaries with the same arrogant attitude. He did not recognize Braun's noble house, but he knew that boasting could hide insecurity. He remained watchful. Braun crossed his arms, glaring at Dane, clearly irritated by his calm demeanor. He demanded answers. Ernest stood by, tense yet trusting Dane's composed reaction. Just before a potential fight, a teacher appeared, scolding them for loitering and reminding them that class was starting. This timely interruption temporarily cooled the heated situation. Braun's group shrugged off the staff warning, acting as if it were unimportant. They promised to go inside but gave intense looks to Dane and Ernest. The confrontation was postponed. Braun gave one last glare, essentially scheduling a rematch with a threatening, "See you later." Ernest swallowed hard, realizing Braun would not let this go easily. Tension lingered in the air. Ernest looked uneasy but admitted he had a lot to tell Braun as well. Years of suppressed anger showed behind his worried expression. Bronze Group walked away laughing about future drama. Meanwhile, Ernest and Dane remained still, the tension between them palpable. Unaware classmates strolled by, oblivious to the impending conflict. Ernest's hand trembled as they headed for class, revealing his frayed nerves. Dane noticed this and gently reassured him with a steady touch. Ernest doubled over, gasping for air due to anxiety. Dane steadied him, concerned. Ernest apologized for causing trouble. Dane gently inquired about Bronze Group, sensing a deeper reason for Ernest's intense dread. Ernest watched Bron leave, then revealed that those individuals belonged to a rival noble family. They had tormented him back home, and he had hoped the academy would be his safe place. In passing, Bronze Group was seen joking at Ernest's expense. Ernest confessed that he knew they would attend too, just not so soon. He apologized for involving Dane in his problems. Dane clasped Ernest's shoulder, telling him not to feel guilty. He suggested they go to class. Ernest, still anxious, nodded, relieved that Dane was staying and not leaving again. Ernest looked pale and exhausted, so Dane gently asked how severe the past bullying had been. The question lingered, emphasizing Ernest's ongoing scars and painful memories. Dane moved closer, stating firmly that he would not abandon Ernest. His voice conveyed unwavering determination. Clearly, he would not allow bullies or past trauma to control Ernest anymore. Ernest pulled away, claiming he could handle everything alone. Dane's grip remained firm, preventing him from isolating himself. Behind Ernest's defiance lay genuine fear. Dane questioned Ernest's strategy of dealing with things alone, warning that it might lead to the same bullying again. Ernest stood there, silent and conflicted, balancing his fear against Dane's offer of help. A close-up of Ernest's eye showed his swirling uncertainty. Still, he remembered how secure he had felt next to Dane earlier, a reminder that he might not be alone now. They walked across the sunlit courtyard, academy towers looming ahead. Dane casually mentioned the impressive fountain magic, hinting that they were strong enough to face Bron together. A quick memory showed Dane standing amidst swirling mana, performing a remarkable feat. Ernest remembered being impressed by Dane's calm composure during that intense surge of magical energy. Back in the present, Ernest looked at Dane under the courtyard's arches, still anxious. He slowly accepted Dane's helping hand, allowing a glimmer of hope to push aside his fear. From a high vantage point, Dane and Ernest discussed how to handle Bronze Group if a fight occurred. Ernest hesitated, not wanting to involve Dane, yet Dane remained resolute. Later, Bronze Group emerged from class, searching for Ernest and Dane on a tree-lined walkway. They taunted Ernest about past embarrassing moments, claiming he only brought Dane to fight. Bron laughed, moving towards Dane like a dominant wolf. He demanded to know who Dane was to interfere. His smug smile dared Dane to back down. Dane met Bron's gaze without flinching. He calmly stood his ground, indicating he would not be intimidated. The tense atmosphere suggested an imminent confrontation. Bron's temper flared. He called Dane conceited, saying he was too arrogant for just being a new student at the academy. Bron's friends stood nearby, eager to see if Dane would retreat. Amid swaying leaves, Bron boasted about his sour family connections, supposedly the top Western nobility. He stepped forward, confident that merely mentioning sour would scare them. Bron even flicked Dane's hair, ridiculing his lack of respect. He kept repeating sour family like a threat, while his group chuckled, thinking it was an instant intimidation tactic. Dane remained calm, stating that he had never heard of sour. Ernest nearly fainted, realizing Dane did not care at all. Bron stared, shocked that anyone would dismiss his important family name. Bron's group practically sputtered with anger at Dane's casual dismissal. One demanded that Bron address this insult. Bron's stare grew colder as the entire group tensed, offended by Dane's attitude. A close-up showed Bron's chilling glare. He calmly told a henchman to knock Dane down. The scene darkened, suggesting that a fight was about to begin. Bron's companions grinned wickedly, eager to follow orders. They were clearly excited at the chance to attack Dane and Ernest, as if it were a favorite pastime. Bron's henchmen surrounded them by the iron fence, taunting Ernest about his new friend. They threatened double punishment since he had dared to bring backup who would not submit. Ernest's voice trembled as he suggested they run away. He reminded Dane that Bron was a childhood sword prodigy. A pinkish light highlighted Ernest's growing fear of the impending fight. Bron's group approached, each movement displaying swordsman-like confidence. Ernest's alarm seemed justified, yet Dane stood firm, oddly curious about Bron's famed sword skills. Despite the tension, Dane squinted, fascinated by Bron's reputation as a swordsmanship genius. He seemed thrilled rather than scared. Ernest stared, baffled at how Dane was not trembling like any reasonable person would. Dane casually told Ernest to strike first, telling him to stop running. Ernest reacted with surprise, asking me. With Bron's group closing in, Dane said, "Fear cannot control you." Dane gave a calm smile, unfazed by the looming trouble. Ernest, sweating profusely, confessed he could not understand Dane's cool-headed attitude in the face of this menacing situation. A close-up showed Ernest's wide eyes, torn between running and trusting Dane's composure. Streaked backgrounds amplified his frantic thoughts, capturing his internal struggle. Suddenly, a tall companion lunged at Dane with raised fists. The attack was swift and forceful, yet Dane remained almost still, refusing to move or flinch. The bully grabbed Dane's collar, mocking his calm demeanor. Fabric rustled as tension escalated, and Ernest called out Dane's name, convinced this fight was about to become serious. The bully's eyes burned with rage as he prepared to punch. Tom seemed to slow down, filled with hatred and arrogance, signaling a powerful blow aimed at Dane. He moved forward, growling, "You're finished," as air rushed around his punch. Everything blurred with speed. Nearby students gasped, yet Dane simply stood firm, prepared or not. Contact was made with a sharp crack, snapping Dane's head to the side. Sparks and dramatic lines emphasized the force for a moment. It appeared Dane was caught off guard by this hit. Ernest shouted anxiously from a few steps away, fearing Dane was badly hurt. The echo of the punch lingered, holding everyone in shocked silence. The bully smirked triumphantly, assuming Dane was reeling. He jeered, "Had enough." Brimming with cocky pride, he acted as if this round was completely won. Nearby, Braun observed with a smug grin, convinced his friend had done the job. He figured Dane was no challenge after all, radiating obvious arrogance in every gesture. Still agitated, the bully tightened his fist for another blow. Rage flickered in his eyes as he vowed, "This is not over." Action lines swirled, intensifying the moment as he launched the next punch. Dane smoothly stepped in, redirecting the strike. The bully wobbled, thrown off balance. Gasps filled the courtyard, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Dane grabbed the attacker's arm mid-swing, calmly noting that the bully had struck first. His matter-of-fact tone surprised the goon, who stood speechless at this sudden display of skill. A close-up shot showed Dane's eyes gleaming with determination, a fresh bruise visible from the earlier hit. He announced that now it was purely self-defense. That's a wrap. The story continues in my next video. Like and subscribe to stay notified.